Good morning everyone. Bore chroeso i'r gerddi Supply. Welcome to Supply Gardens for the second day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Worcestershire. Provided the rain stays away.
Roderick hits unbeaten 88 on even first day. While Division 2 leaders Nottinghamshire look to have all but sealed one of the two promotion slots, the second is up for grabs, and Glamorgan are certainly in the mix. A decent result over Worcestershire, a side they beat at New Road earlier in the season, would put the hosts into second place in Division 2. The pairs won the toss and elected to bat, but only managed to put 16 on the board before Libby fell LBW to Harris for 12. Cornell and Pollock fought back at Glamorgan, the latter in typically aggressive fashion. Van der Gugten sent soaring into the stands shortly before the visitors moved beyond 50. But with the score up to 55, Cornell misjudged Van der Gugten's delivery and lost his off-stump, shouldering arms to the Aussie-born Dutch international. Haynes tried to mount a recovery, pushing the score to 69, when Van der Gugten wrapped his pads and sent him on his way for 13. Worcestershire avoided any further damage before lunch. Pollock, their leading light so far, up to 40, the score 88 for 3. Pollock would build on his good start, nurdling Worcestershire to 100 with one off Harris. And then he moved to 50 off 100 balls, as he and Roderick scampered through for a quick 2. He made it as far as 54, before he was out caught behind for Van der Gugten's third. Ed Barnard joined Roderick in the middle, and the pairs tried to rebuild again. Worcestershire will miss Barnard next year when he joins Warwickshire, and he was providing a reminder of just what they'll lose, quickly overtaking his partner and moving to a battling 50 from just 58 balls. The pair's all-rounders innings was key to the fight back. When they reached tea, 69 for 3 had become 195 for 4, and the pairs had battled back to a much better position. Roderick joined Barnard on 50 after the break. 4 off Patel took the pairs to 200, and another off Van der Gugten saw him move to his half-century from 137 balls. When Barnard pushed Patel for a single into the offside, he and Roderick had put on 100 for the 5th wicket. Patel was the man with the key wicket though, the appeal understandably vociferous when he found Barnard's pads, hugs all round for the spinner as the umpire raised the finger. D'Oliveira, the captain, wouldn't ever get going. A peach of a delivery from Harris arrowed between bat and front pad and trapped him in front for 3. The pairs started to crumble. Cox out-bowled for a 2-ball duck, Hogan with his first of the innings. But Joe Leach and Gareth Roderick put an end to the host's success with the ball and held firm, right the way through to the close of play. Roderick up to 88, Leach on 16, and the score now just 15 away from 300 for the loss of 7 wickets. At this point it looks like the match is in the balance. Some important knocks from Pollock and Roderick had given Worcestershire something to build on, while Glamorgan will be pleased with their day's work with the ball. Can either side take control on day 2?
Well, Tim, congratulations on a successful return to red ball cricket. How do you view day 1 as a whole?
Yeah, pretty even, I'd say, at the end. We weren't overly sure how the wicket would play. We weren't really sure what we were going to do if we won the toss, so it was probably a good one to lose. I thought we started well, and then when the ball got soft, it actually became quite nice to bat on, I think. So credit to their batters. They I think it was Roderick and Barnard put on quite a good partnership there, and but it was nice to finish the day with 7 wickets, and I'd say honours are probably pretty even. So yeah, not too fussed about how the day went.
And for yourself, reasonably happy with the way it came out after quite a long spell away from Championship cricket?
Yeah, it feels like I haven't played Championship cricket since last year, so it was nice to get the Duke back in the hand, and yeah, I was pretty happy with how they came out today. So, but I think as a unit we all bowled really well. To keep them to under 3 runs and over for the day, I think is a great effort. And if we can hopefully get a couple more wickets in the morning, then we can obviously get out there and have a bat.
With a rather dodgy weather forecast for the next 3 days. How much does that come into consideration in terms of tactics?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to rain all day today, and we got 96 overs in, so don't ask me about the weather. But yeah, I mean, we can't really control that, so we obviously just rock up tomorrow and hopefully we can get some game time. And yeah, like I said, knock those 3 wickets off and then get in there and have
see
that.
This month going a real contest to wire. It's likely to be against Middlesex and maybe 1 or 2 others.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting going into September, having something to play for. So, I mean, yeah, as cliche it is, we've got to kind of take each day as it comes because we can't really look too far ahead. But yeah, I thought today kind of went to plan, and if we can have more days like that more often than not, I think we'll be in good stead.
just think if he gets stuck, it works. That's it, yeah.
Did you say? Hello.
Very good morning and welcome to listeners on BBC Sport Online and viewers on the Glamorgan and Worcestershire websites here at Sapphire Gardens. We have a slightly confused situation in that we had some rain about 10 minutes ago. The umpires are out in the middle. They're not going to start quite on time, but the umpire's talking to the ground staff at the moment. When play does get underway, Worcestershire 285 for 7, with both teams having 14 further overs to collect bonus points, and both teams have 2 at the moment. Dave Bradley of BBC Hereford and Worcester is alongside myself, Nick Webb. Dave,
morning.
Good morning to you.
Borada,
indeed. After you got somewhat moist last night. We're hoping, I suppose, to squeeze a couple of hours if we're lucky in this morning.
Yeah, the storm that hit us last night was just, well, it was. I described it as biblical, but I don't know what a biblical storm is really. But the rain was just. I was driving about 2 miles from here, and I just stopped, just pulled over on the side of the road because I couldn't see the road. And it just was bouncing everywhere, and there was a couple of floods going into the car park I was trying to get into. So, but as we were saying yesterday, the main grounds, the county grounds, drain so much quicker these days. And this is, well, the outfield is perfectly playable. The umpires are out there talking to the ground staff. I suspect the light might come into it, Nick. Is it?
Yeah, that's the problem, in that they're not allowed to use the floodlights for championship games because of council regulations, which I've never really understood, with no residential housing particularly nearby.
It doesn't affect anybody, does it?
You wouldn't have thought so. It's a matter I keep meaning to write to my councillor about and never actually get round to it. So at the moment we've got discussions in the middle, and discussions due at lunchtime, where the members' forum will, not many members of, as things stand, because there are few people in the ground, will get their chance. Maybe there'll be some people coming in just for that, to talk to the club's management, including the chairman, Gareth Williams, and Chief Executive Hugh Morris, about various issues, including the review of county cricket, currently being undertaken with some haste by the ECB.
Well, that is the thing, isn't it, in county cricket these days? You know, you can talk about the car park or the catering or whatever, but the thing that people really want to talk about is the future of county cricket, which we're told next season will be the same as this season. But after that,
yes,
who knows where we're going?
Indeed, the latest proposals from Sir Andrew Strauss in the Telegraph newspaper and website today suggests that he's still looking to have a Premier Division, 2 equal divisions underneath, but only 10 official championship games, with an additional 3 red ball matches in August to quiet the revolting members of the counties.
It's crazy to me that that they're reducing it. I think they should be increasing it. I think we should be playing 17 games, and every county plays every county. But the thing that puzzles me is, okay, you're a batsman or a bowler, and you're not in form, so you've only got a limited amount of innings. You've got a maximum of 20 innings. So if you're let's say you're a test batsman and you've been left out the test team, and you come and you try and play for your county, you might get a couple of games in, and that's about it. So how do you get back into form? I'm not one who lives in the past, but I think it was in 1962, Ronnie Headley, who played for Worcestershire for many years, played 63 innings. 63 innings in county cricket. And the most you're going to get at the moment, if they reduce it, as is suggested, is probably 10 games, so 20, 21. The good thing here is that it looks as if the ground staff are going to start taking the covers off. They are reeling in the hose pipes that take the water away from the covers to other parts of the ground. Umpire Baldwin is on the radio to somebody, mainly because it's a long walk back to the pavilion and a lot of steps. So he's very cleverly using his radio. So it looks like we're going to get some cricket in the very near future.
Which is good news after an equally contested day one. I think Timm Van der Gugten had talked to, saying that pleased with his own personal form. He said it seemed like a year since he'd played championship cricket. It's in fact since May, but it's a long break for a bowler. First through injury, then non-selection for a couple of rounds, and then with his efforts with Birmingham, which amounted to 10 balls.
10 exhausting balls. But you did bowl well yesterday. It was a good day's cricket yesterday. Really good. You know, if you want an advert for county cricket, yesterday's play was a good advert for county cricket. There was a bit in it for the bowlers. Batsmen had to earn their runs. I would say Van der Gugten bowled well. The spinner Patel, I thought he bowled really well on a pitch that wasn't doing much for him. Bowled really tight spells so they could rotate the medium pacers at the other end. I thoroughly enjoyed yesterday's play. How much we are going to get in today, but yesterday's forecast wasn't great, was it?
No.
So, and we got a full day's cricket in. So
indeed, the rain hit about an hour after the close of play. I was packing up, having done my various reporting and interviewing bits and pieces about an hour after play, and I was able to post a couple of pictures on Twitter of the deluge and the pools, the large puddles that had formed in the outfield at that stage. You can hear the hover cover in the background just being moved gently a couple of strips away from the pitch they're playing at, and away to our left, Michael Hogan is going to do some bowling.
He's the lone player
with David Harrison, the Glamorgan assistant coach, is over there. Tosses a delivery to Hogan, but it looks like we're going to be getting cricket within the next few minutes. Hopefully, the stumps are being erected as we speak. Edward Bevan is fulminating gently in the back of the box over the latest wacky proposal to hit cricket in one of in the mail today. They've got Liam Plunkett, who of course does have American links, and is living out there now, talking about the Major League Cricket competition, which it's claimed has £100 million of private investment and interest from one of the IPL franchise owners, the Kolkata Knight Riders, which I always think sounds like David Hasselhoff. Hello.
The umpires have just inspected.
Yes, we know.
Is that play will be starting at 10:45.
10:45. Or 11:15.
Indeed.
Whichever is the sooner. So we'll be underway in about 5 minutes, according to the pavilion clock, which I think is 2 or 3 minutes fast anyway. But good news is, folks, we are going to get some cricket this morning. Again, to reiterate, how much cricket we get in, well, we don't know.
Indeed. Fingers crossed for the weather then. We'll take a brief break and we'll be back in 5 minutes' time when things start happening here at Sapphire Gardens.
It's good morning, Borrida, to the Glamorgan side, there into the field by Captain David Lloyd.
So we have action here at Sophia Gardens. Just under a quarter of an hour's delay as we're about to resume. Worcestershire 285 for 7. Joe Leach 16 not out. Gareth Roderick is 88 not out. And it's a battle for bonus points in the next 14 overs or so, Dave.
Well, Worcestershire, they should get 300, shouldn't they?
Yep.
They won't get 350 unless something very strange happens.
Mr. Leach might open his
well,
shoulders.
yeah, if Leach kicks off, 65 in 14 overs is a possibility. Couple of wickets for Glamorgan, gives them full bowling points. And then, whatever happens in the rest of the game, they've got 11 points from it. As I say, as we keep saying, how much more cricket we're going to get in this game. If you look at the weather forecast, you wouldn't turn up today.
No.
But it is, I'm going to reiterate, it is only a forecast.
Yes, and not many people have turned up at the moment. Hopefully there will be a few more members in for the forum at lunchtime. 285 for 7 then. Roderick 88 not out. A patient, cautious and indeed gritty innings facing 222 deliveries.
Yeah, I think it was an important innings not only for Worcestershire, but I think it was an important innings for Roderick as well. If he gets to 100 here, he will be pretty pleased with himself.
He'll be on strike for the first ball of the morning, which will be bowled by Michael Hogan. No surprise there. And Hogan is racing in to bowl to Roderick. It's a short ball that's pulled towards deep square for a single. 286 for 7. We are underway for the day.
And a relatively new ball. What did we have last night? 16 overs with it, didn't we? So this is the 17th over with this ball. So still have a nice bit of shine on it.
Keeps up Glamorgan's record of not having had a championship day washed out by poor weather this season. Not completely anyway. Hogan bowls and beats Leach outside off stump.
Is that right? So they played 96 overs or whatever every day?
No, they've had some cricket on each day.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yes,
day. Not a complete washout.
Not a complete washout on any championship day, although there were a couple of T20 washouts.
Right.
I had the first season as I was doing the full job, as it were, in 2015. As Hogan bowls to Leach, who drives firmly but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. There were 16 championship games, and Glamorgan had play on 64 days of championship cricket in 2015. Yeah, every day went to the final day, and there was some play on all of them. So that was a testing introduction to the full-time job.
Yeah.
Hogan is in to bowl. Leach is back on his stumps and defending to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah. As we were saying now, I think, not in the last 10 years, but probably in the last 10 years, the drainage on county grounds has improved so much that he could be flooded now, and we'd play at 2 o'clock. It just...
Yes, most grounds anyway.
Most grounds, yeah.
I had a bit of an frustrating experience at Derby. I think it was 3 years ago. Hogan bowls another short ball. It's pulled away by Leach for 4 runs. First boundary of the morning. 290 for 7. Hogan dropping it short, and Leach responding. Ball roundabout on middle stump, and Leach played it very well indeed, smashing it to the square leg boundary.
Who's at square leg? Can't quite make it out. Is that Carlson at square leg?
No, it's too tall for Carlson. Byram.
He didn't see that. Didn't pick it up at all. He was just stood there with his hands in the air saying, I don't know where that's going. And it was going quickly as well. So, yeah, maybe Leach is going to tee off and make sure they get...
Leach on to 20. Hogan bowls, and Leach is beaten.
Oh.
And it's gone through everything. Well, that does suggest that there is a visibility problem here, because that was a straight ball outside off stump. And, oh no, it was edged, sorry.
It's gone between slip and wicket.
It was edged. Yeah. I thought it went straight through. Well, that again illustrates the darkness of proceedings. It was edged by Leach. It's run away for 4, 294 for 7. I don't think it quite carried to either Cook or Lloyd, but it bisected them, and neither really moved towards it. As on the stream we see another replay.
I think that was a wicket-keeper's catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, it might have carried to either.
He just didn't pick it.
Well, it's odd start to the morning.
Yeah. A let-off for Joe Leach. It's going to be James Harris to bowl from our end, the river end. Is it? No, it's not. It's Timm Van der Gugten who bowled very well yesterday from the river end. Don't think he bowled from the Cathedral Road end at all yesterday.
No, he's having a blast.
He was easily the pick of the bowlers, I thought.
Yeah, and Hogan was fairly tight as usual. Patel was tight as well. But Hogan was your man. Van der Gugten was your man.
He's coming into bowl to Roderick, and Roderick is forward, plays defensively, back down the pitch. The bowler does his own fielding. The weather, we suspect, judging by the flags on top of the pavilion, is coming from over the city centre, up the line of the river, really. And it's grey and murky, but way to our left, the hills we can see them. When we can't see them, we're in trouble. Here's Van der Gugten, who's in and bowls, and this is Roderick coming forward, pushing away gently on the offside. The Glamorgan 12th men, substitute fielders, are setting up their camp on the boundary rope. If you weren't with us yesterday, oh hello, the covers are coming on, the players are going off, and it is raining. No great surprise, to be honest.
8 balls delivered.
8 balls.
Whoop-de-doo. 294 for 7. 8 balls and 9 runs. It's been a dynamic morning's cricket for Worcestershire, with Joe Leach pulling one boundary and edging another. Gareth Roderick taking a single. And, well, this is quite heavy rain at the moment, so I suspect this is going to be a substantial delay. Oh dear.
And the players aren't running off, but the ground staff are running on with the cover, so it has suddenly, in the last sort of 2 minutes, just filled in away to our right, and the trees over in Butte Park are blowing around a fair bit, so it's on its way. But what a great 8 balls we've seen this morning. Actually, it was quite interesting. Let's see if they're not spreading out the covers, are they? If they start to spread out the covers, then the ground staff know that we're going to be off for some time. But at the moment, they're not. So it's not actually torrential. It's nothing like we had here last night, thank goodness. But I think it's going to keep us off for a while, mainly because that cloud away to our right is full. It's very grey, there's no breaks in it, says he with great meteorological expertise.
There we are. It looks as though there's going to be a significant pause in proceedings. We'll keep the sound effects channel on so you can hear if there's any change in proceedings. We will be back with any news, and no doubt Dr. Hignell will announce to the population of Central Cardiff at large the developments here. At the moment, we've got 4 members of ground staff watching over the hover cover. The sheeting has not been rolled out on either side to protect the rest of the square, but it is raining and the players have all disappeared into the dressing room. Worcestershire 294 for 7, Leach 24, Roderick 89. Dave, myself and Edward will be back as and when we've got any action to talk about here on BBC Sport Online.
We'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, the news from the middle is that the game will be resuming in 5 minutes' time at 11:05. Once again, we haven't lost any overs. Lunch will still be at 12:30. Does mean though that the close of play will now be rescheduled to 6 o'clock. As I say, we have not lost any overs, so we've still got 96 in the day's quota. So play to resume at 11:05.
Welcome back to Sapphire Gardens BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Worcestershire websites for the video stream. We try again. We had 8 balls bowled in the first spell of play. 9 runs accumulated. Van der Gugten is 2 balls into his 21st over. And Gareth Roderick is on strike on 89 not out, having taken a single in the first over before Joe Leach hit a couple of boundaries. One a pull shot, one off the edge between keeper and slip. Van der Gugten bowls and Roderick is forward, taking his hand off the bat as if he were jarred a little bit.
Demons in the pitch.
Demons in the pitch, or not, as the case may be. Probably not.
That was quite strange because that was a full-length ball, wasn't it? He did it a couple of times yesterday, Roderick. I just wonder if he's got, you know, a bit of a bruise on his bottom hand. And batsmen tend at this time of the season to, at this end of the season, to have them all strapped up together.
In comes Van der Gugten, bowls to Roderick, through outside off stump. Cook takes, moving to his right in front of David Lloyd.
There's a monster black cloud away to our right. Yes, this is Gareth Roderick's highest score for Worcestershire in any sort of cricket. White ball, red ball. We don't have pink ball anymore, do we? Yeah, away to our right. It's nasty. It's like a 4-day bruise. It's horrible. It's heading this way.
Van der Gugten to Roderick, leaves outside off stump through to Chris Cook. Yes, it is dark cloud proceeding overhead. We had a brief shower about 10:15, and then Another one about 5 minutes after we resumed at 10 to 11. We resumed at 1:45. The rain came again at 10 to.
It was drizzling just after 7 o'clock when I went for my morning stroll.
Van der Gugten into bowl to Roderick, who's forward bat and pad together, squirts it away on the onside and goes through for the single that takes him up to 90 not out, and Worcestershire on to 295 for 7. That was the only run of the over, and Worcestershire are 5 runs away from a 3rd batting point.
Quite strange this morning when we went through Cardiff at that time of day. Not too much about. Was it Dire Straits sang about the street sweepers and the dust carts looking like dinosaurs? Anyway, they were out and about.
Take your word for it.
No, nobody else. I think it's the latest trick. I think it's from there. So I'm just strolling along, and I hear a shout, "Brothers, get out of the way!" And it was Mr. Richardson and the Worcester physio out for a jog in the morning. I thought, well, unlikely for me to see anybody in Cardiff at that time of day. Here's Michael Hogan bowling from the River Taff End, and there's a good call here from Roderick, because there's nobody in really close on the onside apart from mid-on. Byron at square leg had been sent out to deep square leg. There was probably a single if he'd have been in square leg anyway. 296 for 7. Roderick goes to 91. Leach has 24. Very useful 40 runs put on by these two so far. Frustrating Glamorgan. We're in the, what are we in, the 99th over, so still 11 overs for bonus points as Leach is forward, pushes away on the offside. Shivman Gill strolls into field. Fielded very well yesterday. A couple of superb stops in the covers, which I think the one they did take a single because he only parried it, but the other, so he's probably +8 before he even goes out there to bat.
See, England under 19s won that match at Worcester against Sri Lanka by 3 wickets.
Here's the next ball from Hogan, wide of the stumps through to the wicketkeeper. That was Duckworth Lewis, was it?
That was Duckworth Lewis, and top scorer for England was Glamorgan's Alex Horton, who made 49.
Oh, well done. It's funny because I just looked at that score and thought, and didn't realise that DLS, Duckworth Lewis Stern, isn't it, these days?
Yes.
Didn't realise that had come into it. Oh, well done. At least they got a game in. Here's Hogan. Couple of slips, the close catches. Hogan bowls to Leach. Leach, who climbs into this one, smashes it away, backward of square on the offside for 4. Leach didn't even bother to move out of his crease after he did it. He had a pretty good idea where it was going. Worcestershire have 300. 300 for 7, so they would have 10 overs and 4 balls to get another 50. And as Nick quite rightly said, if Leach were to stay in and get his eye in, that's quite possible. He does like smashing it around against Glamorgan, and has done it
yes.
to good. Oh, hello. Is that the cover starting up? No. Oh. It's
testing.
It's another engine starting up somewhere. Here's Hogan again to Leach, and Leach gets 4 more. Back foot, lovely, crisp off the back foot. Smash that one away. The other side of Billy Root this time. It was to Root's right as he was at cover point. So Leach goes rapidly on to 32. 32 of 49 balls. Roderick still on 91. Worcestershire 304 for 7.
Yes, it's a decent effort by Leach, who came in after 3 wickets had fallen for 15 runs. But expected that really from Leach, to put bat to ball with some purpose.
Hogan, and this time Leach covers up and plays away on the offside. Guildfields, and that's the end of the over, and Worcestershire are 304 for 7. Leach has 32, Roderick has 91. I'm very concerned about this cloud approaching from the, well, not the city centre, but
somewhere over the bay.
Up there, up over the bay, and coming our way from the bay. Umpires are having a look at it as well, but anyway, we've got cricket at the moment, so...
Yeah, we may well have continuing cricket for at least the morning session, which will last until 12:30, despite the interruptions, as Van der Gugten bowls and Roderick leaves outside off stump. But it looks as though we are likely to get some heavy rain at some point. And again, likely be showers tomorrow and Thursday, but these are not, 60% chance of rain means you've got 40% chance of it missing.
yeah.
So we can only hope that these teams will be able to play on as Roderick pushes forward and again takes the one hand off the bat as he does so. It must be a bit of a bruise there, I suspect, as Dave suggested.
I'm wondering that because he's very cautious as he goes forward, and they're not short balls, so it's not going to rear up and smash him on the hand. Although I haven't played any cricket for a while, Worcestershire, so not sure where he's picked up an injury, if he has one.
Van der Gugten bowls. That's a nice drive from Roderick down the ground. I think he'll reach the boundary. It will out long off, straight of Carlson at mid-off, and nicely timed. And Leach moves up to 95 and Worcestershire onto 308 for 7. It has been Worcestershire's morning so far.
Yeah, and Roderick just 5 away from a first ever 100 for Worcestershire in any sort of cricket. Well, second team cricket maybe, but
they're playing in Glamorgan's second 11 game at Newport, where Sussex were dismissed for 261, Glamorgan 53 for 1 in reply, Harry Friend on 26, as Roderick plays a defensive shot again, with the right hand coming away from the bat. Zain Al-Hassan, formerly on the Worcestershire staff, or in the Worcestershire setup, was the night watchman there. Took a couple of wickets, as did Douthwaite, Gorvin and Salter, against rather a strong Sussex side. Here's Van der Gugten to bowl again, and Roderick runs it down into the gully area and finds a little gap to pinch a single and move on to 96, not out, and bring Leach under strike for the last ball of the 100th over. But profitable morning for the visitors so far between the showers at Kidderminster. It's a delayed start because of a wet outfield. As Van der Gugten bowls, thick edge from Leach down to third man, perfectly safe, single taken, 310 for 7, and that 350 looks very much within reach now. They've got 10 overs to score another 40 runs. Glamorgan need a couple of wickets. In Worcester's second 11 game, Henry Cullen is 81 not out overnight. The wicket-keeper Worcestershire 235 for 7, but they haven't started this morning at Kidderminster because of rain and a wet outfield, it says.
Yeah, well, I mean, for an outground, it usually drains pretty well at Kidderminster, but we're off again. There's some movement, but the ground staff are the first to move, then the players. So the monster black cloud that we were talking of, that was heading our way, has made its way to Sophia Gardens. So once again, the drone of the cover coming on. Once again, the players aren't running off, so it's not pouring down, but it's drizzle, I think we can call it.
So Worcestershire have added a further 25 runs without loss this morning, most of them to Joe Leach, who's on 33. Gareth Roderick is 96 not out. We will have yet another delay in play, and we'll be back on BBC Sport Online as ever when the players are out there again. 310 for 7 Worcestershire.
news from the middle, everyone, is that we're going to be resuming in a couple of minutes. It does mean that we have lost, however, a couple of overs from the day's allocation. The timings remain with Major 12:30 tea at 3:20 and close of play at 6 o'clock.
It's deja vu all over again.
Rodney.
Commentary resumes on Glamorgan against Worcestershire on BBC Sport Online.
Although they didn't actually go off, did they?
The players went off the playing area, but not off the field as such, because most of them hung around on the boundary. 310 for 7. Worcestershire going well. Leach biffing it around, and Roderick potentially one shot away from 100. Dave Bradley.
Bizarrely, there is blue sky above. Leach facing, and it's Michael Hogan bowling to him. Leach gets that one away down towards third man. Just out of my view, I think there is indeed a third man down there, and so they will pick up a single. James Harris, the designated third man. So, there's Gareth Roderick, who needs 4 runs because he's on 96. The greatest mathematicians in the world would have worked that one out. For his first ever Worcestershire 100. And he's flicked this one away off his hips. He's not going to get a 4 here. He might get 2. No, he's not even going to get 2. Because Byram is quickly to the ball there, going round from deep square leg. So he goes on to 97. Not quite sure when Gareth Roderick's last century was, but it was certainly, I would have thought, 4 seasons ago. He having not got one for Worcestershire.
Second season with the pairs. Gosh, stats last year didn't even have a half century in the first class last year.
Struggled. Here's Hogan, and Leach climbs into this one, but it's straight to Shuman Gill at extra cover. A couple of metres either side. I think that one would have sailed away to the boundary. The irony is that the sun is now shining here. So
the ground staff are still
they haven't gone to
perched like vultures.
They haven't gone to put the kettle on yet.
No tea breaks this morning.
No. Stay where you are, lads. Hogan to Leach. Leach lets this one go through to wicket-keeper Cook. If you weren't with us earlier when play did start, not a bizarre incident, but a strange incident when Leach edged one between wicket-keeper and slip, and neither moved. Clearly he didn't pick it up, I would have thought. But the light is it's not going to get much better than this now. Torrential sunshine, as my granddad used to say. Is Hogan's next delivery, and Leach has a whack at this one. Goes through very low there to Cook. He might have taken that one on the second bounce. The sun reflecting off the pylon of the floodlights, which makes it look as if the lights are partly on, but they're not.
Elsewhere in Division 2 at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, who dismissed Leicestershire for 93 yesterday, a 52 for naught in their second innings. That's a lead of 160, so Leicestershire's brief moment of hope in the game snuffed out.
Funny goings on there. Leach pushes away on the offside. Will not get a run, so Roderick to face, and I've got to go off and talk to other people. So I'll leave you to describe his near century or his century, Nick.
Thank you very much indeed. So 312 for 7. Roderick 97 not out. He has faced 236 balls, and he has been the glue for this Worcestershire innings. So far he's struck 12. 12 boundaries. He's also left quite a lot of deliveries as well. But looking to recapture the form of his Gloucestershire glory days. James Harris is winding. He'll be next into the attack, along with David Lloyd as the fourth seamer. And Van der Gugten from the Cathedral Road end is into bowl 2. Gareth Roderick on 97 not out, flicks it off his legs down towards fine leg, and that will run away for 4. And that is Gareth Roderick's first century for Worcestershire as he moves on to 101 not out with his 13th boundary. He has faced 237 deliveries, and he acknowledges the applause from the crowd and from his teammates, who all stand on the Worcestershire balcony to applaud his efforts. Roderick 101, Worcestershire 316 for 7. So 4 down to fine leg gets him to 3 figures. Van der Gugten still with 2 slips is in, bowls Roderick back on his stumps, chops it down into the offside, and there's no run. His second 50 took exactly 100 balls. 137 for the first half century, 237 for the second half century, but 1 fewer boundary in the second set of 50. Van der Gugten to Roderick, who will get a single to square leg. Root doing the fielding in front of the grandstand on that short side of the ground. If you are joining us for the first time in the match, the pitch is to the right of the square as we look out from the media box. So it's towards the empty main grandstand. Empty, for stewarding reasons, not worth paying the extra people to supervise that area. 317 for 7, Leach on strike. Van der Gugten bowls, and that has almost cut Joe Leach in half as it came back a long way. It was an excellent delivery from Van der Gugten, and it was well taken by Chris Cook going down the leg side. That one jagged back in, probably went over middle stump, and Leach couldn't do much about it. It was absolute jaffa of a delivery. But thankfully for the batter, it didn't catch the inside edge. Van der Gugten bowls again. Leach is forward, defending into the offside. No run. 317 for 7 on BBC Sport Online. The ball is returned via Polisher-in-Chief Kieran Carlson at mid-off, vice-captain. In the absence of Salter, it's Byram at point and Gill patrolling the covers. Van der Gugten bowls, and that one got a bit of lift off the pitch, and Leach was beaten outside off stump as he went for an expansive drive, just bounced a little bit on him, and Joe Leach wondering where that one came from. Second round of applause for the details of Gareth Roderick's century being announced, which I gave you when it happened. 237 deliveries, and James Harris replaces Michael Hogan, who was a little bit more expensive than usual, as Joe Leach whacked a couple of boundaries. And Roderick it is to face, number 9 bowling, number 9 batting, and Edward Bevan joins me on commentary. Good morning, Edward.
Good morning, Nick. Pleasant now. For how long, we don't know. James Harrison hasn't bowled at that far end, in my recollection, this game, but he is bowling now to Gareth Roderick, and he comes and bowls the first ball, and Roderick drives through extra cover. That might just run away for 4 runs, and it is 4. So Worcestershire played very well this morning in the interruptions and are well on their way to get their 4th batting point. And this partnership flourishing. They came together with a score 256, and it's now gone on to 321. Well, if they will pull in if they get to 350, otherwise the game will probably die a death, seeing the forecast for the next 2 days.
Yes, the forecast for yesterday was dodgy though, but we still got 96 overs before the heavens opened.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that on your Twitter feed. Harris, second ball, comes in and bowls. That's a better delivery. It's just nudged away by Roderick. Former Gloucester captain at one stage. He's 106 not out. Left there a couple of years ago. And in and out of the side because you've got Cox as keeper here. And he's been batting mostly down at number 7. But he's held this innings together, most certainly.
Yeah, may not have played if Azhar Ali had been fit.
Wasn't going to play, apparently. In comes Harris, past the umpire now, and bowls outside the off stump, and it rocketed into Chris Cox's gloves, and he had to turn half round as it was going at some speed.
Yeah, still a bit of life around, isn't there, in the pitch?
Well, I'm just thinking whether the dampness it wouldn't have got through the covers, but it does freshen it up just a little when you take it off first thing in September. Whether it'll carry on throughout the day, we'll have to watch the skies. There he is again, James Harris bowls. Again, it's well wide of the off stump. Through to the wicketkeeper. 321 for 7. There'll be 7 overs left after this for Worcestershire to get the 350, or attempt to get to 350. Glamorgan looking to take 2 wickets so that they can get another bowling point, which would be very handy. But probably be quite satisfied if they can get a draw in this game. Here's Harris in, bowls to Roderick. Roderick is beaten outside the off stump as he tries to force away.
Bit of movement there for James Harris off the pitch, and thought for a moment that Roderick had nicked it because Cook took it tumbling in front of David Lloyd at slip.
And I think Worcester should want to get these runs if we're not going to get a full day today, because they can get in and they've got some useful seamers, especially Joe Leach, who's been in there for some time. He is on 34 and has had a look and sees the ball seaming about, and they might just knock over a few at the top. As in comes Harris, bowls and is down the leg side, clipped away up to mid wicket. There'll be a couple here as the ball is fielded on that mid wicket boundary. So 2 more. That's the end of the over. 323 for 7. Second day here of the championship match, and it's going to be a very interesting finish to Division 2. Don't ask me what happens if Glamorgan do get promotion, or Worcestershire, because nobody seems to know, Nick. Perhaps we'll know more when we go to this members forum at 12:30. Apparently we are going to get news of what all the proposals are. And the big question after a petition was sent round yesterday, are the county going to Glamorgan's vote count, or is it the supporters' vote? And I was talking to Brothers about it earlier on.
Van der Gugten to Leach at the start of a new over, and he pushes up to mid-on, thinks about a single, but Hogan is there and they decide against.
And I think Worcestershire have got a meeting next week to discuss the same thing. And we will look forward with interest. And I think the meeting is going to talk solely about that. There is another question, including you, brought up to me. I'll discuss it later.
Van der Gugten bowls, driven by Leach to mid-off, no run.
That's the question of Colin Ingram.
Yes, whether he will be on board again next season, obviously wanted to be.
Certainly, well, the season he's had.
And has had a very prolific return to the championship.
Yes.
Having played almost exclusively white ball cricket for 4 years, but now looks more valuable in Championship and 50 overs than T20, bizarrely, given that was his speciality. Van der Gugten bowls, Leach drives, doesn't quite time it, Carlson fields mid-off.
Mature with age, I think, like good wine. Does white wine mature with age or only red wine? You're a red, I'm a white.
No, I'm white.
Every time 1,000 times I bought you a drink and haven't had few in return, you've been red. How did we get onto this subject?
As Van der Gugten bowls and Leach defends up to mid-off. No, much prefer white, because
right.
red, more than one glass, gives me a thumping headache, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As I found out in my student days. I like drinking red wine,
but you weren't drinking expensive, I doubt, expensive red wines in your student days.
No, certainly not. Cheapest available back in those days.
There we are. That answers your question.
3:23 for 7. As Van der Gugten bowls, Leach misses outside off stump and hits his bat in frustration at missing out. Well, absolutely no doubt as to Joe Leach's tactics, which is to go after anything remotely wide, and it's taken him on to 34 not out.
He's been on 34 for a while now, and you saw by his action there, he wants to get on with it.
Certainly isn't through lack of trying, under a little patch of blue sky overhead, as Van der Gugten bowls again to Leach, who plays to mid-on. So a good straight over from Van der Gugten. Forced several shots to mid-on and mid-off. He has 3 for 54. 3:23 for 7. 104 overs gone, so 6 remain for Worcestershire to get 27 runs, and for Glamorgan to pick up 2 wickets for the next remaining available bonus points.
Yes, and this partnership mounts. 3:23 for 7. It was 2:56 for 7 when D'Oliveira and Cox went in quick succession. The clouds are fairly high, dispersed with some blue sky, as Harris starts his second over of the morning and bowls to Roderick, who pushes it defensively back to mid-on. .38 is the time, and we've had a couple of interruptions, not many. I think we lost just 3 overs, Nick, I think Master Hignell was telling us.
I'd fallen asleep by that point.
Harris is in and bowls to Roderick, who's on the back foot, but just pushes it off to pushes it away to mid-off. There's no run.
Where are we? 190 the total of overs on the board to be bowled by the remaining of today. What's 296? Is that 2 overs lost?
No.
On the board.
After Van der Gugten is taken off, which I suspect won't be all that long, we'll have Mr. Patel probably. But it's Harris to Roderick, who is forward, and he's got no really high intentions of attacking, and he'll leave that, you would have thought, to Leach, and he will just keep the innings going, which is exactly what Worcestershire want. 3:23 for 7. 105th over. And the run rate is exactly 3. James Harris is over the wicket and bowls, and that's nudged away. Apart from that first ball, he bowled from his first over that went for 4. It's been a good couple of overs from Harris. He's got 2 balls to bowl from this little spell that he started. Mr. Bradley tell you that he had to stop the car because of the rain last night. Shouldn't laugh. In comes Harris and bowls, and that's nudged away, and there's no run. Yes, rather frightening. Biblical, Brad has described it as.
I couldn't go home my normal way because of the amount of water that had accumulated under a railway bridge in the Cathays area. I had to do a quick automotive sidestep and go a different way home.
If there's no runs off this ball, it'll be 2 successive maidens as the ball comes up, but it's not going to be a maiden. It's pulled away, and they will settle with one, which probably would have been better if they came back for a second, and then Leach should have had strike, but just the one run of the last 2 overs, 324 for 7. Just as going back on that weather to show how local it is, I haven't really seen any rain since Sunday night down west. I've sort of escaped. It's come up this way rather than stay down west.
Has it not rained overnight though?
I don't know, Nick.
Oh, right.
Because everything was dry this morning. When you look at the patio, no rain, and the clothesline was dry. If that's any good to you.
Van der Gugten is in to bowl to Roderick, who's pushing forward on the onside and will take a smart single as it trickles gently towards Hogan at mid-on. The ground staff have now departed their position on the hover covers and they're going off to put the kettle on. In their area, it's a building that's bigger than a hut. Let's talk about groundsman's huts, don't you? But it's somewhat bigger and more substantial than that to the side of the main grandstand. As Van der Gugten bowls, the ball squirts out on the onside. They go through for a single, and it was an element of bat involved for Joe Leach. Bit of pad as well. Single taken, 326 for 7. This is the 106th over of the innings. Remember, you get bonus points within the first 110 overs of each innings.
I'll be interested to see when Glamorgan bat how Shubman Gill gets on, and I see. Let's finish that in a moment.
Van der Gugten bowls, Roderick defends.
And Patel is down to bat at number 8. Whether that is right, I don't know. I haven't seen his career average at batting wise.
I would be very surprised if he comes in at 8. I think 10 is more likely.
You're probably right, because he would then be classed as an all-rounder, wouldn't he, if he was joining Glamorgan and batting 7 or 8?
No.
So
I suspect Harris 8, Van der Gugten 9, Patel 10.
And usual
Hogan bringing up the rear in his usual style. As Van der Gugten bowls, driven but not timed by Roderick, and it rolls towards Carlson at mid-off, although the fielder at cover, Tigard Phillips, the substitute, ran across just to try and dissuade the batsman. 326 for 7. There's the clock somewhere in the distance, chimes the quarter hour. Van der Gugten bowls and beats Roderick outside off stump. He remains on 110.
Yes, he doesn't. He plays within himself, doesn't he? He doesn't attempt to play many forcing shots unless it's a sort of rank bad ball, and it doesn't do Worcestershire's cause much good when Leach, who took a couple of 4s, 2 or 3 4s off Hogan, is left at the other end.
Van der Gugten into ball, and Roderick leaves at the last moment, a ball that came back and kept a bit low and was taken by Cook down by his ankles and going to his left. 326 for 7. 4 overs, 24 runs. Glamorgan still need the 2 wickets, so Worcestershire needs a runner ball from now on to get those that 4th point. But
yeah, just 2 runs in the last 3 overs. And two batsmen having a chat now. So Leach probably saying, look, I'm going to have a dart here. Otherwise we're not going to get these. They should. Roderick 110 and Leach is on 35. This partnership now worth 70. Very useful runs. As James Harris, who has had a couple of good overs, is going to bowl to Joe Leach on 35. Here he is, his first ball of the over, and bowls, and that's short, sails over his head into Chris Cook's gloves.
Still playing in Newport, where Glamorgan seconds 75 for 1, in reply to Sussex's 261. Welcome to listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, where Worcestershire are 326 for 7 as they look to keep in this promotion race.
It's been a good little spell here from James Harris, and I think you're right there, Nick, that there is more bounce in this pitch, and it's just beginning to, well, has seemed around most of the morning. And he's performed much better than he did yesterday.
Reminder that Glamorgan's starting this round 5 points behind second placed Middlesex, but Middlesex sitting out this round.
Harris is in and bowls and tries to flick it away. Does Leach down the leg side and just drops in front of him. You get the impression with Leach is an attacking player by nature that he's looking to get on with it, but he's been tied down by some accurate bowling.
For listeners who have just joined us, we've been on and off a little bit this morning. So we're in the 107th over of the innings. Worcestershire need 24 runs for the bonus point. Glamorgan 2 wickets for their 3 bowling points.
Bright sunshine here now as Harris comes over the wicket and bowls to Leach. Leach is beaten outside the off stump. And this is a very impressive spell by James Harris. But I think Glamorgan will have to change the bowling at this end. Van der Gugten's bowl basically, it's okay that he's been off for a couple of overs because of the weather, but I suspect Patel might come on and in a funny sort of way try and encourage Worcestershire to go for some runs and hope that they make a mistake, because Leach has only scored a couple of runs in his last few overs. As in comes Harris bowls. This time he will get a single. He's chipped it away up to mid-wicket where Eddie Byram fields and returns, brings Gareth Roderick not to the receiving end.
Not for want of trying in Joe Leach's case, because he has played quite a lot of expansive shots outside off stump. He picked up 4 boundaries in quick succession early in the day's play, but has missed quite a lot as well. Gareth Roderick at the other end, his first century for Worcestershire.
In comes Harris from that river end and bowls, and that's short, pulled away down to fine leg, where it's gathered by Van der Gugten, and that's another very useful over by Harris. The score mounts now to 328 for 7, so they now need another 22 runs, as we have 3 overs to get. Not we, Worcestershire have 3 overs to get to their next 4th batting point.
Yeah, Worcestershire looking to stay in this promotion race. An important match next week for Glamorgan away to Middlesex. Worcestershire's final 2 games are at home to Nottinghamshire and Middlesex, so they to a certain extent have things in their own hands. Van der Gugten to bowl the 108th over then, 328 for 7. Roderick on Nelson, 1-1-1. And leaving a ball that really takes off from just back of a length, and Roderick dancing around in possibly mock surprise. But that one really reared.
If that had been a little bit further back of a length, that would have been a useful delivery. I wonder if Leach is looking, I wish I was bowling on this.
Quite possibly Van der Gugten with a grin on his face as he wanders back towards us.
Yeah, he's probably saying to himself, I've never bowled as quick as this in my life.
Missing the middle of the season through injury and then 100 involvement with Birmingham as Roderick slashes at that one and it goes through to Chris Cook, looking to reach at a wide one, then took his bat away rather indecisively at the last moment.
Yes, the two batsmen confer. The senior batsman, of course, is Roderick, but the senior, if you know what I mean, in cricket history, is Joe Leach, and he's just gone up to have a word, probably saying, well, look, I'll try and get these runs, don't give your wicket away, because that was wide and you could easily have nicked it.
Van der Gugten steaming in bowls, and Roderick is forward defensively. No run. Remains 328 for 7.
I'm going to go at 1:15, Nick, if you want to have a break after this, and Brad is in. We're going to try and...
Yes, well, I think Dave's got a commitment fairly soon, so Glamorgan members will be staging a forum at lunchtime where we will hear, or Edward and his fellow members will hear more information about the ECB review proposals, as that is steered down to third man for a single by Gareth Roderick. 329 for 7, which have caused quite a lot of discussion around the county network, with talk of a reduction of championship fixtures and a proposal in one of the national media this morning that there'd be 10 championship fixtures plus 3 other first-class games to keep the members happy in August.
How on earth can you have that?
Troubled, some mini competition. Troubled times. Van der Gugten bowls through low outside off stump.
Well, if you say that that's going to be, or supposed to try, again, we would have weakened championship sides.
Well, they wouldn't be championship games. That's the point. They'd be.
What's the point?
Red ball, but anyway, it'll be something that will rumble on, no doubt, over the next few weeks. As Worcestershire go in pursuit of this 4th bonus point. Joe Leach to face just the last ball of the Van der Gugten over, and he blocks it into the covers where it's fielded by Glamorgan's new India opener, Shubman Gill. There is no run. The equation is 21 off 2. Leach to open shoulders.
Well, they are lost their way here, and it does need, I think, this over to try and get some runs, because Worcestershire not out of the championship race, and you might say, well, yes, it's just a point, but a point might be the difference at the end of the season, as we've seen so many times. And remember Glamorgan in the 50 over championship, nobody thought that they'd get within a whisker of qualifying after losing 4 straight games, but Rundry got over Yorkshire and then were very close. Now then, this is going to be interesting. Ajaz Patel is going to come on to bowl, and as Nick was saying, 21 in 2 is the equation.
It's almost like a carrot, isn't it? Have a go, have a go.
Yeah, which...
So Glamorgan looking to get the extra wicket by buying it, effectively.
Good cricket. The only thing that he's coming on at that far end, the river end, I think probably, Nick, because he'll fire in leg stump, and it's a very long leg side boundary. I can't think of any other reason, because if he did bowl very well yesterday. His figures, what were they, 25 overs, 1-4-62, just over 2.
Yeah, quite a celebration when he trapped Barnard LBW to break that stand and get his first wicket for Glamorgan, the New Zealand spinner, born in Mumbai.
Here he is then, and he's be bowling to Roderick, and in comes the first ball, and Roderick nudges it away for a single. Thinking about a second, yes, he is coming back for a second, and
no,
then he's going back. Yes, no, no.
At least it wasn't yes, no, sorry.
Well, he'd better stay that side probably, Roderick, because Just leave it at Leach. I wouldn't fancy being at short leg where he's situated there 3 yards from the bat. There's a mid-wicket, long off and long... Yeah, long on's going back to the fence. Halfway back is mid-off, and it'll be Patel to bowl now to Joe Leach. And he's coming around the wicket, and he comes and bowls, and Leach plays defensively, fooled us all.
Oh dear, gave it the big build-up.
Yeah, I'm going to hit this into the rear, says Joe Leach. 21-20 now, needed. Patel is in round the wicket, bowls, and he just jobs it away to the single. He's got us all fooled, I think. The other equation, of course, Worcestershire bat on and get as many as they can to put pressure on Glamorgan, get in the follow-on. Oh, I don't know. What do I know about this game? In comes Patel and bowls, and this is pushed away for a single down to the extra cover boundary. 332 for 7. Still 18 runs, but
18 off 8 balls now.
8 balls.
It's a T20 type swing needed.
Leach is going to face Patel. And he comes, bowl. Yeah, down the pitch he comes. That's only going to be a single. He just pushed it to mid-off. And,
I think Patel saw him coming and just pulled it in a little bit. Thus, Leach couldn't open his shoulders and blast over the top.
Last ball of the over, as Patel comes in and bowls to the right-handed Roderick, who, well, I can't quite understand these tactics. He's taken a single and taken the
strike.
Taking the strike, and there is 1 over left to get 16 runs. Maybe looking at the short boundary. What does Radders think?
Dave Bradley of BBC Hereford and Worcester is slightly mystified. He is doing his best impression of Manuel in Fawlty Towers, even though he's not from Barcelona.
Yeah, it's a bit puzzling, but there we are.
So Glamorgan will fall short, it would seem, of a third bowling point, as Van der Gugten has 6 balls to take 2 wickets and bowls to Roderick, who works it away on the leg side. Might find a short boundary here. No, it's a sprawling stop, and they'll come back for a couple of runs as Billy Root slid along the soft turf in front of the main grandstand to do the fielding. 2 taken, 336 for 7.
There's another thought. Batsmen might think, well, we might get out and Glamorgan will get another point if he get another wicket. I don't know. Bemused.
Roderick on strike on 117. Van der Gugten bowls, and Roderick nurdles a single into the leg side as Hogan wanders across from mid-on to do the fielding. 337 for 7. 4 balls left of the 110 for bonus points.
Can still be done, obviously, but he'll just have to swing from the hip here. And Hogan is... he's been told something by Van der Gugten, and what has he done? I thought he was going out to long on, he's not. Here we go then.
2 slips, Van der Gugten in to bowl, down leg side, glanced away for 4. Well, that's 4 of them. Rather a bit of a freebie there from Van der Gugten. And Leach able to swing with impunity as long as he got something on it. That was racing away. Ill-directed ball from Van der Gugten. Got a bit of a bat on it.
9 of... It's like commentating on a one-day game. Yeah. 9 or 3.
9 or 3 needed by Worcestershire for this point. 341 for 7. As Van der Gugten will do well not to repeat that delivery.
There's another boundary and it'll be interesting.
And he comes to bowl to Leach, who swings at a wide one outside off stump and misses. So
gets applause from the spectators for bowling a very wide delivery.
Dot ball, encouraging Leach to drive if it was intentionally wide. 2 balls left then Leach needs to clear the ropes now if Worcestershire are to nick this point. Van der Gugten needs 2 in 2. You're on BBC Sport Online and 5 Live Extra. As that's low outside off stump. Leach doesn't go for it, and that's it. It will be 3 points to Worcestershire, 2 to Glamorgan from this barring.
Well, I think that'll be a question you or your brothers might ask in the post-match interview. Probably the answer is we wanted to get as many as we could.
Well, Worcestershire looking to just grind on, get as many as they can before any further rain interruptions. We've had a couple of light showers so far today. There might be something more substantial heading our way this afternoon as Leach inside edges the next delivery down towards backward square. Takes the single, so the total after 110 overs is 342 for 7. Joe Leach has 43 not out. Gareth Roderick has 118 not out. His first century in his second season for Worcestershire. May not have played in this game had Azhar Ali not pulled up lame in the warm-up. They were confident that he would recover from a hamstring injury.
And he didn't.
342 for 7. Leach 43. Roderick 118. Patel in the sunnies, which for once are justified because the sun is out. There's a bit of blue sky overhead, and we should be all right until lunch at this rate.
I don't know what your feelings are, but I think they've missed a trick there, Worcestershire.
Yeah.
As Patel will continue, and he comes into bowls, and Leach just dabs it down to where mid-off. He's on long on rather, fields and returns. And they did not make any attempt really to get on with it because Leach was on 34, but half an hour he's now moved on to 44 as Ajax Patel bowls, and this is just nudged away for what we thought was going to be the single because Leach is halfway down the pitch and is sent back by his partner.
At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 83 for naught in their second innings, a lead of 191. Top plays bottom there. Leicester were in the game for a while, but not any longer it seems.
Next ball to Roderick is just pushed away, and Leach is dying to get at the bowling. He's halfway down the pitch. They're both looking for the single. Roderick hasn't played a shot in anger, really, has he, this morning?
No, at Derby, Derbyshire 306, Durham 58 for naught in reply.
Patel rushes through this over, bowls, tickle down the leg side, just straying there, Patel, but there's only be a single as Harris fields and returns.
In Division 1, Essex have moved on to 395 for 7 against Kent with Cushy on 77 not out.
You'll have to be quick with Patel with those scores, Nick. He's in again, that's short, chopped away, and he'll get 4 runs. It's running away despite the heavy rain that fell yesterday evening, and he'll get 4 runs. 344 for 7 now is this total.
West Country Derby, Gloucestershire finished 343 all out. Lewis Gregory 4 for 62. Marcus Harris made 159 half-centuries for Charlesworth and Price at the top of the order, then a complete collapse. Somerset in reply, 10 for 1, Lammonby's gone cheaply. Imam Ul-Haq making Somerset debut.
Mid-on has gone back for this last ball of the over as Patel bowls to Leach and sweeps and will get 4 runs. And it begs the question, well, why didn't you play like this, Joe Leach, earlier on in the innings?
And the other scores in Division 1, rain delay at Southampton as the 350 comes up and Joe Leach's half-century comes up. He's on to 52 not out.
Joe Leach's
details.
came off 83 balls and included 10 fours.
83 balls, 10 fours, some powerful hitting. They're off at Southampton, Hampshire, 273 for 6 against Northants. And it's a delay in the Roses match as well. Lancashire 272 for 8 against Yorkshire. 6 wickets there for George Hill. as Edward will be accompanied by Dave Bradley for the next 10 minutes or so here on BBC Sport Online.
Glorious day here now, and let's hope it keeps like that. The score is now 352 for 7, and the batsmen perhaps ruined the fact that an over before they did not play as enterprisingly as they did that. I couldn't quite work it out, brothers.
Don't ask me, I don't know.
I don't. I haven't got a clue, but any thoughts?
I can only think that they just need to want to bat on and on and on and get as many as possible, and as you mentioned earlier, put a bit of pressure on Glamorgan when they bat, but I thought it was a bit strange. Here's Harris in and bowls, and this is Roderick driving down the ground away for 4. Lovely shot, just avoids the pile of sawdust, and Roderick moves on to 119. Scoreboard very quick here. No, 123. I've beaten the board. Leach 52. It's a century partnership between these two. Came in yesterday evening when Ben Cox was out for a duck. 256 for 7, then 356 for 7 now. Yeah, I can only think that that's the
weather.
Yeah, I just don't. As you quite rightly said, the more you watch this game, the less you know about it, I think.
Yeah, they're gambling on the fact that it's going to stay dry and get as many runs as they can.
Harris to Roderick, and Roderick this time pushes away on the onside. He's going to get a single because there's no mid-wicket as such. In the end, Carlson comes from mid-on away to his right.
I thought it was quite a brave decision to bring Patel on the very short, straight that everybody knows here, boundary, but he didn't once attempt to hit him over the top or anything.
No.
Very odd. There we are.
As Edward says, bright blue sky here now. It's a different day to the one about 2 hours, hour and a half ago. As Harris is into his work again, and Leach is trying to smash that one through extra cover, misses it altogether, and goes fairly low to wicketkeeper Cook. There's a few turned up today. Either they are members who want to go to the aforementioned forum, or they are those who have not read the weather forecast, or if you're a Worcestershire supporter and you've booked for 4 days in Cardiff, you might as well come to the cricket. So and so far we've only lost 2 overs.
It's only an hour's run, isn't it, down the M50 and the M?
Oh yeah. There's Harris in again. Leach flicks, attempts to flick it away off his pad. The ball hits his pad and rolls about a metre in front of him. Again, no run shall occur. 357 for 7.
If these two stay together, which they probably do with the way they've been playing for 20 minutes, will he perhaps think of a declaration or bat on? I would probably bat on till tea and hope for the best.
Bat on, get as many as they can and
try and get 20 wickets in 2 days.
2.5 days if they are all out sort of mid-afternoon. Here's Harris's next ball, and that's short, and Leach ducks underneath it. We've not seen too much short pitch bowling in this game, maybe because they don't think there's enough pace in the pitch to do it, but I've noticed it's been a feature recently of county cricket that nobody really bowls too many bouncers.
You've seen Van der Gugten hit.
Yeah, he's got a couple.
Cook's gloves a couple of overs ago.
Yeah,
he's got really rocketed.
Couple to go, but it seems almost as if it's gone out of the bowler's armoury. Harris bowls, flicked away by Leach. Nice shot, beautifully timed, and away it rolls to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Joe Leach continuing his form with the bat. He was, as we've said many times, a batsman who became a bowling all-rounder, but he's what's he got this season? He has where's he gone? So he's averaging 22, but I thought he had a much better average than that. He's got a 70 this season, but I recall him getting a brilliant 100 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire a few seasons ago. That takes a total of 361 for 7 at the end of the over. Leach 56, Roderick 124.
Any rumours of additions to the Worcester staff for next year?
Well, they've signed the lad Waite from Yorkshire, who's a useful all-rounder, who will probably come in and try to replace Ed Barnard, batting at 6 and
all-rounder,
bowling first or second change, and Adam Hose from Warwickshire as a batsman.
Ex-Somerset, wasn't he? I think so.
Yeah, he's just not getting any red ball cricket at Edgbaston, and he wants to play red ball cricket, so he's
good man.
Moved across to Worcestershire, and I believe there's another one in the offing. And Azhar Ali has already said he wants to come back and play next summer, so he's a useful addition. Although not playing in this match because he's gone in the hamstring.
And a spinner, really, Worcestershire could do with, couldn't they?
Yeah. Well, Josh Baker, who has been their main spinner, has got a back injury.
First ball from Azhar Ali's pushed down by Roderick. No run.
The problem is there's not that many good young spinners around.
They don't have a chance to play. Here's one spinner bowling, and it's swept around, and that's going to run away for 4, is it? Yes, it is. Vane attempted a dive from James Harris, but evades him. Quite remarkable that the score is going along at 6, 7 or 8 runs, and prior to the 110th over, it was just creeping.
Yeah, it's weird. I may ask the question at close of play.
I'm sure you will, brothers. I'm sure you will.
I think they've got a total in their minds.
400, 450.
Yeah.
Batting looks quite straightforward out there. As in comes Patel and the bowls, and this is played up back to the bowler.
We've got honey roast ham for lunch, chaps. I just bumped into the chef, gentlemen.
Well, I'm going to try and gobble that down before I go over to the forum, as the next ball is floated up. Well struck and well fielded. 365 for 7. Roderick 128. Leach is on 56. Just the one slip as in comes Patel, tosses this one right up again, and it's driven. It appears as if they don't fancy taking him on or hit him over the top, do they?
No, I mean I thought he bowled really well yesterday.
Yeah.
Nobody really got hold of him.
In he comes, last ball of the over, and it's just nudged. 365 for 7. I'll take my leave.
Okay, yeah. See you later. Enjoy your
lunch.
Enjoy your meeting. Let's hope you learn something from it. Live cricket brought to you by the BBC, of course, and by Glamorgan County Cricket Club. If you're watching on the stream, Worcestershire County Cricket Club streaming as well. I'm Dave Bradley, and Bevan's just left us. Nick Webb is going to slide into the chair next to me. Harris from the Cathedral Road end will continue.
So James Harris 2 for 99 next to his name on the board at the moment, as he will bowl to Joe Leach on 56 not out. Harris in, bowls, Leach drives back straight. Harris gets a hand to it, and non-striker Roderick has to turn and make his ground. PDQ. A message to ask if the lunch interval is still 12:40. Is 12:40, but
no, it's 12:30.
We believe it's still 12:30.
Yeah, I had a message from the score box to say it would be 12:30.
Harris is in, bowls, and it's driven by Leach on the offside, straight to Gill at cover, no run. I suspect that the club might have sent the umpires when they got the forum already set up for 12:30.
Yes, would have messed that, wouldn't it?
It would be.
I hope that's not a damp squib, you know. I think management are quite clever in some circumstances, in that they tinkle on the fireworks by coming up with a presentation and answering most of the questions before they're asked.
Harris is in, bowls a short delivery, and Leach ducks underneath it.
Well, he's bowled a couple in the last 2 overs. Harris is as I say, it's a useful part of the bowler's armoury, but it does seem to be something that maybe it's my imagination and the memory plays tricks over a season, but I just don't think I've seen as many short pitch deliveries this season. They're only allowed 2 and over, but get one in nice and early, just sets the batsman on his back foot a little bit, maybe.
365 for 7. Worcestershire powerfully placed as Harris bowls, and Leach drives again. They'll hustle through for a quick single. Carlson can't quite pick up cleanly. It was firmly struck. Carlson was preparing for a shy at the non-striker's end, but unfortunately for him, left the ball behind. 366 for 7. There are some very diplomatic men on that Glamorgan panel, and Hugh Morris, after his years working for the ECB, is very good at dealing smoothly with awkward questions.
Yes, putting oil on the fire.
As Harris bowls down leg side, and Cook doesn't take it cleanly, but it's mopped up quickly by David Lloyd before they can think about a bye. Mark Wallace as well, the director of cricket, is a man with a journalism degree, so he knows about answering questions or not, as the case may be.
Knows how to make up stories.
Well, Mark Wallace was a regular member of our commentary team for T20 games until the club nicked him back off us. 366 for 7. Worcestershire. Harris bowls, and Roderick defends in bright sunshine to Gill at mid-off, who shovels the ball two-handed onto Kieran Carlson for further polishing work. We have glorious blue skies above the central Cardiff Riviera at the moment.
Well, according to the meteorological office, and as we keep saying, it's only a forecast, there's a 50% chance of rain at 1 o'clock, 60% at 2 o'clock, 60% at 3 o'clock, and 40% at 4 o'clock. So at the moment, it looks about as likely as me being Slimming Magazine Slimmer of the Month. It just is not going to happen. But you never know what's bubbling up behind. The game's suddenly meandering a little bit. There's a 3-part conference.
Well, you're looking lean these days, Dave, so who knows?
I've shed a bit, and I've been... I do my walking in the morning, which helps. And I don't know why, but I love going through town centres early in the morning when everybody's just waking up and the street sweepers are out. Although walking through Scarborough the other morning was very interesting.
What, they were still tottering around from the night before, were they?
There was a few on the walk of shame. Patel is going to bowl from the river end. His 29th over, 1 for 81 so far. Bowling left arm round, Leach forward, plays defensively, pushes back up the pitch. There shall be no run. Just a slip is the only really close fielder. There's a couple. One for the mistimed drive, really, at mid-wicket. And Leach is not going to mistime this one because he plays it defensively to that short mid-wicket. I think it's Sam North East in there. Next ball from Patel, and once again Leach leans forward, plays it defensively, giving the bowler a lot of respect. Hogan is it long on, or longish on? He's about 10 metres in from the boundary, so he's not actually on the rope, just in case Leach thinks he can whack it over there. Patel bowls, and Leach this time eases it away into the offside. Shubman Gill is the fielder at extra cover.
Well, he's a shortish man, Ejaz Patel, but he couldn't be giving the ball much more flight, could he?
He's really giving it a bit of a twirl. Good little battle, this. Is Leach going to go for him? In fact, no, he just lets the ball go by outside the off stump, and Patel is 1 ball away from his 6th maiden over. And I just would have thought that this was a contest that Joe Leach might have fancied a bit, but he's restraining himself to the extent he lets the last ball go by. That is a maiden over. And at the end of it, Worcestershire are 366 for 7. And
the lunch interval, which is scheduled to start at 12:30.
a reminder that lunch is at 12:30 and other things are going to be going on. So,
Yeah, Gareth Lewis says, why not revamp T20 and not renew the 100? That's because the 100 is, we're told, in the television deal till 2028.
it's here to stay, I'm afraid. Like it or not, folks, it's here to stay. We're going to have some more spin, are we?
If you want to tweet us, Brad is at BBC or NickWeb2017.
Coulson is going to bowl. Yeah, so no, there's so many opinions. I'm of the opinion that if they put the money into the blast that they put into the 100, what a competition that would be.
Yeah.
But unless the 100 attracts the best players in the world, and at the moment it doesn't, then I'm not sure where it's going to go.
Well, it's certainly done a job, whether it was the right... It's done a job, whether it's the full job or indeed the right way of tackling that job. It's very much open to debate.
Yeah.
Here's Carlson then to bowl his off breaks, and first ball finds Roderick prodding forward and playing it off the inside half of the bat, so might be a fraction of turn for Carlson. Again, like Patel, not the tallest of men, so slightly loopy delivery, gives it a little bit of air generally, and does so there. That's a full toss, and it's driven straight to Gill at mid-on, no run.
I'm told this is Worcestershire's best 8-wicket stand against Glamorgan, beating 101 by Illingworth and Inchmore at New Road in 1982.
There's a factoid for the closer play report. As Roderick defends another one on the onside, and there's no run. Game meandering slightly towards the lunch interval, but it's been very much Worcestershire's day, as that is clipped away on the leg side by Roderick, but no run as Patel is sharply to his left to do the fielding.
Yes. Well, it's been a strange morning's cricket. Worcestershire have progressed, didn't get the extra batting bonus point that they probably should have got, but they're in a very good position.
Carlson in again, bowls on leg stump, worked away, but again Patel is smartly to his left at backward square to do the fielding, scurrying in front of umpire Billy Taylor.
Umpires Taylor, Baldwin and I got soaked last night, walking from the car park to our hotel.
Carlson bowls, Roderick is forward, playing it slightly uncertainly, back to the bowler, and that is a maiden over from Kieran Carlson, who's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 10. The phrasing of that sentence suggests that you're also an umpire. Umpires Taylor, Baldwin and I.
Well, I took the
Bradley, so no doubt you have done...
yeah, I took the course from you. I'll put myself down to do it again this winter.
All right.
Well, it's always good to brush up, isn't it? And if I go down in our second team, I haven't got an umpire, I might just stand there for a few overs and make some bad decisions. It's always good to have these things on one's CV.
Well, I've done a lot of umpiring this season, but as a player, not as an independent official.
Patel, from the river end, the penultimate over before lunch, one would think Leach pushes away on the offside.
I do take the opportunity sometimes to do a few surreptitious shots on a mobile phone, so you've got the umpire cam to liven up the Facebook.
Yes, yeah. Always good. Next ball is whipped away by Leach for a single. Hogan, the fielder, at longish on. And Worcestershire are 367 for 7. This partnership, Nelson 111. Leach 58 with that single. Roderick 128. He awaits Patel's next delivery, which, as most are, is bang on line and length and treated with due respect by the batsman. Patel just looking around, don't see any noticeable change in the field. Twirls in again, and Roderick forward defensively. I wonder how many forward defensive shots Roderick has played against Patel in this innings. Well, he's faced 287 balls, and I reckon 150 of those have been forward defensive. Waits again, and this time Patel is really giving this some air now. Really floating it up there. It's just before lunch, so he's probably gambling on the fact that Roderick's not going to try and smash him into the river. But it's the last ball of his 30th over, and Roderick is forward defensive, and I shall leave it with my very good friend Nick Webb to take you to lunch, as I have to go off and do other things.
Thank you, Dave, who has radio commitments. Remember, we are scheduled, weather permitting, to be back at 1:10. And there may be a little announcement due at that members forum, as well as the discussion. And see quite a few people making their way towards the pavilion in readiness for that in a few minutes' time. 367 for 7. Leach has 58. Roderick has 128. They have batted through the morning session, albeit a slightly shortened one because of showers. Carlson bowls and Leach is forward. So this is only the 22nd over of the morning. But Worcestershire have moved on from 285 to 367. Carlson bowls, and Leach is forward defending with his eye on taking it forward into a fourth session, weather permitting. The fifth session of the game, rather. Carlson just making sure that Van der Gugten long on is where he wants him, as Leach is forward defending like Roderick. Back to the bowler. They could even possibly squeeze in another over. I'd rather assume this would be the last one. 3 balls through it already. If Leach continues patting the ball back to the bowler. There's taking his time to settle. Joe Leach, he doesn't want to face another over, I don't think. Carlson bowls, and Leach defends. Ball rolls to Byram at point. There's no run. Byram's still got the shin pads, rather bulky pads on. May even be wicketkeeper's pads under his trousers from his spell at short leg. Carlson bowls. Leach on the back foot, steers it away on the leg side for a single. Root jogs in, picks up. 12:29 as the last ball of the over is bowled. I don't think they're going to squeeze another one in. Joe Leach wanders down the wicket for a completely superfluous word with Gareth Roderick, who then wanders down the wicket in turn. And they're whiling away these seconds so that they don't have to face another over. 12:29 still on the board. Timm Van der Gugten still polishing the ball at mid-on. Everyone wants their lunch, it seems, as Chris Cook suggests a fielding change, and cover point comes in off the boundary into a single saving position. Carlson bowls at 12:30. It's down the leg side. It's worked away. It's a poor ball, in fact, to finish the session. Root on the charge. Sprawling attempt to the stop, but it's raced away for 4. And that completes Worcestershire's dominance of the morning session. They've moved from 285 to 372 for 7 at lunch. Record stand for the 8th wicket against Glamorgan between these two. Leach is 59, Roderick has 132. They have established a really good platform for Worcestershire in this match. if the weather allows them to try and push home their advantage, Glamorgan have got a lot of work to do to stay in it. 3:72 for 7, commentary, weather permitting, back at 1:10. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales at 1 o'clock. And there may be just a news item as part of that report as well. So speak to you later.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today. We'll start Smitty Park, Newport, day 2 of the Sec 11 Championship match between Glamorgan and Sussex. Yesterday, Sussex dismissed for 261 at lunch. Glamorgan in reply at 104 for 3. There's been a little bit of rain around the country in the other games, which, like here in the LV County Championship, are in their second day. At the GS Bowl, an early lunch has been taken with Hampshire on 273 for 6. At Taunton, Somerset are 34 for 2, trailing Gloucestershire by 309 runs. At Derby, there's an early lunch there as well, with Durham 79 without loss. That's after Derbyshire made 306. Now, after a clatter of 20 wickets yesterday at Trent just one has fallen in the morning session, with Nottinghamshire in their second innings for 112 for 1. So Notts lead Leicestershire by 220 runs. There's been no play so far today at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are still on 272 for 8 against Yorkshire. There is an inspection taking place there shortly. It's been a full morning at Canterbury, where Essex have moved on to 408 for 7. That's against Kent.
Breaking news here is that Glamorgan's Australia star Marnus Labuschagne has signed on for another 2 summers with the county, having already been a key performer for 3 seasons, though his availability is likely to be restricted the first 2 months of next summer because of the Ashes. On the field, Worcestershire have progressed to a formidable 372 for 7 between the showers. No wickets yet today for Glamorgan. Gareth Roderick, a patient 132 not out. Joe Leach, a breezy 59 not out. Play due to resume at 10 past, weather permitting. Worcestershire 372 for 7. Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online for the 5th session of this game between Glamorgan and Worcestershire, with the visitors very handily placed going into this session at 372 for 7. But Glamorgan supporters boosted during the lunch interval by the announcement that Marnus Labuschagne, their Australian star, has signed on for another couple of years for 2023 and 24. Probably only for the first couple of months for next season, but obviously from the club's point of view, great to have such a consistent performer back in their ranks once more. So Marnus Labuschagne to sign, or has signed for Glamorgan for another 2 years, but in the here and now, Worcestershire on top.
Yes, and between commitments, I think, for Labuschagne, of course, with the Ashes series next summer. Yeah, we've had the covers on at the luncheon interval, although I'm not 100% sure if it rained or if it did, how much it did, but there's some blue sky approaching from whence the weather is coming. So the Met Office predicted, I think it was 60% rain at 1 o'clock, but as we say, it's only a forecast, and it did not come to fruition. Yeah, Worcestershire very well placed here, 372 for 7, looking of course to get 400 and beyond. I wouldn't think that any thought of a declaration comes into their mind at this time of day. If, and it's a massive if, they were still batting at tea, they might think about it, but we're a long way from that. David Lloyd to open from the River Taff end for the post-lunch session. And he's going to be on to Joe Leach. Leach on 59, Gareth Roderick on 132. And Leach flicks this first ball after lunch away, square on the leg side, and picks up a single, very straightforward single out to James Harris, who's patrolling that boundary.
Yeah, I think today's session has shown the value of Michael Neser, Glamorgan's other overseas player, the fast bowler, and that not only does he lead the attack in style, but he possibly makes things easier for other bowlers as well.
Yeah. Lloyd to Roderick, flicks this one away down towards fine leg for a single. These two have put on a record 8th wicket partnership for Worcestershire against Glamorgan. John Inchmore and Richard Illingworth previously held the record 40 years ago. In 1982 they put on, did I say 101? So these two have put on 118 so far. As Lloyd turns, and this time Leach covers up hastily and pushes back down the pitch. The breeze has got up, noticing that a few of the players, Gill at slip in particular, the wind really rustling his trousers, and a bit of flotsam, is it flotsam or is it jetsam? We don't know, is being blown across the pitch as well.
Debris,
good word. Leach waits again, and this time flicks the ball away through mid-wicket. There's work here for Harris going around the boundary, which he does. So the little dive and a tumble. Leach puts 2 to his personal tally and adds 2 to the Worcestershire total. Leach 62, Worcestershire 376 for 7. A somewhat sparse crowd from the start has been made sparser. Is there such a thing as sparser? By those attending a meeting. Here's Lloyd again, and forward comes Leach, and that's gone racing down to third man for 4. Just came forward, opened the face of the bat. I think it was a deliberate shot. We'll have a look at a replay, and yeah, it was. He's picked up 4. Leach moves on to 66, getting close to his highest score of the season so far.
Well, Worcestershire, you would have thought of batting themselves into a position where they can't lose the match. Although Mr. Bradley is somewhat cautious about this prognostication, given events at New Road a couple of months ago.
Yeah, well, they were in charge for 3 of the 4 days, I would say. Lloyd in again and bowls, and this is pushed by Leach out on the offside. No great demons for him to deal with. There, that is the end of the first over after lunch. It takes Worcestershire to 380 for 7, Leach 66, Roderick 133.
Glamorgan's over rate has gone up to +4.
Ah, yeah, because we had the 2 spinners on pre-lunch, didn't we?
In the second 11, Worcestershire against Lancashire, still no play yet today at Kidderminster.
I believe it's possible there may be no play at all there. So because that thunderstorm that went over Cardiff last night dumped itself directly on Chester Road, Kidderminster, so I'm told.
Worcestershire 235 for 7, Cullen 81 not out there. They are playing at Newport. Sussex 261, second 11, Glamorgan reply 108 for 3. Harry Friend 36, Zain Al Hassan 23.
That's Spitty Park, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have not yet visited Spitty Park.
It's now the main base of Newport RFC rugby.
Oh, they train there, do they?
No, they play there, the club side.
Oh, sorry, yes, the club side. Yeah, I'm thinking not
the semi-pro side.
Not the Dragons.
The Dragons are based at Rodney Parade, as are Newport County these days.
They are.
As Hogan runs in and bowls a full-length delivery that's driven up to Carlson at mid-on, and Roderick picks up a single, 134 to him, 381 for 7.
I thought I'd missed a major news story there, that Newport, or the Dragons, had left Rodney Parade. Well, they used to play cricket, of course. Not in your day.
No, I have watched cricket at Rodney Parade.
Have you?
Yep. As Hogan bowls and Leach leaves that one outside off stump through to Cook. Apparently, from a young age, I'm told I was pushed in a pram round Rodney Parade on a few occasions when my late father was playing there.
Oh, right.
And I watched 1 or 2 games at the tail end of the 80s there. Although sadly the last one scheduled there was a complete washout. 381 for 7. As that one hits Leach, I think, on the thigh pad. It's run down to fine leg for a single anyway. Any bat? As we watch Mr. Baldwin. Yes, a suggestion of bat in there. Glove or something. It goes to Leach's account. He moves to 67. Worcestershire to 382 for 7.
I think you probably more than me, I think I've watched Glamorgan play Worcestershire on 7 different grounds in Glamorgan.
All right.
Going back over the years.
Hogan into bowl. Forward comes Roderick to defend into the covers. No run. What would you have done? Swansea and Cardiff, obviously.
Swansea,
Colwyn Bay?
Cardiff, Colwyn Bay,
Abergavenny,
Abervale, Neath. My dad and I went to Neath many years ago. That's 6, isn't it?
That's 6.
Yeah, that could well be it. Unless another one suddenly comes to mind.
Glamorgan played 2 one-day cup matches at Neath this year, which went well by and large in terms of organisation. Hogan bowls and Roderick leaves a ball that goes through low outside off stump to Chris Cook. So my guess is that they'll be back at Neath for some more one-day stuff next summer. Pontypridd.
Yeah.
And Zangharad Park.
That was it, yeah. The last 2 days completely washed out there.
Yes, I saw Glamorgan play one of the touring teams there, possibly South Africa in the 90s. Hogan bowls and forward comes Roderick to defend North East Fields at mid-wicket. No run, 382 for 7, Leach 67, Roderick is 134, and I think as in the 5th wicket stand between Roderick and Barnard, Glamorgan are wondering where the next wicket is coming from at the moment.
It's a bit of a struggle, isn't it? The ball is now, 40 overs old, so and there's not much spin, it would seem, although Patel's bowled very well.
He has, but 1 wicket to his credit, has he actually I'm not criticising Patel's performance, but has he done anything that Andrew Salter could not have done, bowling a long economical spell?
Yeah, he's not really threatened the batsman.
Salter playing for the seconds at the moment. Glamorgan opting to replace a paceman with a spinner for September, on the hope that there would be more dry and turning pitches around.
Looks as if as the forum finished, there's people exiting now, coming back to watch that.
Is there steam rising from their ears?
You gotta love members forums. Wicketkeeper Cook is now standing up to the stumps.
Will we have to throw a cold bucket of water over Edward Bevan when he comes back in?
He might well be ticking along. So Lloyd to continue from the river end. Once we've got the field set, which is taking a little bit of while. Wicketkeeper Cook helping out. So no slip, no close catcher. Leach just pushes the ball away on the offside. Perhaps they're going to try and bore him out here, I think. Yeah. Might feel that if he's not getting any runs, he might just go for it in a big way.
5 saving the single and no attacking player is not a good look.
No. It's very one day, 5 inside the circle. If there were to be one. Here's Lloyd, right arm over to the right-handed Leach, and Leach gets a ball, a good line of length, and he treats it with due respect. Lays it back down the pitch.
It's one of those pain in the rear jobs, putting out the discs for the circle in club matches, isn't it?
Yeah. First team, because we had the village show on the ground, had to find a ground elsewhere, which they did quite successfully. Nice ground as well. Of course, they got there and there were no discs, so somebody had to go back and get the discs. Here's Lloyd again, and this is chopped to backward point where Gill is the fielder. The vagaries of village cricket.
Yes.
382 for 7 here.
We were playing in one match that our opposition pointed out that we only had 3 inside the circle. We pointed out that there wasn't a circle due to the fact that we'd forgotten to put them out. We had to bring someone in vaguely off the boundary.
Which has happened very often in county white ball cricket. They haven't had enough inside the circle. Next ball pushed by Leach out through the offside. He's going to get some runs here. He might get 4. He's timed that somewhat better than I thought he had. It's to the short boundary. Patel gave chase, but nice shot from Leach. And as I say, it was all timing. We normally think of Joe Leach as whacking the ball all over the field, but that was a shot that any batsman would be proud of. Leach's highest score of the season now. He's gone to 71. It's his highest score in red ball cricket, should we say. Lloyd balls again, and this time he drives away through the offside, and he's got 4 more as well. There's quite a short boundary out there. Billy Root is very quick over the ground, but he wasn't going to cut that one off, so that's 4 more to Leach. He goes to 75, Stanworth 134, and Worcestershire are 390 for 7.
Well, the way he's going, must fancy his chances of reaching 3 figures.
Lloyd, the bowler, Leach, the batsman, pushed into the offside, no run. End of the over, and Worcestershire are 390 for 7. Just noticed that Kadir Ali of the Worcestershire coaching staff is wandering around the ground. He'd be quite happy because his team, Smethwick, won the Birmingham League.
All right.
On the weekend, on Saturday. It's a strong competition, the old Birmingham League, particularly when the counties haven't got a game. If Worcestershire haven't got a game, then the stars usually turn out. But he'd be chuffed to got a few runs as well.
Hogan then from the Cathedral Road end bowls and turned to square leg for a single by Roderick. He moves to 135, 391 for 7. Met Office is now down to 40% chance of precipitation for the next couple of hours.
I think it would be absolutely ironic if we got a 4 days cricket in today after the forecast. Yesterday, never mind at the weekend.
Well, all the rain fell last night. There isn't any left up in the sky. Hogan to Leach, leaves through to Cook.
Yeah, well, there was certainly a few weeks where it came down. Don't want to keep on about it, but I've not seen rain like that for a long time.
Yeah, there was.
And I believe it travelled up the Severn Valley and dumped itself on Herefordshire and Worcestershire as well.
There was a bit of temporary flooding around for a couple of hours in the Welsh capital last night. Hogan to Leach, who is hit on the pad, pushing forward. May have been inside edge onto the pad because there's no appeal whatsoever. Yes, inside edge onto pad it was. Bounced down to Chris Cook. BBC Sport Online, available, thankfully, for this game via the two county websites. Advance notice to Glamorgan supporters: we will not be on the video stream next week. Please tune in separately. Hogan is in to bowl, and Leach drives up to Carlson at mid-on, who has a shy at the stumps, just in case anyone was not paying attention. And the ball scuttles past both sets of stumps and ends up in the gloves of Cook.
Why for you not on next week?
Middlesex.
Ah, they do their own.
They do their own thing. So
you would have to become a member, or I don't know, pay for the stream. I don't know what
I
do.
don't know if it's paid for, but it's not with the BBC commentary.
Quite.
As that one is steered away on the offside by Leach, but hit firmly straight to point, and there's no run.
I was reading this week that for £99 you can subscribe to a certain TV channel and watch every Premiership rugby ground game this season. Although, if there's 3 games kicking off at 3 o'clock on a Saturday, I don't think you can watch all 3. And I'm not sure if you can record them, but...
might have a red button or something. 391 for 7. Hogan bowls, outside off stump. Leach leaves, remains on 75 not out at the end of the over. 391 for 7. Yep, there'll be BBC and S4C coverage provided by the BBC on United Rugby Championship starting on 16th, I believe, of September, Friday of next week. There'll be a live game on the BBC most weeks, and various games on S4C as well over the weekend, so plenty of live action will be available.
I was reading there were some complaints about no 3 o'clock on a Saturday kickoffs these days. Lloyd is in and bowls, and forward comes Roderick, pushes away on the offside, not only on that competition but in other competitions as well. But did I read that the Scarlets only kicked off at 3 o'clock on a Saturday once in the whole of last season or something?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, Welsh rugby supporters have got out of the habit of 3 o'clock Saturday for the professional sides, because I went to 1 or 2 on the Saturday afternoon. The crowds weren't noticeably bigger then.
No. Lloyd is in and bowls, and this is whipped away by Roderick. Nice shot. Can Harris cut that off at deep mid-wicket? No, he can't. Skips over the boundary rope. So 4 more to Gareth Roderick. He goes to 139. Just straying onto the leg stump there, Lloyd and Roderick, who has, shall we say, got his eye in by now, I think.
Well, Lloyd and Harris, to a certain extent at times, have bowled too much on leg stump, and Roderick's obviously strong in that area. Yeah,
and it's at their pace, not going to get away with it. The ball has been retrieved because it skipped over the boundary rope and then went on for about another 20-25 metres. Here's Lloyd in again to Roderick, who's forward defensively, and Lloyd on his follow through does his own fielding. Lights on the scoreboard are getting a bit brighter, but away to the east from whence the weather is coming, it's some bright blue sky there, so looking good for a while anyway. Here's Lloyd in, and this is cut away by Roderick. It's a route out there in front of the grandstand doing the fielding. 1 more to the Worcestershire total, 1 more to Roderick. He goes into the 140s, exactly 140. Leach has 75. This partnership now worth 140. The clue to what's going to happen with the weather is the ground staff. They're nowhere to be seen. Lloyd bowls, Leach drives, but straight to Carlson. That's extra cover.
Remarkable win for Australia in a one-day international against New Zealand in Cairns. New Zealand posted 232 for 9. Australia looked down and out at 44 for 5. They won by 2 wickets.
Really?
85 for Alex Carey, 89 not out for Cameron Green to steer them home.
Oh. It's the next ball, which is played back down the pitch by Leach. Lloyd gets a hand on it, and Roderick, the non-striker, has to scramble to get back in case it's diverted onto the stumps. It wasn't. End of the over, 396 for 7. Did I see Zimbabwe beat Australia?
Yes.
I did see that.
Yeah. Marnus Labuschagne sadly did not celebrate his new Glamorgan contract announcement in style. He was out without scoring, one of 4 victims for Trent Boult, who had 4 for 40, but it wasn't quite enough for the Kiwis. Division 2 of the County Championship, more locally. Nottinghamshire 123 for 1 in their second innings, leading Leicestershire by 231 runs in the battle of top v bottom. Hogan in to bowl and Roderick forward, playing to mid-on, no run. Derbyshire 306 all out, Durham 79 without loss. In reply, they've had some rain restrictions there. We lost about half an hour with various stoppages this morning, but it's only resulted in the deduction of 2 overs from the day's play. Hogan into bowl and Roderick drives on the leg side, northeast fields, mid-wicket, no run. In Division 1, Gloucestershire still just about on top in the West Country Derby. They made 343. They had been 251 for 1 at one stage. Somerset in reply 53 for 2. The Roses match, Lancashire 276 all out, Yorkshire 6 for 0 in a reply. Hogan bowls and Roderick defends. Essex still going at Canterbury, 422 for 7. Ferrous Cushy is 96 not out. Matt Critchley made 90. Cook, Sir Alistair 78. Tom Wesley 54. 3 wickets for Daniel Bell Drummond. He doesn't act as a regular bowler very often. Hogan in to bowl to Roderick, who is back and across and defensive. And still not much happening at Southampton, where Hampshire have moved on to 273 for 6 between the showers, and Nyren Donald, formerly of this parish, is 58 not out off 57 deliveries. A typical restrained Nyren Donald effort. He's also keeping wickets this week for the first time for Hampshire. He's started a first-class match in that, we believe. Hogan bowls and Roderick plays gently down to deep square for a single root fields.
A very pleasant young man, Mr. Nyren Donald. When he was captain of the England under-19 teams, he attended an event at New Road where I was emceeing, and I did an interview with him. Very, very bright young man.
Indeed.
Well, particularly with my mundane questions.
Hogan to Leach, who drives but doesn't quite time it up to mid-on. Carlson fields no run. 397 for 7. An accurate enough over from Michael Hogan, but where is the next wicket coming from? Glamorgan supporters wonder. There are people, as you say, making their way back to their seats from the forum, and Edward Bevan will give us the gist of what was said there.
Yeah, no doubt he will fill everybody in. All counties, I believe, are going to take part in this process of having a forum to find out what their members think.
Well, this is a standard forum anyway. I think there would have been a forum at this time of year anyway. They tend to do 3, I think, a summer to keep people updated.
Yeah.
Due to restart at 2 o'clock at Southampton.
Here is Lloyd, and he is bowling. He's continuing his battle with Gareth Roderick. Roderick goes forward to the 306th ball of the innings, pushes it pushes it back up the pitch. What's that? 51 overs he's had for his innings, but a very valuable innings in the context of the game. And Worcestershire, well, 114 for 4 at one time yesterday morning. His drive back down the pitch. Once again, Lloyd just puts his right hand down and diverts the ball. Doesn't go onto the stumps, doesn't go for a run. 397 for 7.
Wales women's football on BBC One and BBC Radio Wales tonight, and BBC Wales will continue to broadcast Welsh international women's football till 2027.
Next ball flicked away by Roderick. Nice shot as he split the fielders. No, he hasn't, because Hogan can get around from fine leg to do the fielding. And 2 more to Roderick's personal score. He has 143. Joe Leach has 75.
And BBC Radio will continue to broadcast men's and women's international football for the next 4 years.
Next ball, once again a flick off the legs, this time square on the leg side from Roderick. The applause is for the 400 coming up.
Indeed. Edward Bevan returns fresh from the forum and will give us a flavour of what's been said.
As Leach waits now for Lloyd, climbs into this one and whacks it through the offside. Billy Root is the cover fielder out on the boundary. Roderick approaching his highest score in first class cricket, which is 171. I say approaching, he's still got some way to go.
Yes, I was looking at Leach's as well.
Oh, he's got a first class century, did Joe Leach?
Yeah, he's got a way to go as well, but they're looking well set.
Here's Lloyd to Roderick. He too drives out to Root on that extra cover boundary for a single. That completes Lloyd's over. He's bowled 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 70. Worcestershire 402 for 7. Leach has 76, and Roderick has 145.
It might be an apposite time, Dave, for you to take a little spell, and Edward to...
I'll be back just after 2.
That would be marvellous. Thank you very much indeed, Dave, and Edward will come in and give us a flavour of the members' forum, since he's entitled to attend same, and I'm not a member. 402 for 7 as Hogan is in to bowl to Roderick on 145 not out. Short ball pulled away, but stopped on the square leg boundary by Billy Root, who keeps them down to a single. Roderick rehearses his pull shot at the non-striker's end. 403 for 7. Leach on strike on 76 not out. There's a slip for Hogan, which there hasn't been for Lloyd. As Hogan bowls and Leach plays it to mid-off, thinks about a single. James Harris is approaching the side against.
Can I ask you first, what's going on here? It's just dying to death.
It's not raining, and Worcestershire trying to score as many runs as they can.
And for what purpose? To try and win the game?
Scoreboard pressure, Edward.
That's the old... Yeah.
Bat once, get 500.
I think Glamorgan blocked out the rest of the day.
Who knows?
Who knows, yeah.
Hogan in to bowl to Leach, hit on the pad as he tries to work through mid-wicket. Well, I suppose that we've already talked about Marnus Labuschagne re-signing, which is a feather in the county's cap, but the championship season is obviously been the hot potato and around the counties. And after this delivery from Hogan, Edward, you can start telling us what's been said about that. There's Hogan bowls to Leach, who will get a single down to fine leg, 404 for 7. 14 championship games next season, but
yes,
what's thereafter? What's
we do not
what's
know.
In the air?
But what we were in there for about 45 minutes, and we just touched the edges. You know, I'd like to have asked many more questions than one that I did, and I have to tell you that the main topic.
As Hogan bowls and Roderick defends, no run.
You tell me what the main topic was.
Well, I hope it's not the state of the sausage rolls provision.
Oh, the toilets are fine. They've been renewed.
I hope it was the shape of the county season.
It was, and the most divisive part, of course, was the 100, where not one person, apart from the committee who were there in front of us, agreed with it. I can't go in every detail because people had their different opinions, all on why this has taken over and the others demeaned as the next ball goes through. You better comment it and I'll tell you what's going on.
That sounds like a fair deal. 404 for 7 and the over.
Everybody that spoke did not agree with these recommendations. Now, the chairman, Gareth Williams, has made it absolutely sure you will have your voice, but, and I must check this out, I wasn't sure, and it was interesting that the president of the club, Gerald Elias, got up and spoke against this, which, and he said...
Against the reduction in championship fixtures, do you mean?
Yes, and also other things, and he turned to everybody, he says, I'm the president of this club, and you know that one member of the board is going to be voting against, which was good to hear. Now, the only thing that worries me a little bit is there will be obviously, well, I think another couple of meetings, because we were asking the chairman, if you are overwhelmingly, if you take a vote and all the members, excuse me, say 80% or 90% of them today said, we do not accept this review,
yeah,
how will you vote?
Yes, are the board, or is the Glamorgan vote committed to go according to the members' wishes, or is that just advisory?
That was advisory, and I will ask the chairman again, look, if 90% or 80% of members say, no, we do not agree with this, do you...
Carlson to start a new over. Down leg side, missed by Leach, missed by Cook. I don't think anyone got a nudge on it. It'll be a couple of runs of some variety. Hogan picks up one. Did they only run one? By. 2, sorry. 2.
I better be pretty quick here.
406 for 7.
If
yes.
there's 80%, 90% member, no, we do not accept that, and you tell the ECB that, but if the Glamorgan board decide to agree with the ECB, this is what we've got. Are they going to say, sorry? 4 counties, Nick, apparently, have let their members decide.
Carlson bowls, Leach forward to defend.
And notwithstanding, of course, you have to have 12 in favour. So I think at the moment that there could be a rejection. And then we went on to the proposals, other proposals.
Carlson bowls, Leach sweeps and gets 4 runs down to fine leg, slightly off a top edge. I think it's going to run away. Well, the chase is on, but it just dribbles over the boundary ropes ahead of Michael Hogan's charge in vain. 4 more to Leach. He moves to 81, 410 for 7.
Then they went on to, after next year, they're very keen on 666. Well, you know all about that. 1 division of 6, 2nd division, and the rest, as it were. They want, and I asked the question, what's this best against the best to be played regularly? Does that mean that the Sam North East of this parish will get signed up, and everybody seemed to look? If he gets asked a lot of money to be one of the best, he'll join the rich county.
Carlson bowls, and Leach defends, albeit he is on contract for a further 2 seasons, yeah.
It's one of the things, the short notice, the chairman said they had very short notice, and all I can say is that the members
Carlson sees Leach driving this one up to mid-off, single taken.
Were against it to a majority. Some very good questions asked there, and we asked about that is the Welsh fire good at roasting, excuse the pun, where they tried to defend it, but they reckon there's going to be a big meeting now and decide that there'll be some Welsh representation.
Carlson's next delivery is turned up to long on by Roderick. They amble through for a single. Worcestershire progressing unhurriedly at 412 for 7.
Sitting beside me was the former Glamorgan captain, much respected Ozzie Wheatley, who got up and said a few words and said it's absolute nonsense to the board. So there'll be fun and games, I think, before this will be accepted. Dan Cherry was there, and they said, oh, it was a huge success, 40,000 people, to which I was going to say, well, do you remember 2005, and kids, that's all they thought about was cricket, because it was on television.
Yep. In terms of issues
at home,
contractual, Colin Ingram, did he come up?
Well, first of all, Marnus Labushin has signed a new 2-year. You probably knew that.
Announced that.
Nisa.
Yep. Hogan is in, running away from us at the Cathedral Road end and bowling to Roderick, who defends back down the pitch.
And what about Colin Ingram, we all asked? We're in negotiation.
All right. So still TBC.
Yeah, which is a little bit worrying, because as you said this morning, Nick, he's a terrific season in all competitions here. Let's hope these negotiations can be finalised, or that'll be hanging over us all winter. But I'm sure one thing or the other, it will be decided. There will be a smaller staff next year.
As Hogan bowls and Roderick defends. Yes, I think announcements due reasonably shortly on that.
Yeah, I think there'll be some people, but they seem to know about it, some of the members, and said, why is so-and-so been left out, and why is he going? He's done well. So
was that for financial reasons, or because the squad's just too big anyway?
I don't know, Nick. We didn't go into that, but we will hear all about it. But as I said, it's
Hogan in to bowl to Roderick, leaves that one to go through to Chris Cook.
Somebody said then, if you want to get a good England side, why don't they play county cricket? And why is there no cricket in August? And why is that the way to get into the England cricket team, he asked, is to play the 100 competition, which is another fair question. But the game is in a very divisive state, I'm afraid.
Yep, but the contract's there, we're told, until 2028 with the television millions.
Well, they lost 18 million last year, right?
Hogan bowls, goes through very low outside off stump, second bounce to Gareth Roderick. 412 for 7, so it sounds as though the members' views, as would thoroughly be expected, would be in terms of defending the amount of county cricket we've got at the moment. Anything said about when competitions are played? Because there's been I'll ask you after this ball, as Hogan bowls to Roderick on 147 and remains there as he defends. Talk about One Day Cup starting the camp season next year, was that mentioned?
They hope to start the 50 over Royal London competition early in the season.
Yeah.
Which I suppose that'll resemble, but not quite exactly the same as the very popular Benson and Hedges we remember at the start of the season.
Yeah.
And it would appear that the other competitions will fall in place, but there remains a lot to be talked about.
Hogan bowls, Roderick defends, which begs the question, what do the counties do when the 100 is on?
Exactly, that didn't come up because it's such a foolish suggestion by the ECB, and that, if listeners haven't heard it, was that there would be championship matches on to coincide with the 100.
Or Red Bull matches, not necessarily the championship, depending on which version you
the championship.
Oh, right.
So we could get Leicester winning the county championship next year if they have many people going. There we are. Anyway, out there. Worcestershire need 184 for a record 8th wicket partnership against anyone in the championship. And what do we put on now?
Where are we? 412 from 256, 44 and 12, 156.
184 is the target, but I think the rain is encroaching. Why?
Rhodes and Lampett against Derbyshire, Kidderminster, 1991.
So with Lampett and bumpy roads.
Bumpy roads. Great
What is
nickname.
going on in this game? Well, we don't know, because we're a day and a half in and we're still going through the first innings with no sort of... Has there been urgency since lunch? Or?
No. No, he didn't miss anything in the extended meeting. They've still got to go into the Met Office forecast, 40% chance of precipitation. So Worcestershire could think, well, if the rain stays away, we'll bat up to 500 and try and stick Glamorgan up to in some pressure in the final session.
If it doesn't rain.
If it doesn't rain.
Carlson, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Comes in and bowls, and Leach pats it back down the pitch. And I think this, if Glamorgan lose 20 wickets in a couple of days on this pitch, they deserve a good talking to. As in comes the next ball. On completely deserved. Leach went down the wicket. Carlson saw him come in and fired it into the leg stump and hit him on the pad.
Kicked away, I think, deliberately by Leach.
Carlson having a nice ball here as he bowls a good length ball. What are his figures?
0 for 21 in this ninth.
Ninth. That's not bad for an off spin, isn't it?
Especially not a regular one in the championship.
Here comes Carlson from that river end and bowls again, and that's tucked away to short mid wicket, and there's no run.
Steve in Newcastle thanks us for our commentary, which he says is helping him cope with a nasty bout of shingles. Don't think we can claim any medical benefit for this commentary, but glad to hear it's taken your mind off it.
It's nasty. Carlson bowls, and down the pitch comes Leach. He remains on 82, 147 to Roderick.
It's been a very one-sided day's play, isn't it?
Incidentally, Nick, if anything I have missed there, has our friend?
I haven't had a briefing from as yet, but there will be further information, no doubt, coming my way.
Can I just say then that there was nothing positive from the members? In other words, it's been a great season. I had to say, of course, that I think it's the most decisive, dismissive season, and everybody quarrelling with each other can I ever remember, and all because of one competition.
Yeah, I've actually had some further notes through, which firm proposals due from the ECB next Monday to be discussed on the 20th.
As one cynic said, they'll just lob them £1 million and they'll agree with them.
Well, where are these £1 million coming from? Because the reserves of the ECB have been run down.
14 million apparently. Is that the competition or they lost last season? I think it broadcasting's gone down 20%, that was mentioned.
Hogan in to bowl, and forward comes Roderick to defend, and there's no run. So, yes, Gareth Williams saying that he expected a longer period of consultation with members and financial partners.
But if you start at 6:30 next time and finish at 9 o'clock. And he did admit, the chairman, that he could see the strength of feeling.
Hogan bowls. Roderick turns to square leg and takes a single, 413 for 7.
And there's going to be a meeting chaired by a lady, Miss Ailing, to discuss the failure of the Welsh Fire and to try and get more Welsh representation next year. Whether that'll make any difference or get people flooding in, because I can't see anybody from Bristol or Taunton coming up.
Hogan bowls, and that is runs for Joe Leach. It could be 4 of them off a thick bat down to backward point. It's run away past Van der Gugten for 4 runs, and Joe Leach's first real aggressive stroke for some time that he's managed to get past the infield. He moves to 86. It's 417 for 7.
And I can see up on the balcony that a gentleman has his pads on, which will tell you we're not declaring.
Next delivery from Hogan is short, swatted away down towards square leg. Single to Leach. He moves to 87, 418 for 7.
I suppose as well, Worcestershire hoping that it'll break up. How many pitches have we seen here break up in the 9 years you've been with me, Nick? I've been with you.
Not a lot. They don't tend to deteriorate much, do they?
Well, there's no
stay the same if not improving.
There are no spinners in the side.
As that is driven by Roderick to mid-on, no run, 418 for 7. So lots of debate, and these issues will go on, and I see very little chance across the county game of proposals being agreed this month. Hogan bowls on leg stump, turned down to fine leg by Roderick for a single. He moves on to 149, 419 for 7. And the Worcestershire grind goes on. 372 for 7 at lunch they were, so that's a further 47 runs added in about as many minutes. And how on earth are Glamorgan going to finish this innings off is the question that Welsh supporters must be asking.
It's absolutely dead. It was a touch green yesterday, wasn't it? And now it's as brown as can be. There's a very good crowd there. It's full. There were so many people that wanted to ask questions, there just wasn't time. I also said this is probably the 25th review I've heard coming from the ECB since I've been working. Got to have a review, haven't you?
Well, the review was sparked off, was it not, by England's lousy test performances for 18 months, upon which they started winning. So it's all down to the county game that's doing well.
Yes, but Carlson to start another over, and he bowls to Roderick, who taps it away to mid-wicket, no run. 4 on the onside, saving a single. And Carlson is firing it in as he prepares to Roderick, and he bowls and he hits it again out to northeast, patrolling the square leg area.
It's just a question of frustration, I think, for Glamorgan in terms of their attack, trying to bore Worcestershire out and get them to take risks, which they don't seem willing to take.
In comes Carlson and bowls, and third time it goes to northeast. Perhaps he's waiting for 150 and then declare 149, Roderick. Carlson bowls. That's chopped away for a single. And that's his 150.
So they come back for the second run. Yep, 328 deliveries. So
long innings.
It is wave of the bat to the dressing room to acknowledge the applause from there, and polite applause from home members. He's hit 18 boundaries so far.
In comes the next ball. That's played out to short mid-on. That's the 2 runs are off the over. 421 for 7. And I think they'll probably battle Teal.
Yeah.
Weather is all right.
If it's dry, I see them batting an hour into the halfway through the last session, and then giving Glamorgan maybe 12 overs, 15 overs, something like that.
As somebody said in the forum, the longer they bat, the less chance they have of winning. As in comes Carlson, and this is clipped away for a single, and Roderick keeps strike. 422 for 7.
There were 7 fours in his first 50, Gareth Roderick. As Dr. Hignell announces those. 7 fours in his first 50, 6 fours in his second 50, and 5 fours in his third 50. So he's getting
a halt then.
Less aggressive. But he is in sight, or 20 runs away from a career best.
You're doing a report on the meeting, Nick, or has it been asked for?
No, I'll probably incorporate some elements in the close of play report, but once we've got the direct quotes, I might be able to write up something more substantive, because obviously a recording is issued eventually, maybe in a day or two's time, but I think on air we can give the flavour of it, but in terms of written
it's good
written material.
Hugh Morris, who's
yeah, absolutely
battling cancer, as he admitted, he's got bowel cancer, and it was great to see him there. I had a chat with him afterwards.
422 for 7 as Harris will bowl to Roderick.
Here he comes, over the wicket and bowls to Roderick, and Roderick blocks it.
His highest 171 for Gloucestershire against Leicestershire in Bristol was 8 years ago, back in 2014. Spent 8 years on Gloucestershire's books, was capped fairly early for them. England qualified these days, South African born.
Probably keep his place in the side for the next game. As Harris bowls, it's driven, smartly fielded mid-on by Carlson.
That was a nice firm shot from Roderick, wasn't it? Nicely timed, but not quite placed as he would have wanted.
To say the wicket is now flat, Nick, would be an understatement, I think.
Yeah, we saw just
morning,
a couple get up a bit, didn't we? Van der Gugten, I think, got one to rise from just back of a length.
Here's Harris. He's into his 24th over, and he's bowling now, and Roderick is nudged that away, straight to gully, and there's no run. I wonder what Leach thinks about the pitch, because he'll be bowling on it. Well, he will be bowling it sometime, whether it'll be today, tomorrow, final day.
Ian Holmes on Twitter says, outstanding news that Marnus Labuschagne has signed for another 2 years. Congratulations all at Glamorgan who enabled this outcome.
Here is James Harris, bowls the right-handed Roderick again, who clips this off his hips. Down to fine leg.
Gareth Lewis on Twitter says that if the football authorities said the national team is struggling, so at the height of the season we're going to play 5-a-side with bigger goals and less rules, we'd think they were mad. Yes. Seems that football is not quite immune, but relatively immune to tinkering with the laws.
And Harris is in again, bowls to Leach. Leach pulls it out towards mid-wicket. And that's bye-bye Mr. Leach, who made 87 and was caught on the boundary of Harris, and is 423 for 8.
Well, that's a much-needed breakthrough for Glamorgan, as Billy Root took, in the end, a comfortable catch. Leach hooking it away. Didn't quite get maximum power to it, and route making minimum fuss of it. His highest score of the season, Joe Leach, but not able to go on and complete a century or a CB. A third wicket for James Harris. Leach gone for 87 off 143 deliveries. And the stand was a record for Glamorgan, for Worcestershire against Glamorgan. It was 167. It wasn't an all-time record for Worcestershire. So Mr. Bradley is back with us, and I think it's probably my turn to take a short pause, and Ed and Dave will describe the next 20 minutes or so.
Oh, it's nice to have somebody else at the crease. Who is this?
Someone else at the microphone.
Yes, as well.
I thought you were going to say it's nice to have somebody else at the microphone. Should be Dylan Pennington, who is no idiot with the bat, it has to be said. As most lower order cricketers are these days. There's no... there ain't many who can't bat.
Then we have Ben Gibbon, who you were telling me yesterday is a number 11.
Yeah, he probably is. Yeah, not seen that much of him with the bat, to be honest. Making his way in county cricket, Ben Gibbon, and having been given the opportunity, and it looks as if he's taken the opportunity as well. What's he played? Ben Gibbon has only played 3 first-class innings, so difficult to judge. Yeah, he'll probably end up in a couple of seasons opening the batting or something. So what do I know?
So another wicket for Harris, 3 for 101. He bowled better today in his 26th over. And how is Roderick going to play now? Probably the same, do you think?
Yeah, as I say, Pennington is not a fool with a bat, so yeah, he might just think. It depends what the
does he play attacking shots?
Yeah,
he does play.
I think that it depends what the instructions are from the dressing room. They might say, clatter on and try and get another 30 and we'll knock it on the head, or they might say
bat on and on,
yeah,
you get a draw or whatever. Right, it's Harris then to bowl to the new batsman Pennington, and he's in and bowls now. And Pennington, there was nothing really about that as he beats him outside the off stump and goes through to the wicket keeper. Kept a little bit low, but
yeah, he played down the wrong line, I think.
4:23 for 8.
Yes, a bright afternoon now, and I've just looked again at this weather forecast. We've got 40% according to the Met Office chance of rain at 3 o'clock. Well, we've had 40% for most of the day, and it hasn't rained. Well, we've had some light drizzle, but the irony is that we might get we won't get a full day's cricketing because we've already lost 2 overs. But the irony is, as we were saying earlier, you look at the weather forecast this morning, you wouldn't have turned up unless you're an optimist, and here we are.
It's exactly the same apparently for the next 2 days. Heavy showers.
Yeah.
Returning to bowl, Timm Van der Gugten.
Timm Van der Gugten is coming from at the River Taff end, and it'll be Roderick to face, and he might give us some idea of his thought process. He and
well, as you rightly said, it's not his idea; it's his captain and his coach.
Yeah, if they say just keep going and try and wear Glamorgan into the ground. They've been on the field for how many overs? 132 overs so far. So if you're an opening batsman, you might be a tad weary. Shouldn't be, but you might.
They haven't. Neither of them have bowled. Well, Lloyd's had a few overs, but and if the likes of North East gets stuck in on this pitch, he could fill his boots. But there we are, Jack Leach and co, who tied himself out probably by batting for so long now. He'll be opening the bowling.
Yeah. Oh, take a
now all these boys are well-tuned athletes, and
yeah,
they fit
I think there's one or two sweaters been divested by Glamorgan. It's a very warm afternoon. Here's Van der Gugten. He's in and he bowls, and this time Roderick plays a sweet cover drive. He won't get any runs because Gill, who appears to be a bit of a specialist in that position, dives away to his left. A couple of really good stops yesterday and a couple today as well. That was one he would have expected to stop, but he did. So he got down very well. 4-2-3 for 8. Worcestershire having been 114 for 4 yesterday when Ed Pollock was out. As Van der Gugten, who's been the best bowler in this innings, bowls to, well, in my opinion anyway, bowls to Roderick, who plays the ball back down the pitch, the bowler himself, does the fielding. Not a vast crowd in today. One or two Worcestershire faces I recognise as I was peeking out of the window earlier. It's almost certainly if you live in sort of South Worcestershire or in Herefordshire, it's a comfortable day trip. Van der Gugten bowls. Forward comes Roderick, plays the ball out to mid-off, where Patel fields. He's kept his jumper on because he's used to warmer climes, I suppose.
Yes, and Gill.
Gill has kept his jumper on. The the sky away to our right, which is from where the weather has been coming, is pretty bright blue. Is the next ball, which is driven and goes for 4, back past the bowler from a bit over pitch there, and Roderick, who's been in for quite a while now.
He's probably had the message, I would have thought, with Dillington. If it's there, go for it.
Yeah.
Because there isn't much point in hanging about and not scoring as the game drifts on. With a score of 4-2-7. And I'm sure that you would see more aggression from Roderick now.
Well, that was a
number 10 and Jack.
Fine shot back down the ground. Van der Gugten in again, and Roderick forward defensively pushes the ball back. Bowler himself does the fielding. The we got one slip. Third man, or they're all closing in now to try and prevent the single. Third man comes up the short. Third man got cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket.
Bouncer coming up, you reckon?
Leg. That's always a good one. As Van der Gugten bowls, and this is pushed by Roderick out on the offside. He won't get a single though because Gill comes across to field. That concludes Van der Gugten's over. What's he got? 3 for 69, all 3 wickets he took yesterday. He's bowled 28 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 69. A cyclist goes up the towpath of the.
Just looking at that is over at the changing rooms. I did see Pennington with his pads on some 10 minutes ago before Leach was dismissed. I don't see anybody there now. Which might give it a few people who've changed into their whites.
I haven't got the.
Neither have I, unfortunately. My box.
Where's your binoculars, Dave?
Oh, they're still in my car. I think they're under the front seat of my car.
Harris to bowl, bowling to Pennington, yet to get off the mark, bowls to him. Pennington tries to glide it round the corner, doesn't succeed, there's no run. I couldn't possibly tell. There's more white trousers around, if you know what I mean.
Somebody's up there in, I think just beyond the post on the left of that group. I think there's somebody with their pads on.
Oh no.
I think so. Yeah.
Gibbon going to get a 50.
Yeah.
Here's Harrison. In again to Pennington. Pennington is beaten outside the off stump as it didn't quite know how to deal with that, a rising ball. But let's forget, he turned round and he said, hang on, I'm number 10 and I'm opening bowler. Can't expect me to deal with things like that.
Yes, we got a few runs in the Royal London.
Got 14, I see, against Glamorgan.
Pennington, he's got 44 this season in first class.
Oh. Here's Harris to bowl at him, and he pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, 90 runs at 11.25. So he's
tall man.
He's a big lad. If he hits it, it normally
stays hit.
But Harris is not giving him anything to hit at the moment.
Run rate throughout the innings 3.20. Harris bowls to Pennington, who blocks back down the pitch. No run. And I think you're absolutely right. It's trying to put pressure, scoreboard pressure, as it's so well known, onto Glamorgan. I think, well, we'll have to have 260 to avoid the follow on. We'll just try and get them up. Then you might have a mistake. But I think it hinges on the weather, whether we're going to have anything out of this game.
Well, tomorrow's forecast not great, but today's forecast wasn't great, and we've had a lot of cricket.
I think Thursday's is worse. But we've had plenty of cricket in 2 days, which we've seen Worcestershire bat pretty well on this pitch, which is not giving any help at the moment to the bowlers. A new ball might, with Leach and Pennington, will propel it.
Yeah.
I don't know who else we've got to
took wickets at the start. Well, Gibbon, Pennington, Leach,
Barnard.
Yeah,
and that's it. D'Oliveira might bowl his leg breaks.
D'Oliveira, Libby, bowl some spin.
Harris bowls, and this is pushed away to cover. Mid-on rather, and that's a maiden over bowled at 427 for 8. 157 overs have been bowled. Should have been 160. We've lost 3.
The trees along the riverbank are getting a bit of a buffeting, and it's really interesting that the leaves are falling really early. There's a beech tree that sort of hangs over into our garden from next door, and the leaves have been falling off that for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, a couple of mine have as well. Simply, it was explained to me because of the very dry summer.
Yeah,
turned them.
Yeah. Van der Gugten to continue. Bowling from the river end. Little knot of spectators sat there next to the sheeting that provides the sight screen.
Attendance today is 200.
Is that right?
So they said in this meeting. I don't quite know how they know.
I was going to say, it's more than that, but unless we actually count them.
I think there's more.
Yeah.
200 in the meeting.
Van der Gugten in bowls, and this is played nicely. Steered away to cover point by Roderick. So Dylan Pennington has strike, takes guard because he hasn't batted at this end so far. Yeah, I'd say there was more than that. There's quite a little cluster down below us, but there we are. Perhaps there's a few complimentaries that didn't get counted. Certainly at New Road, I think tendencies for Championship cricket have been pretty good this season.
Yeah, they've not been bad here at all.
No.
Some good cricket have been played.
Van der Gugten to Pennington. Pennington dabs the ball away on the offside. He's probably going to get 4 here. That's a very short boundary, and he's timed that sweetly. And it races away, despite the efforts of Eddie Barham to cut it off, for 4. So Pennington has 4. Worcestershire 432 for 8, of which Roderick has 158. The sun is back with us. Van der Gugten, river end. And this one sees Pennington trying to repeat that shot, but he pushes into the offside. There's a misfield, a rare misfield from Shubman Gill, and Worcestershire get a single. Pennington goes to 5. Roderick has 158. Helicopter hovering somewhere above us.
Oh, he's back.
Back, still looking for me.
There he is, over the pavilion now.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't think it is a helicopter.
It's
yeah, it's some sort of small plane.
In comes Van der Gugten, bowls flicked away by Roderick down to fine leg. Harris will pick up, and He will return the ball to the wicketkeeper. I say he might have just jogged in with it, but it's not the end of the over, so he won't. There's 1 ball, 2 balls left in it.
Just look on your screen.
Oh, it's a heli-jet, isn't it?
What?
Heli-jet. It's a helicopter, but it's got a bit of a jet engine in the back. I think it runs on gas. North Sea oil. Here's Pennington facing again, and this time he plays and misses to a ball that just swings away outside his off stump, rather reaching for not too much footwork on this occasion from Pennington. The 2 square on fielders, square leg and cover point, go out to the boundary, offering Pennington a single off the last ball of the over. 4-3-4-4-8 Worcestershire. So Van der Gugten completes his over, and once again Pennington has a little nibble at this one. Cook takes end of the over, and the game meanders on. 434 for 8. Pennington 5, Roderick 159. The only man out today, Joe Leach, who was caught by Billy Root. Here I combined 2 cricketers there after the bowling of Harris for 87.
I take it T hasn't been changed from 10 past 3.
As far as I'm aware.
Well, 32 overs left, as you wish. 32 overs. What do we got left here now?
Oh, 55.
55, so, yeah. Get Patel bowling. We can rush him through.
Well, Patel and Carlson didn't give a lot of runs away, to be honest. They bowled quite tidily when they were in tandem.
Harris to continue, and bowling to Roderick, and bowls to him now, and he drives up the mid-on.
Of course, if we'd have put this crowd in the old Sophia Gardens, Ed, it would have looked quite busy, wouldn't it?
Yes.
But in this vast stadium.
That's what they say, you see, about Chelmsford and Taunton. Oh, it's full of absolute sellout for 2020.
Yeah.
What's your capacity then? 5,000?
Yeah. Well, no, we've had this conversation in the world of rugby.
Harris bowls. That's played up to deep extra cover, and he'll get a single.
In that Ealing and Doncaster, who applied to go into the English Premiership, weren't allowed to go up because their capacity wasn't 10,000, and yet the vast majority of the teams, okay, your Leicesters and Northamptons get big crowds, but Sale, Worcester, Newcastle don't get 10,000 anyway, so nonsense for me, but there you go.
I see the MPs in Worcester have got involved now.
They have, yeah.
Well, I feel sorry for people who owe 11 million.
Well, yeah.
Here's Harris in and bowls Pennington, who is caught, did he? No.
Missed. It's gone through him.
It went through the 2, I think, for 4. I thought it had gone straight at him. Just have a look.
Went between first and second, didn't it? Oh, what was
it's
catchable?
Yeah, it's a very difficult cut. It went between one and the other, but they didn't leave it. They tried to go for it, but it went very, very quickly.
We had a bizarre one this morning, didn't we, when it went between
wicketkeeper that should have been caught.
Nobody moved. That was Leach as well.
Harris in and bowls, and Pennington gets a single. He goes up to 10. 440 for 8, excuse me.
I don't know what's going to happen with rugby at Worcester, but there are many opinions being spouted.
Well, they're not the only ones who are...
Oh, they're not, by any means.
Wasps.
There's a few. There's a few. I mean, if you work it out, there's no English Premiership rugby teams making a profit.
Leicester seem to be quite happy.
Leicester are okay, but they all owe money.
As Harris comes in and bowls to Roderick, who pulls out to mid-wicket, short ball, and gets 4. 444 for 8. Yes, all that money spent, you see, comes back to bite you, doesn't it, Radders?
Well, the average, there was a report at the end of last season, the average Premiership rugby player gets £144,000.
What, a week?
No, he's not a footballer. A season. So you've got a squad of 40 and a salary cap of 5 million. it just doesn't add up. And if you've only got 6,000-7,000 coming through the gate every other week,
that doesn't add up either.
It certainly doesn't add up. You
No.
can't. It doesn't equate.
Harris to finish the over and bowls, and this is hit again, and he's played a few shots now as Roderick and gets 4. 4, what are we? 4 for 8. For 8.
Yeah, nice shot by
Yeah.
Roderick, just lifting that one over mid-wicket.
I think he's got the message, perhaps.
Yeah, well, he's 4 away from his highest ever first-class score, which was, of course, for Gloucestershire. He got 171 against Leicestershire at Bristol in 2014. Alex Gidman, the Worcestershire head coach, scored 264 in that game.
Draw game?
No, against Leicestershire.
Oh.
Van der Gugten to continue from the River End. Consultation here between I don't know what's going on here. Skipper Lloyd has got to now go back to mid-on.
I think you're just trying to waste a bit of time as well.
It's
+2, I think it is. Oh, +4.
+4, yeah. The spinners bowled a few, haven't they?
They can afford to just
Oh, in fact, there's a change of bowling.
take it easy.
Well, Van der Gugten was preparing to bowl, but he's off, and it looks as if Lloyd is going to bowl. And there's a there's a general meander towards the middle. The wicketkeeper's got to put a helmet on, so he's got a good excuse.
Yeah.
But there is
It's a 100-mile walk from the dressing room.
there is no urgency whatsoever.
No, it's just going on now, isn't it? And not real excitement in the game. No wickets falling. Runs quietly accumulated.
So,
Returning to bowl, Kieran Carlson.
Carlson.
oh, and Carlson's coming on to bowl, not Lloyd. My apologies.
And he's going to bowl at the leg stump, I think, Bernard.
Oh, what he got? 5. What's he got? 6-3.
5-4 on the
5-4.
leg
'Cause he's
side.
got a slip in, isn't he? Yeah. 5-4. 3 inside the ring, if there were to be one on the leg side. So Carlson right arm over from the River End to Pennington. Pennington pushes this one out on the offside. Shipman Gill is the fielder. There is no run. Mid-on goes out to long on. Ah, no, it's all right. Van der Gugten's gone to get his cap, which he deposited over the boundary because he thought he was going to bowl again.
Or perhaps the sun was going out,
Yeah,
which it has.
bit of both. He's Carlson is ready to go. I wonder if Pennington is going to resist this for too long because he likes to have a swipe. Carlson bowls and Pennington, well, he does have a swipe, but he misses it altogether. Plays to, he's trying to nudge it away on the offside, backward a square, playing against any spin that might be there. Carlson all ready to go, and this time he can do his own fielding. Pennington plays the ball back down to him, 448 for 8. One slip, the close catcher. Wind ruffling the trousers of the fielders. Still bright blue, away to our right. What are we doing now?
I think they're just trying to slow the game down. And
Umpire Billy Taylor got involved in something there. Carlson in bowls, and Pennington plays and misses again. Might as well have a swipe here.
yep.
Again, a few quick ones. How are we doing for time, man? Oh, right.
Sorry?
That's all right. I've got to go off and do something else, mate. I'll leave it with you.
Carlson bowls and Pennington drives up to mid-off and takes a sharp single. Nick will be back to join me as the game meanders on towards tea. And possibly after tea, who knows. Carlson bowls and appeal for LBW, and not out, says Billy Taylor. And Roderick is playing some shots now, you'll be glad to hear. Well, it wasn't a bad shot, he moved right across his stumps. And Billy Taylor thought for a moment and said not out. End of the over, and the score has moved on to 449 for 8.
Scoreboard pressure. I mean, Glamorgan will already need 300 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on.
Well, with the weather, it's bound to interrupt sometime.
Well, so we keep saying, but it really hasn't.
And I think
to any great extent so far.
Glamorgan will just say, OK, we'll bat. This pitch is doing nothing at the moment. It might do something with a new ball. They might be a bit tired as bad as the batsman, but
here's Van der Gugten to bowl to Pennington, who's 11 not out. 2 slips and playing that one on the leg side. Carlson fields at mid-on and there is no run. Out comes the sun once more.
Well, if you're number 9, the captain should tell Glamorgan's player, if your number 9 can come get 87 and your number 10, Pennington, is already in double figures and playing quite nicely, you get out there and do the same. Preferably the opening batsman on the top order can lay a foundation. As
Van der Gugten to Pennington again,
out,
and he's edged that one and is caught. 449 for 9. Pennington goes for 11. Slightly off balance with that drive, and just the little nick on it. And Van der Gugten has 4 for 76, and Chris Cook has another catch.
Yeah, he hung about for 10 minutes or so, 11.
Was caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Timm Van der Gugten.
And they're batting on, would you believe?
So a chance that Roderick will be left stranded. He's on 168 not out, and of course he is now within a boundary of a career best, his previous highest 171, and he's held things together since coming in at when he came in at number 5, 69 for 3, which is in some difficulty, and he's steered them up to a position from which Worcestershire should not lose this game. Whether they're in a position to force a win is another question.
Well, here comes it, according to Mr. Rudders, a genuine number 11, so we might have a bit of fun with him, by the name of Ben Gibbons.
Yeah, just a couple of times out this season, 14 runs for twice out, and so hasn't unduly been troubled with the bat. There's not been a regular in the Worcestershire County Championship side, 7 wickets. 449 for 9, and Glamorgan within sight of finally finishing off this Worcestershire innings, in which there have been quite a few major contributions. Ed Pollock had them heading in the right direction with 54. Then that big stand between Roderick and Barnard. Barnard going on to make 75, Leach 87, and holding it all together, Roderick 168 not out. Will he have time to notch up a career best? By some distance his best effort for Worcestershire in his second season with the county. And Dave Bradley is back with us and can enthuse potentially about Roderick's career best if he gets to face again, unless Van der Gugten can knock over the last man and collect a 5-for. 2 slips still as Van der Gugten bounces in the afternoon sunshine, bowls to Gibbon, who plays to mid-on, and there's no run.
I reckon we could be looking here at a 6:30 finish. We're due to finish at 6, but whether we'll have the light at 6:30 is another story. Yes, Ben Gibbon knows what his job is. He's just got to stay there and give a bit of support
As Van der Gugten is in to bowl 2, Gibbon leaves outside off stump, going further away. Cook takes, moving towards the slips.
I'm sure that Roderick will know what his personal best score is, but anybody else?
Well, Willie have wandered down the wicket and said, look mate, I'm 4 short of a new CB. Hang around, don't do anything silly. I want at least those 4 runs. Van der Gugten has 2 balls potentially to bowl at the number 11 to try and leave Roderick stranded, and Gibbon dabs one down to third man for a single.
Murphy's Law.
450 for 9. Last ball of the over coming up for Gareth Roderick to face.
Yeah, but you'd think he'd just play at the 2 balls and then Roderick would face a whole over, but it don't work out like that.
Perhaps they're still in a state of taking anything that's available.
Yeah.
450 has been accumulated at a run rate of 3.26 overall. It was hovering around the 3 mark for most of yesterday, so it's accelerated slightly today.
So Glamorgan's target, if Worcestershire were all out now, would be 301.
Indeed.
To avoid a follow-on.
Van der Gugten bowls to Roderick, who whips one through the leg side, and that one could run away for 4. It does, and Gareth Roderick does have a new career best as he moves on to 172, not out by some distance, his best innings for Worcestershire, and the visitors 454 for 9. Gareth Roderick 172 off 348 balls, and that is it. In terms of the Worcestershire innings, 454 for 9 declared.
So maybe somebody in the Worcestershire dressing room was aware that that was going to be his career best, so let him get to it and then pulled the plug, as it were. So what we got till tea? We'll lose 2 overs now, won't we?
Tea's at 320.
Oh, of course it is. Set in stone.
54 for 9. Gareth Roderick unbeaten on 172.
And Gareth Roderick, get a good hand. Not many in, but those that are here are welcoming him back.
I think perennial optimists, those that are here, given the state of the weather forecast, which is
I'm amazed so
pretty
many
lousy.
turned up. I looked at the window at 10 o'clock this morning and thought, well, that's remarkable that you've come along. But here we are, and I think, we got 40% rain, and that might well be that we'll get through the whole day. We won't go through the whole day because we lost 2 overs.
So Roderick hit 22 boundaries in his 172. Bowling figures: Hogan 26 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 75. Harris 26 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 115. Van der Gugten, the pick of the lot, 30 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 81. Lloyd 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 70. Debutant Ajaz Patel 30 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 82. And Kieran Carlson 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 25. Should we take 5 minutes?
We can take 5 minutes. It's my turn to make the tea, I think.
Says he, having noticed that I've just had one. 454 for 9 then, Worcestershire declared. Glamorgan's reply starts in just over 5 minutes. We'll be back for that here on BBC Sport Online.
James Harris, 26 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 115. Timm Van der Gugten, 30 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 81. David Lloyd, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 70. Ajaz Patel, 30 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 82. And Kieran Carlson, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 25. A reminder that tea will be taken at 3:20, and there are 50 overs remaining in the day's quota. The close of play has been rescheduled to 6 o'clock, or whenever those 50 overs have been completed. Bring you up to date as well with scores from elsewhere. Once again, we'll start in the Second Level Championship at Spitty Park in Newport, where It's day 2 of the game between Glamorgan and Sussex. Yesterday, you may remember, Sussex were dismissed for 261. Glamorgan currently in the 65th over for 211 for 3. Callum Taylor unbeaten on 77, and Zayn Malik unbeaten on 52.
I know that it's not for me, although I went to Lord's, I went to Lord's 3 weeks ago to see, I went to Trent-Bridge to see the and I know, but it's not aimed at me, and I understand that for cricket to survive, it probably needs something like that. I'm not saying that 100 is the way, but it needs something needs, because this can't, you're not gonna survive. County cricket's not gonna survive on this 2,500 members, is it?
Well, as they said, they changed the first day. Every day, go back. Well, we have to start on Sunday. We start on Sunday. No, we can't. When it was 3 days about Sunday, we start. Flocking the way to the place. It's heaven.
Yeah, I went on the first game. First game. Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's the other road. I can't do it.
I got as far as I come in. Yeah, I got as far as long off boundary. Steve Powell's in. Steve Powell. Still working. And I had 7 pints with him. That was my day. He married Max Wiltshires' daughter. She was there as well.
Max's daughter.
Yeah.
I tell you,
I'd say go back to this. I wouldn't mind 2 divisions. I don't mind 2 divisions as long as there's promotion and relegation.
exactly. But not. What changed it? But who was with me for the game was Joanna Bevan. John was around.
Oh, yes.
He named his son. Edward. After me. I was so proud.
He did Zurich, you know.
This funeral it is, yeah. Which wasn't.
I was at Gary Sam's funeral
I
2
was
weeks
away.
ago. That was a big turnout. God, I couldn't get in the crowd, but character as well. He liked it there. He was good. And there was a couple of good comments. And he said Edwards was there saying, Kerry, remember Kerry Williams, captain of the Koskies up on the Greenback Road? I was saying, Kerry, look, there's Edwards there. Kerry said, and he charged. And somebody else said, oh, there's Edwards there. It's the first time he's ever filled in for Gary Sam.
Good. No, they were. Do you know the keeper that he got? One was in the park.
Yeah, that's right. 40 years ago last week.
And I look at my what day it was. My son was
83 it was. 1st of September 83. Yeah.
I was a keeper. You haven't got it.
It was a Wednesday night. I was in my final year of college.
I've done it for 4 years now.
You're 18 now. You're still right though. You're still okay. It's off my thing.
Got it all. I would never go there. What they all, you know,
batting, the Glamorgan captain, David Lloyd, and with him, Eddie Byram. And to open the bowling for Worcestershire at the River End, Joe Leach.
You're listening to BBC Sport Online. Nick Webb and Dave Bradley with you. Also on the Glamorgan and Worcestershire County websites with the video streams where we are into the Glamorgan innings replying to Worcestershire's 4-5-4, 4-9 declared. Gareth Roderick, career best, 172 not out. The declaration came the moment he reached that milestone. And Glamorgan have the task of scoring at least 305 to avoid the possibility of following on. David Lloyd and Ed Byram are opening the innings. Byram wasn't selected for the 50-over stuff, but has been pretty consistent in the championship so far in the 4 matches he's played. Shubman Gill, we presume, will bat at 3. And Joe Leach will be hurling the new ball at them, Mr. Bradley.
From the River End, right arm over, and he comes and bowls to Lloyd, and Lloyd is forward. Reaching a little bit for that one, but got plenty of bat on it, pushes it out to Dylan Pennington at mid-on. Clouds still really high, bright blue sky away to our right. The 3 o'clock storm appears not to be gathering, thankfully. Although whether we get to we still got 49 overs and 5 balls. We still got half a day's play to get in before dusk settles in. Leach racing in, and this time Lloyd is forward. Bat and pad close together, plays the ball out to mid-on once again. The Worcestershire 12 men, looks as if there's 2 of them now, setting up camp on the boundary because it's a long way back up to the changing rooms. One of them, I think, is Adam Finch, and I'm not 1,000,000% sure who the other one is. No play today. Kidderminster Worcestershire's seconds game, so they might have pushed, got somebody to come down here for the rest of today. As a 12th man. Waterlogged outfield. Leach in, bowls, Lloyd forward, plays a nice shot away through mid-wicket. There's a chase here for Libby and Pennington. I'm not sure that either of them are going to make it, and Pennington dives. He does indeed stop it. That's a fine stop by Pennington. He's a big lad, and he stretched himself on the turf and managed to stop it going over the boundary. So 3 there to Lloyd, gets the Glamorgan score ticking. And Leach is going to go. He's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Byram. Just see where he's going. Yeah, he's moving away. There's a big pile of sawdust at the far end that has not been disturbed all day. Indeed, he's going to come round the wicket. 3 slips, all crouch in unison. Leach bowls and Byram is beaten by this one. A ball that angles into him and then just goes away. Nice new ball for Leach to bowl with, and would have to make the best of it, Worcestershire, on this pitch, you would imagine. Might have just dropped his wrists on that one, Byram, though.
Yes, you can't tell with any confidence whether Byram's beaten or plays inside the line. That's my experience so far in 4 matches of watching him in the championship.
Certainly might have dropped his wrists on that one. Leach thunders in again, and this time Byron solidly plays the ball back down the pitch. Leach himself does the field. Leach, a very good 87 from him today before he got caught on the boundary of the bowling of Harris by Billy Root. Partnership of 167 in the end with Gareth Roderick. A Worcestershire record against Glamorgan, but not a Worcestershire record against all counties. That still stands at 184, I think. Leach bowls Byram, gets a ball down the leg side. There's a bit of excitement in the slips, I'm not quite sure why. That is the end of the over. It looks as if Ben Gibbon is going to open up from the Cathedral Road end. A little bit of left arm medium pace.
2 up in the bowling for Worcestershire.
3 without loss. replying to 454 for 9 declared.
2 substantial stands in that Worcestershire innings, then 127 between Roderick and Barnard, and 167 between Roderick and Leach, which accounted for nearly 2/3 of Worcestershire's runs between those two partnerships.
Did, yeah. Yeah, 3-0, 13, 16, 12 and 54 the other scores, and Pennington got 11.
So here is Gibbon then from the Cathedral Road end to bowl to David Lloyd on 3 not out and allowing that one to go through outside off stump. David Lloyd has not had a vintage season by his standards, averaging just 23.5 in the championship, 3 half centuries. Just about got going in the One Day Cup, with innings of 65 and 30, but there was then rested for the last 3 games because of his heavy workload across the summer, we were told. 3 for naught, Lloyd faces up, and Gibbon's delivery goes through outside off stump to the sun-hatted Ben Cox. There's also a sun hat on show in the slips. Who's underneath that one?
Jack Haynes. Thought they might have needed umbrellas rather than sun hats.
Certainly did going home last night.
Oh, yeah. We don't want to keep on about that, but that was... I've not seen a storm like that for a long time.
Thunder and lightning, as that is wide outside off stump. Lloyd has nothing to do with it, and Cox did really well to stop that one, literally between first and second slip as he dived across.
Well, the angle of the left armour going across, and it must have been close to a wide, and Cox did very well. I think the 2 slips were
retreating rapidly,
thinking we don't have anything to do with this.
No, it's a big ask to stop a ball of that velocity without gloves. Gibbon in to bowl to Lloyd, who leaves that one alone. Bit of bounce in it for Ben Gibbon, 22-year-old left armour, looking to add to his 7 championship wickets this season. He'll need to bring that average down of 53 as things stand.
Yeah, it's an interesting player, I think, Gibbon, having come from minor counties, working on a building site this time last year.
Good tale from the sound of it.
Yeah.
In comes Gibbon, bowls. Lloyd drives into the offside and will take a single 4 without loss.
Yeah, I see Worcestershire offering trials to anybody who fancies being a quick bowler.
Similar sort of thing in Wales.
I think everybody's looking for them, aren't they? Yeah.
They had one in Newport, one in Carmarthen. There's a feature on that, little video feature on the BBC Sport website on the Carmarthen event, and one in North Wales as well. So we shall see if anyone comes through that system. Byram on strike, left arm bowler to left-handed bat, 3 slips, and Byram steers one down to third man for a single to get off the mark, 5 without loss. But it was interesting that it was partly sparked off, I think, by a session run by Zalmi Peshawar, or Peshawar Zalmi, the Pakistan Super League side, who did a session in Newport, and it's very good PR. I mean, they were doing these around the country, various locations, including, I think, Birmingham, London, Glasgow, and appealing for people to turn up and try their skills. The coaches on duty included Inzaman Al-Haq.
All right. Here's Joe Leach comes in and bowls, and this is driven. That's a nice shot. That's an over pitch by Leach, and Byram just easing it, driving it back past the bowler for the first boundary of the Glamorgan 9 without loss. And Byram goes to 5.
And they had several hundred people,
Really?
largely from the Asian community, but from other backgrounds as well, turned up in Newport. Similar large attendances or more at other venues.
Yeah. Leach in bowls, whipped away in the air, but over the head of Libby at mid-wicket, and away for 4. Well, Leach got a hand on head there, so it looked to me as if Byram had timed that pretty well. Impossible to tell from our angle how close it was to Jake Libby, but 2 balls going to the boundary rope. Byram goes to 9, Glamorgan 13 without loss.
It was certainly an impressive sight because they gave them all free playing shirts, so they had a couple of hundred people all in the Peshawar Zalmi yellow kit.
Oh, right.
At Rodney Parade. At Spitty Park, rather. Talking about the 2 earlier.
Here's Leach in again. Byram, he does drop his wrists on this one, definitely. Even from our angle, we can tell that. There's this the South Asian Cricket Academy, Worcestershire have not invested in, but have taken a lot of interest in. Already picked up 1 player from there, and I think a lot of counties will be going down this route as well to try and unearth some young talent. Was it Jasper Bumrah who turned up at one of these? One of the Indian fast bowlers turned up at one of these camps.
All right.
And has gone on about 4 or 5 years later to play Test cricket. Here's the next ball, which Byram plays out on the offside.
I think you have to acknowledge that the current system doesn't cater for everyone in terms of turning up talent, and while Glamorgan and Shaw, all counties in the wake of recent debates in the game, are trying to make their pathways more inclusive and more open to all backgrounds, then these other talent scout days are worth a shout.
Definitely. Here's Leach to Byram again, and this time he's flicked this one away again, out over mid-wicket, over the top of Jake Libby for 6.
Wow.
Really picked that one up off leg stump. Fine shot there from Byram. So in this over he's gone 4-4-6, and he's got 15 out of the 19 without loss that Glamorgan have. Fine shot.
Ooh, that one's gone up the grandstand steps somewhere, and Libby is hunting for it.
Yeah, my nephew's on the Surrey pathway.
All right.
I think he's under 14s, under 13, something like that. But his Dad was saying, the amount of time and indeed cost, because you've got to take kids, particularly in the school holidays, there's lots of games, and so you've got to take them there, spend the day, watch them. He loves doing it, but and there are people who haven't got that time or that money to do it for their kids. So,
well, yes, you have to think that that ought to be made as low cost or as free as possible if professional counties are serious about developing future talent. All right, a fairly small percentage of those are actually going to become future professionals, but they have to put the money in.
Yeah, and I think even if they just become good club cricketers, it enhances the game. Here's Leach, last ball of the over, and this time Byram has flicked one off his pads down to fine leg. There is a fine leg down there, and that's Gareth Roderick down there, just out of my view, and that is the end of Joe Leach's over, and Glamorgan at 20 without loss, replying to 454 for 9, and I've got to skip off and entertain somebody else.
Dave Bradley is on stage doing karaoke. 20 without loss. Glamorgan, first target 305 to avoid the follow on, or the possibility of being asked to follow on. We are halfway now through day 2 of this game. T is at 320, and Ben Gibbon, left arm medium fast, over the wicket to Byram, who plays the first ball to mid-wicket, fielded by Libby. And there's no run. If you are just joining us, big stand of 167 for the 8th wicket between Gareth Roderick, who had a career best 172 not out, and Joe Leach, who made 87. And that was the principal focus of events on the field. Off the field, the announcement that Marnus Labuschagne will play for Glamorgan for a further 2 summers.
At least.
Gibbon is in and bowls outside off stump. Byram ignores it. Yeah, although it'll probably be in effect 2 months next season. April and May.
Problem is you don't have your best players from Australia, especially for the last, as we are now, 4 important games.
It is an issue, isn't it, when they're called back to begin their state training.
And then you get people who've hardly played recently being flown over, and all of a sudden they're in a game.
Well, Shubman Gill will be in a game fairly shortly, as Gibbon bowls and Byram plays into the gully. No run.
Yes, and still waiting what's happening about, importantly, Colin Ingram. We just have to wait, and Mark Wallace said discussions are ongoing. So we'll just wait and see.
Well, I suppose at least from Welsh followers' point of view, it's not we can't afford to have 3 overseas players on board. Because as this season, one of them may be forced to put his feet up for a while. Gibbon bowls, Byram drives back to the bowler, no run.
Gibbons, I haven't seen him before, probably neither of you, Nick.
No.
Bowled the biggest wide I've ever seen in county cricket, and it wasn't given a wide. I was standing right behind talking to Phil Steele, of all people, and we both said he had to go in front of third slip, the keeper.
Yes, there was an angle slanted across the right-hander, but I don't think David Lloyd could have reached it if he'd thrown himself at it. 20 for naught. Byram has 16 of them, including a 6, as he'll just run that one gently down to third man for a single. It's 21 for no wickets. And the thing about Eddie Byram is that he is, on the evidence of it, what Glamorgan were looking for in a championship opener when they signed him at the back end of last season. Didn't open last season, but has done so after missing a few games through fitness after an operation. But he's been really unflappable, hasn't he?
Solid. Glamorgan will be hoping that David Lloyd regains a bit of form in this game now.
He's on 4 not out, and he's facing up to Gibbon.
He's in Gibbon and bowls, and that's out, caught at third slip, wide delivery, and he just chased it, and he's gone for 4. It's not Lloyd's season. 21 for 1.
Well, certainly you were talking about the angle of that wide delivery in the previous over from Gibbon, but he's struck then with his last ball of his second over. Lloyd's gone for 4. 21 for 1.
If you look at the
Haynes, the catcher.
21 for 1, not the start Glamorgan needed, because the good pitch.
David Lloyd was caught by Jack Haynes off the bowling Ben Gibbon for 4.
Yeah, you know that with a left-hand seam, it's going across you, and you've got 3 slips and a gully or 2. Just leave it, really. But there we are. He's gone, and we wait for Shubman Gill and wait in anticipation to see.
Here is the 22-year-old from Punjab. 11 tests, last of which was against England back in July. He's played 9 one-day internationals, the most recent of which was against Zimbabwe towards the end of August, and his most recent innings was 130, the first time that he had passed 3 figures for India in either format. His first-class average is 53, and as well as playing for Punjab, he's played in the IPL for Gujarat Titans and for Kolkata Knight Riders. And something of a fashionista from his Twitter feed, which won't concern Glamorgan followers maybe directly, but certainly if you have an idle moment, he's not afraid of playing to the camera.
Yeah, he's at the crease. Won't be facing because that was the last ball of the over.
Here comes Joe Leach then, right arm round to Byram, who defends to mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, gone for 18 in his first 2 overs. I told you tiring, too much batting, you see.
Uncharacteristic, A, from Leach to concede that many, and B, for Byram to launch himself this soon in the innings.
Yeah.
Taking 14 off
Basball.
4 balls. There's been some nonsense talked about that.
Certainly has.
Leach in to bowl. Byram drives to mid-on. No run.
Getting a little bit darker now. The clouds around us. It's lucky to have this so far.
Let's see what the Met Office is saying.
40% it was earlier.
No, it's disappeared. It's gone off. Looks as though we'll be clear in terms of rain to the close of play. Only 10% chance of precipitation now.
That's got into you, isn't it, that word? I know why too, but we won't better not say anything.
Leach is in to bowl. Down leg side, Byram ignores it in the end through to Cox. Well, I say precipitation because it's actually the word used on the Met Office website. But it is also frequently used over the Glamorgan public address system as well, by Dr. Hignell. Well, we're told there's more rain due tomorrow, but we've been told that for a couple of days and it hasn't happened. So
I haven't seen rain or precipitation since Sunday night.
21 for 1. Leach to bowl to Byram, who defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
21 for 1, and he was in precipitation and rain. As Brother says, well, he was 2 words when you can use 1 or 3.
Yes, well, there's quite a lot of words used over the public address system on occasion, isn't there?
Yes, we'll pick up another beauties before long.
As Leach is in. 5th ball of his over to Byram on 17 not out, and he's smashed that one through the leg side. It's beautifully stopped on the fine leg boundary though by Gareth Roderick. A tumbling stop. I thought Byram had picked up another boundary, and how Roderick managed to field that and stay within the ropes, only he will know, but the replay suggested that he was legit. 22 for 1.
Now we have our first look at Mr. Gill. Is he a dasher? Is he a blocker? Is he? Well, he must be a useful player if he's averaging 53, but there'll be some nerves there. The age of 22 first wants to make an impression.
Faces up to his first ball in county cricket does Shubman Gill, and he nurdles it down into the gully, and there is no run. 22 for 1 at the end of the Leach over. 6th of September 1880, the first test match at the Oval. The first test match in England, held at the Oval between England and Australia. Yep. England fielded 8 debutants, including W.G. Grace.
Well, you probably tell them, pick me.
The match was originally intended for Surrey to play Australia. There we are. And it was also the last Gillette Cup final at Lords on this day in 1980. Middlesex beat Kent by 7 wickets.
Why are we talking about this?
Just dipped into my book, Cricket on This Day.
Oh, right.
Between overs.
Not in mind and wandered. Gibbon, the wicket taker, is about to bowl, and he's bowling at Byram, and Byram tucks that round the corner, and gets 4 runs. Takes the score now on to 26. Glamorgan racing along. Leach, very unlike figures for him. 3 overs for 19. Gibbon dismissed Lloyd, who was flashing at a wide ball outside the off stump. And now we'll waste some time because the ball has disappeared under the hovercraft. And he's found it. Sometimes you'll spend about 5 minutes there.
Yeah, it's quite a job sometimes fishing around under that hover cover.
Can you imagine if WG Grace was playing now and he was extra cover as the sweeper and have to dive headlong and palm it back? Do you think he'd have done that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could have got his butler to do it.
Yeah, well, rather a big tummy also to get over. 26 for 1, Gibbon turns at this end and runs away from us and bowls now to the left-handed Byron, who defends on the line of Midland leg and pushes it to mid-on. It's fielded there by the diminutive figure of the Worcestershire captain. Gibbon has asked, this is not his first game, a debut, as they say. Brothers will shout and tell me yes or no.
No.
Here he is.
No.
Races up there. Nice action and bowls, and that's driven, but not really timed out to Dollarweir again at mid-on.
Yeah, we were discussing when they were away his rise from being a club cricketer last season and working, do you say, on a building site, Dave? Yeah. Building site worker last year, to pro cricketer this year. Couldn't be a better job, or if you fell in trees, the great Alec Betzer used to do years ago in the winter, to build you up, build those muscles up. And here is Gibbon. He's over the wicket and bowls, and that's driven square on the offside. And third man runs round and fields it. The score moves on to 28. Byron monopolising the strike, the score, and he's on to 23. And Gill will receive his first ball from Gibbon in just a moment. A little bit cloudy, and they did say the rain was coming in the afternoon. Well, we are 3:10. What part of the afternoon? I don't know. Well, may miss it altogether if the latest update's correct. Taking leg stump guard by the look of it, Gill. And he's bowling the penultimate ball of this over, and bowls, and Gill pulls. Beautiful shot. Ooh. And like a shot out of a gun, really. It was half stopped by the man at short mid-wicket, but we probably heard that in our effects, Mike. A crack of the bat onto it, and he's off the mark. His career with Glamorgan has got underway. Pulled the ball for 2, 29 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. They waited for Roderick to get, what was it, his career best, wasn't it? Yeah, 172 not out.
And marched off. Gibbon in and bowls to Gill, and Gill is appealed for LBW, not out, going down the leg side. I would have thought end of the over is 29 for 1.
Couple of overs then, in all probability, till the tea interval. Thank you, Dr. Hignell. 3:20. Yep, we know. Yes.
You know, if you go up to Worcester now, there's a public address shop.
Oh,
just a moment.
Public address system at Worcester.
He goes on and on. And he's talked throughout the interval.
Well,
Bradley was his name. Bradley, of course.
Remember, he was talking about who'd won the egg and spoon race at the sports day on the neighbouring field, or something of that.
Very entertaining, he is, your boy. Yeah.
Yes, he's not directly on the BBC commentary, but we hear plenty of him on the effects mic there, nevertheless.
What a life. He comes away now to do the away matches, and is at home to do the job of public address announcer.
Pennington into the attack after 3 overs of Leach. Here's Dylan Pennington then, tall, fair-haired, right arm over, bowls, and Byram drives, well fielded at mid-off by a diving Dollarweir, who hurls it back in the general direction of Ben Cox.
I think Byram, with all his shots to the boundaries, is saying, you should have picked me, you know, for the 50 over comp. Very flamboyant start, hasn't he? Because normally he's been rather staid.
He's normally the rock, isn't he?
Well, at the other end, we've had Colin Ingram. flying away.
As Pennington into Byram on 23 not out, drives through the offside. 4 more, beautifully timed away to the pavilion side of the ground. The ball racing away over the square, and it's retrieved by one of the Worcestershire staff from almost reached the advertising hoardings on the pavilion side, which are, 35 metres or so away from the boundary ropes. 33 for 1, Byram to 27.
Glamorgan's primary objective now is to reach 3:05, which is the follow-on. And Byram started innings. He wants to really get there as quickly as possible.
Interesting start from Byram, as Pennington races in. Very straight run, and Byram forces another one into the offside. We'll pick up, I think, a couple of runs here as D'Oliveira is after it like a whippet, and slides, gets his throw heading back to keeper Cox pretty quickly. 2 runs, 35 for 1. Batting to come, Sam Northeast, newly capped before this game, holder of Glamorgan's record scores now in both Championship and limited overs cricket. Kieran Carlson, Billy Roots, Chris Cook the keeper. I would have thought James Harris at 8. Probably Van der Gugten, Patel and Hogan. As Pennington bowls, Byram again lashes one through the offside for 4 more. D'Oliveira can't do anything about that one as he heads off to retrieve. Well, this is not really the Eddie Byram that
it's not very good bowling
to
either. That's 2 half volleys, which for a left-hander it's lovely jubbly really, because you've got to try and duck the ball here and there when you've got the new ball. Glamorgan's scoring rate is 6.4. No, it's gone down now, 5.85.
One wicket down already though, so something of an earlier encouragement for Worcestershire when Gibbon had David Lloyd caught it slip for 4.
3 slips still there, because the ball obviously is going to move about if you put it in the right place.
Can Pennington do so as he bowls to Byram? That's a defensive shot from the left-hander, born in Zimbabwe and signed from Somerset, where he wasn't really getting a great deal of first-team cricket, but Matthew Maynard, the Glamorgan coach, having presumably seen him coming up through the ranks there.
A name sprung to mind to me the other day.
Yeah.
What ever has happened to Marchant Nalanga? Hasn't played in any of the competitions, has he?
Byram hits this one over mid-on. He hasn't got all of that by any means. It's just a single, in fact, as that one plugged about 2/3 the way back to the boundary.
Somebody better go out there and tell Ed, by the way, this is a 4-day. I know you haven't played it for a couple of months, but
40 for 1.
It's 4-day match.
Delanga, didn't he face Glamorgan in at least one of the 2020 games?
Yes, but he hasn't played every game, most certainly.
Well, he's joining Gloucestershire next season, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, that's news to me.
Yeah, it's announced he's on I think, a 2 or 3 year contract.
He's doing the West Countries then. He's down to Morgan, Somerset, and he'll be around to Worcester next, do the symmetrical thing. So the game is going on here rather quickly. 40 for 1.
Check Delanga's recent matches for you. Yeah, he played first class in the last round in July.
Anyway, it's given to bowl to Ed Byram. He's in and bowls to Byram. Byram gets a wide ball and it's hammered away. Yes, you guessed it, 4 more. Well, if you keep on bowling half volleys outside the off stump, you will get punished. And Gibbon there lent into that. It looks a good pitch, doesn't it? 38 out of 44 for Byram, who's hit his runs from 31 balls.
Delanga was played 2 of the championship games in the middle block of the season, and looks like he played about half the T20 games.
So I didn't know he was moving. That's probably the reason they said, okay. Might as well
He's
go
less likely to get picked, isn't he, if they know he's not going to be there next season.
Higgins going out, he's on loan and then signing for Middlesex.
Could be facing Glamorgan next week.
He will be, I would have thought. Anyway, it's 44 for 1. We're only, what are we in, the 5th over?
8th
rather. That's better delivery, that's the length. He bowls and it nudges outside the off stump and it goes through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, that was a genuine play and miss from Byram, who does quite often just withdraw the bat unobtrusively inside the line of the ball, but he was going after that one and lucky not to nick it through to Cox.
Grey day here at Sapphire Gardens. I thought this morning, shall I stay in bed, get an extra 20 minutes or so early start? Thought I better not. Then I had my text from you and off to go. Gibbon is in, bowls to Byron, who hits it, doesn't quite middle it, and he goes down to Leach, who fields at third man of single. 45 for 1.
Last few balls before the tea interval.
Yes. 42.3 overs remaining. They judged they messed it about, did they, the tea interval today, because it's
10 minutes,
42 overs left.
Yeah, it'll be a long last session.
Well, Gill waits, in comes Gibbon, bowls, and he plays a lovely looking shot through cover. It's running away, and it's going to be 4 runs, I think. Yes, it does, it just crosses it there. He's played 2 lovely shots here.
First boundary, nice stylish way to
beautiful drive through extra cover. 49 for 1, and there are 2 balls left, and not before time. A slip is taken away. There's Glamorgan race off to this start. Gibbon, the wicket taker, of course, the only wicket to have fallen, is bowling to the right-handed Shubman Gill, and he plays another lovely shot through cover, and it's another chase, and that's not going to be worth chasing because it's another boundary. So he's thinking, well, whatever Eddie Byram can do, I can emulate.
Well, it's no. Let's have a look at what playing in Britain is all about, is it, for Shubman Gill? He has played a test match in the UK this summer, but certainly not hanging around.
Well, we did see how easy it was, especially today, for the Worcestershire batsmen on this pitch, and I suppose if you are bowling anything offline, then it's thank you very much. Just the 1 ball left, 53 for 1, and it's approaching 7 and over. Ed Barnard, of course, will be bowling third change. Or second change. Here is the last ball before tea, and Gill plays it back down the pitch. A dive-in stop there by the fielder. That is the end of the over. 53 for 1. And
we're told 3:20 tea.
Well, 32 left, isn't it normally?
It is normally, but we were told 3:20 tea. But they appear not to be coming off.
Well, on the clock is 3:24.
Oh, I was about to.
Isn't it a funny old game, brothers?
Hit send on a tweet for the T score for BBC Sport Wales, but I'll have to put that one on save.
Anyway, on we go.
Pennington to bowl to Byram on 39 not out. Drives to cover. Good tumbling stop. On a used wicket as well from Taylor Cornell. Brave boy. 53 for 1.
He's playing like David Goyer. Fellows is on the case, probably texting the scorer.
Or inquire next door with the Glamorgan media staff if you don't hear back from them. As Pennington round the wicket to bowl to Byram, who defends it back to the bowler.
3:25.
3:25.
Come on, Nick, you've got that wrong again, haven't you?
It was over the PA at 3:20.
Shall we challenge, if you rang Mr. Hignell up now, out in the tea interval, you wouldn't answer.
The scones and other delicacies await down the corridor, hopefully. 53 for 1.
This is the last over then, I would have thought.
Pennington bowls and Byram defends on the offside.
The light might play a part?
Yes. Given that we are not able to use the floodlights. Don't eat all the cakes, Dave.
He's gone.
He's gone. Like a whippet. Too much information, Mr. Bradley. 3:25 now on the digital scoreboard. Pennington to Byram, who defends, to mid-on. No run and no ball is called by umpire Billy Taylor, former quick bowler himself. Is it Notts, Edward?
No.
Huh?
It's not far from Notts. Sussex and Kent.
Really? I don't think he played for Notts then. Maybe I'm mixing up with another Taylor.
A few Taylors played for Notts. Zimbabwean.
As in comes Pennington, bowls. Byron plays on the leg side. No run.
You don't believe me, do you? Because you check in your play for
Sussex and Hampshire.
Hampshire, was it? I knew it was down there.
It was southern anyway. You were right in that aspect.
It was Hampshire. I'm sure it was.
Sussex 99 to 03. Hampshire 04 to 09.
The tree surgeon.
Born in Southampton. First class career, 136 wickets at 33. Appointed to 2017 to the
Billy was
panel.
Medium fast first change.
Pennington, who is first change today for Worcestershire, sees Byram glance one down to fine leg. Or backward square leg for a single. Byram moves on to 40. Gill is on 10 with a couple of nice drives through the offside. And has a couple of balls to survive until the tea interval. Numberless at the moment is Shubman Gill. Patel had a number on his shirt. I think he's wearing a sleeveless jersey, isn't he, Gill? So he might have a number on his shirt. He's number 77.
He hasn't trusted
usually
the climate as yet.
No. Patel's got a number on his shirt but not on his jersey. The other new overseas. Pennington steaming in to bowl. Gill drives through the leg side and will pick up a couple of runs there.
Could get 3, huh?
Pauses and it's Gill's call. And they are comfortably back for the third run. And the scoreboard is a ball behind because the players and umpires march off for the tea interval.
I tell you what, before we break for tea, Nick, I remember watching Graham Smith.
Has he forgotten the no ball, do you think?
No, he bowled one. He bowled a legitimate at the end.
Yes, a confusion on the scoreboard, which clicks over to 9 overs, 59 for 1.
Just to add that I watched Gill played half a dozen shots. I remember watching Graham Hick when he was a 19-year-old playing against Glamorgan at Swansea for Zimbabwe. And all of a sudden you sit up in your seat, don't you? And you think, my word, this is something different. And I've noticed this with Gill. He is averaging 53, and the reason why now, some 3 gorgeous shots he's played. And if the weather relents, and it would be good if it did, this could still turn out to be a good game because Glamorgan 59 for 1 after just 9 overs. And if they can accelerate, and if we do play a full stage of cricket, as I say, we could have some fun here on the last day. Who knows? It's been entertaining. We'll join you later. Glamorgan 59 for 1.
And in reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared, commentary resumes just after 3:45.
A reminder that the CC40 Zero Welsh Cricket is still open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. It contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. The museum will be open until just before 4 o'clock. If you 2022 Glamorgan yearbook are all available for purchase via electronic means from Resumption, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Copies of these items are also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and is situated opposite Gate 2. The shop will be open until about 5 o'clock this afternoon, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk, as well as the mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion span. And a reminder that members of Glamorgan and Worcestershire can also obtain tea and coffee in the Lewis Lounge until 4 o'clock this afternoon, and again tomorrow morning between 9:30 and 10:30. At the same time, drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. Once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to Sophia Gardens today. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this, so if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to your nearest steward. Cricket is a game for everyone, and thank you for joining us in raising the game. I've got some tea time scores from the other games taking place around the country today. Once again, we will start at Spitty Park in Newport. It's the second day of the Second 11 Championship match there between Sussex and Glamorgan. Yesterday, Sussex dismissed for 261, and in reply, Glamorgan are currently 251 for 3. Callum Taylor unbeaten on 97, and Zayn Malik unbeaten on 72. The latest scores from the other games in the LV Insurance County Championship, they're also in the second day, like here at Sophia Gardens. First of all, at the Aegeus Bowl, where Hampshire have just declared on 400 for 9. That's against Northamptonshire. At Taunton, Somerset are now 135 for 4, trailing Gloucestershire by 206 runs. At Derby, Durham are 122 for 3. resume the Glamorgan Thursday is Eddie Byram and Shubman Gill. And to resume the bowling for Worcestershire at the Cathedral Road end, Joe Leach.
Good afternoon. Cricket continues here at Sapphire Gardens here on BBC Sport Online. Also through the Glamorgan Worcestershire websites, and the sound of surprise in the voice is A, because the rain hasn't arrived, and B, because the teams are back out despite some rather poor light at the moment. Glamorgan resuming on 59 for 1 in just 9 overs, and then in reply to Worcestershire's 4-5-4 for 9 declared. Try saying that after a couple of pints. Joe Leach to bowl to Shubman Gill on 13 not out, and he turns one through the leg side and will pick up a single to square leg, 60 for 1.
Yes, amazing the horrendous weather that we've had today. We're still playing cricket. We've lost 2 overs.
A couple of light showers this morning is all that it's
I think I'll be sending a personal message to Carol Kirkwood. Say, Carol, what's going on?
60 for 1. The light isn't great, and if it continues like this, we're not going to get anything near 41 overs that are due in this session. In fact, I'd be surprised if we do get beyond about, what, 5/4 to 6-ish in terms of the light.
Yeah. Bit of blue sky away to the east from where the weather's coming, but it's a long way off at the minute.
Leach goes round the wicket to the left-hander, and Byram defends on the offside. To much excitement from the infield, even though it was a perfectly bog-average defensive shot.
Yeah, they do G themselves up, don't they? Yeah. First-class cricketers. And the trouble is, it spreads into club cricket in the end, and they go, wow, yeah, and you're thinking, nothing actually happened there, mate.
No.
Calm yourself down.
No, it's when you reduce to shouting good areas for a ball that's virtually just inside the white lines and was nearly a wide, the batsman couldn't reach it. Good areas, mate. Leach bowls outside off stump. Byram has nothing to do with it.
I think that was Adam Gilchrist when it started that, on the stump mic when, Warney, good areas, Warney. Bold shame. And, yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, I can't take sledging seriously, to be honest.
No, some of it can be quite funny, and it keeps up the spirit of your team, maybe, but some of it is just nonsense. Lots of it is just nonsense.
Leach to bowl to Byram, and he will pick up a single, at least down to backward square, helping it on its way. Settles for the single. It's well fielded, 61 for 1. Trouble is as well that you do get the odd opposition player in club cricket who either recognises my voice or my name from somewhere. I don't have to be on my best behaviour then.
Yeah, you're in trouble then.
Can't have the man from the BBC telling people they're a bleeping idiot or whatever.
Yeah.
61 for 1. Leach to Gill, who plays firmly to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, you talk a lot about the game, mate, but you can't really play it, can you? I've had that a couple of times. How can you say that when you're rubbish?
Yes, at one point earlier this season, we had watching a South East Wales Division 11 game. The Glamorgan Director of Cricket and Acting CEO, Mark Wallace and Dan Cherry.
Oh, right.
As Leach is in to bowl to Gill, and he defends to mid-off, and there's no run. Because their mate Ian Thomas was playing his first game for a while, played for our second 11.
All right.
Which was hilarious, really, in retrospect. Ian Thomas, who works for the PCA, still holds the Glamorgan record for highest T20 score. It's the one that Sam North East hasn't got yet. And he's playing second 11 cricket and lumbers on, complaining about his knees. And within about 20 minutes, he's taken a stunning catch that no one else on the field would have gotten here.
Yeah. When you get somebody like that playing in local village cricket, club cricket, you see the difference.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. He played a couple of games for the first team and hit one glorious century.
Hello, we're off.
61 for 1. Well, that wasn't a light check.
No.
I don't think so. It must be a bit of rain in the air.
Yeah. Although there is blue sky away to the east. Yes, continue that then. Andy Bickle, when he was playing for Worcestershire, lived in our village, and he's a really nice player. And I said, "Oh, Bix, our second team playing on Saturday, come down." He said, "You play?" And I said, Yeah, come down. Anyway, he came down and put with his little one in a pushchair, and I was batting, and shortly after I was out, I went and sat next to him and said, "Oh, so Bix, tell me where I went wrong." He said, "Well, mate, I would, but I've got to feed the baby at 6 o'clock.
Very good.
And then he said, "We don't have this in Australia." I said, "What's that, mate?" He said, "Old blokes playing cricket."
Well, speaking of old blokes playing cricket, that's a very nice cue, Dave, because it allows me to tell you about Wales seniors and the.
Oh yeah, they do it in the World Cup.
They've beaten India today.
Well, blimey.
If I can find the email which came through earlier this morning, fairly convincingly from memory. Wales seniors cricket. Here we are. Game versus India. Wales won by 166 runs. Wales made 239 for 5, with 101 from Mike Hayden of Swansea, 50 apiece from Richard Harris of Cresselly and Stuart Carpenter of St Ismail's. And Wales bowled well as well, because India were dismissed pretty cheaply there. Gareth Edwards, who was man of the match in the first game, took 3 for 13. A couple of wickets apiece for Colin Tucker and Stephen Durston. So Wales defeated India, having earlier defeated Sri Lanka, and next play Canada, that the over-60s World Cup being played on the Gold Coast of Queensland.
Oh, lovely out there, Brisbane round there, beautiful. I wonder if they'll have to have a day off though, because the old fellas, county cricketers can't play too much cricket, so the old boys will have a day off.
I'm not sure about that, since earlier this season I played with a 78-year-old gentleman.
Really?
I believe he's about that anyway, who played 2 games in 2 days over the weekend during one of the heat waves as well.
Oh,
played a league game on loan on the Saturday and then a friendly on the Sunday.
Brilliant.
So that was true enthusiasm for the game. We're not going to get any professional cricket to talk about here in the next few minutes, I don't think, because it's raining quite heavily at the moment with Glamorgan 61 for 1.
They're pulling the side covers out, aren't they, which is never a good sign.
So we've been talking all day about the likelihood of rain, and it drops to 10% on the forecast and promptly rains.
I think they got a bit of seaweed something outside the window, and if it's a bit damp, it's going to rain. If it's a bit dry, not going to rain.
If it's a bit damp, it is raining.
Yeah.
There we are. I think we'll have to take a break, because this is going to be a significant delay, I think, with the sheeting being extended over the square as we speak, and hopefully over the run-ups as well. It is raining quite hard, though not as torrentially as it did last night. I'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners in around about 7 minutes' time in their 4 o'clock bulletin. Otherwise, we'll be back with you on commentary as and when events happen. So Glamorgan 61 for 1. And in reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared, Worcestershire have taken 3 bonus points so far to Glamorgan's 2, and it is raining in Cardiff. Glamorgan have made a positive start. They're 61 for 1 after just 10 overs, but the rain has finally arrived that we were expecting rather earlier, and the players are off at the moment. Eddie Byram's on 41 not out, and Shubman Gill, the new India batter, is on 14 not out. Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared owed much today to Gareth Roderick, a career best 172 not out, while Joe Leach hit 87. 4 wickets for Timm Van der Gugten. Meanwhile, Glamorgan have announced the re-signing of Australia star Marnus Labuschagne for a further 2 years. Here at Sapphire Gardens, they're 61 for 1, rain stop play.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have further good news from the middle. Providing there's no further rain, play will be resuming at 4:45. We've lost 14 overs, so as you can see on the scoreboards, that means we have 26 overs remaining when play resumes at 4:45. To resume the Glamorgan first innings, Eddie Byram and Shubman Gill. And to resume the bowling for Worcestershire at the River End, Dylan Pennington.
Cardiff calling, Cardiff calling. We have cricket. Repeat, we have cricket. Again.
That wasn't you used to do that Germany calling, was it? That wasn't you. You weren't Lord Haw-Haw, were you?
Ha Glamorgan 61 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared on day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship game final session, and potentially 26 overs remain to be bowled.
I think potentially is a good word there, Nick, because that would take us to 6:45.
And it is likely to be dark before then.
I think the street lights will be on in Cardiff by then. Sorry. Dylan Pennington to start from the River End.
Off you go then. Off you go.
After the break. He's bowling to Eddie Byram, who's got 41. Pennington in. Byram is whipping this one away. Down through backwards square. There is a fielder there who's Joe Leach. Didn't get as much bat on that as I thought he had, but Byram, he's going long at a rate of knots. He's got 42 of 43 balls.
Atypical from Mr. Byram.
Yes, yeah, normally a bit of a dobber, but there you go. He's got, as my granddad used to say, he's got the pig in him today. I've no idea what that meant.
Haven't heard that before.
Oh yeah, he was. You never really had a conversation with my granddad. He was just talking these little catchphrases. He's got pig in him today. Here's Pennington racing in from the River End and off the back foot. Shubman Gill plays this into the covers, where Jake Libby is the fielder. So we've lost 16 overs in the day in total. We lost 2 this morning and 14 for the last break. The crowd, as you would imagine, is thin slightly, but no, fair dues.
A few still.
There's a few have stayed, yeah, top marks to them. Not so many shorts on display today, or legs on display. Here's the next ball from Pennington, which Gill goes back and across and flicks it away off his hips to Gibbon, who comes in from fine leg to field one more to the total. Couple of slips. Fine leg third man. Square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Extra cover-ish. I presume there is indeed. Joe Leach down at fine leg, just out of my view. Well, he's not out of my view because I've seen him, but I had to stretch to see him. I hope he appreciates my efforts. Here's Pennington's next ball, and driven by Byram. Doesn't quite time this one. Pennington himself is able to do the fielding. Worcestershire's 12th and 13th man are making their way towards their camp on the boundary edge. They saves them going all the way up those steps. It'd be ironic if one of the fielders asked for something that was it's in the dressing room. Can you go and get it? Thank you very much. No, one or two have told me they've been doing 12th man duties in first class cricket, absolutely shattered by the end of the day. Here's Pennington bowling again. That's a good ball. That I'm pretty sure that beat Byram. I don't think he dropped his wrists on that one, but the ball was going to the boundary on the replay. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, Pennington bowling the last ball of his third over, 0 for 19 so far. Joe Leach opened up from the river end initially, and then he was bowling from the Cathedral Road end before they went off for rain. Bowls again, and this time Byron is forward solidly, pushing away on the offside. Taylor Cornell fields. There is no run. The total is 63 for 1, replying to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. If you've not been with us throughout the day, Gareth Roderick 172 not out for Worcestershire, career best. Joe Leach 87 in a stand of 167, and Timm Van der Gugten finished with 4 wickets. It is Joe Leach from the Cathedral Road end. Indeed it is.
Having had a quite expensive first spell by his standards, he will charge away from us, having swapped ends. They've been pretty much on throughout, I think, in Newport in the second 11 game, where Glamorgan have piled up 320 for 4 in reply to Sussex's 261.
Okay.
Sussex bizarrely have used 10 bowlers in that match. Yeah. Callum Taylor has scored a century to continue his fine second 11 form. Little surprised he hasn't featured in first 11 squads, at least recently. He's made 116. As Joe Leach will bowl to Shubman Gill. And Gill hits that one firmly to square leg, and there's no run. 97 not out for Zen Malik, who we looked up next door, who's another of the South Asian Cricket Academy people, along with Zain ul Hassan, formerly of the Worcestershire staff.
Yeah.
So, in case you haven't come across it, it's a system designed to give those academy players matches against county second 11s and bring them to the attention of counties.
Yeah.
Leach to Gill, who drives and calls a very quick single into the offside. Well, it was all right in the end, but it might not have been had it been fielded at cover by Libby, who flung himself despairingly at the ball but couldn't quite get to it.
Well, Kashif Ali at Worcester is one of the South Asian Cricket Academy lads who impressed in a match against Worcestershire and has now got himself a contract, and looks a very good player.
Yes, it's interesting that the Academy's aim is to put itself out of business within a few years.
Yeah.
64 for 1 here, Byram on strike. Leach to bowl, and down leg side they appeal for a catch behind, but the appeal was mainly from the slips rather than those more directly involved, although Cox did hold it up straight away.
He hurt himself. Banged his hip or something?
Might have fallen slightly awkwardly as he's limping slightly.
Bit of a dead leg.
Back to his position, having taken that well down leg side.
Nothing really from Leach the bowler until the rest of them went up. Then he kind of had a little wahoo.
64 for 1. Byram has 42 of them. As he's defending that one. Back to the bowler, no run. 5 saving the single, 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg. 2 slips, and the outfielders are at square leg and fine leg. Byram's aimed a couple of meaty blows through mid-wicket early in his innings, dispatching one into the grandstand. 64 for 1. Leach in the sunshine round the wickets, and Byram completely squared up by that one, was looking to play straight and the ball squirted to point and there's no run.
Torrential sunshine.
Indeed, although dark clouds approaching from our right.
Yeah. Well, if the sunshine goes, and the clouds will come over, even if they don't dump some rain, it will make it pretty gloomy, I would think.
Leach always looks to be putting in maximum effort. It's a slightly slower ball, and it's driven into the offside by Byram, and it's beaten the sprawling mid-off and gone away for 4 runs. So Eddie Byram goes up to 46, and Glamorgan to 68 for 1. 305 is the immediate target to avoid the possibility of following on that after Worcestershire made 454 for 9 declaring immediately on Roderick reaching his career best.
Leach disappointed with himself with the last ball of that over, because he'd bowled a pretty decent over, just 1 run coming from him, keeping it fairly tight, but served up a nice half volley, and Byram not one to miss out when he's in the mood he's in today. He's got 46 of 68 for 1. David Lloyd, the man who went fairly early, caught by Haynes at second slip off Gibbon for 4.
Edward Cooper on Twitter saying hopes that Marnus, Labuschagne and Nisa will bring a positive attitude next season.
Here's start of a new over. Dylan Pennington bowling to Shubman Gill, who pushes this one away into the offside, and there is no run.
Labuschagne, in case you missed the announcement earlier, signed for a further 2 years, although next year, realistically, likely to be playing for only the first couple of months of the season. And, well, we'll see how much first-class cricket is in that period, since there's talk of starting the season off with the One Day Cup in April.
Pennington's next ball is chopped away, not really timed on this occasion by Gill. Comfortable pick up and return in the end by Gareth Roderick. Yes, that's going to be interesting. And if we could have the 50 over competition early in the season, I wonder how many counties are going to make sure that their overseas are available for that. And the other question is that we've asked a few times, what's going to happen when the 100 is on? Because obviously this season we've had the 50 over competition, or the last 2 seasons,
which I suspect is the best of a bad job, but may change.
Here's Pennington in again, and this is played out on the onside to a shortish mid-wicket. Taylor Cornwall, the fielder. And of course the crux of all this is that the counties could vote. It's their vote, and they have to get 2/3 majority, I believe, which is 12 of the 18. And if they don't, well, I don't know where we go from there. There'll be another
turn up in a car park in Swindon and on April the 1st and argue about it.
Yeah, there'll be another committee brought into use. Here's Pennington wide of the off stump, but Gill lets the ball go on its way.
Neil is on the M25, where he often listens to us.
Good lad.
Praying for an absence of wickets in this evening session.
Praying for an absence of those little red crosses that come up above the lanes as well, I would have thought.
Absolutely. Congestion ahead. Queue after junction.
Yeah. And it's always just after you've gone past the services, because you think, shall I stop here and have a tinkle and a cup of tea? And you just get past there and there's a 200-mile queue. Pennington in bowls, and Gill pushes away on the offside. Again, no run. Decent over this from Pennington so far.
I'm not sure if it's worse with those signs up when there is a queue or when there isn't a queue, because it also does my head in when quite often late at night I think whoever does the signs knocks off early or is running the entire UK motorway network, and you see obstruction in the road ahead,
slow down, 40 miles.
Workforce in road ahead, and you sort of jog past it at 40 miles an hour and there's nothing happening at all.
Drives me crackers. There's Pennington bowls, and that's a lovely straight drive back past the bowler. Pennington tried to get his hand to it, did a forward roll on his follow through, but the one ball in the over that was hittable got hit. So boundaries off the last ball of the last 2 overs. The rest of the bowling looked fairly tidy. 72 for 1. Glamorgan, Gill on 20. Byram 46. My wife told me yesterday morning there was a knock on the door. There's a road worker chap there. He said, "I'm really sorry. Could you move that car there? We're doing some road works." Oh, okay. Got the car moved. And they put all the barriers up and all the lights, and then about 2 hours later, the bloke came back and said, "Sorry, but we're not going to be working here today." Why not? We got the wrong sort of traffic lights. We got 2-way traffic lights, and it's a 3-way junction.
Oh dear!
So they took it all down and went away again.
Oh gosh!
Good use of time and labour.
Oh well, mistakes happen. The polite version of it. Leach is in round the wicket to bowl to Byram, who runs one down to third man for 4 runs. With no fuss whatsoever to reach his half century.
That's a good half century, that is. What's that?
51.
Yeah.
51 deliveries as Byram raises his bat to acknowledge the applause of crowd and teammates. And
do you think he's acting under team orders in order, go out and get on with it? Let's get some bonus points if we can.
Maybe the case.
Looking at the weather forecast, it's been badly wrong for the first 2 days, but I'm not sure you can play cricket to the weather forecast. But fine innings.
Yeah. 50 off 51 deliveries. If this page in front of me refreshed, I could tell you how many boundaries. Yes, 8 fours and a 6. Sorry, it's on the bottom of our video screen. 8 fours, 1 6. 51 deliveries. Leach to Byram over the wicket, and Byram defends. Gill has 20 off 20. And Byram, so far, this is his 5th championship match of the season for Glamorgan, and it's the 4th time he's passed 50, and on 2 of the previous occasions he's gone on to convert into 3 figures.
76 runs in an hour for Glamorgan, and we're just into the 14th over. That's going at some rate.
Leach to Byram, who drives on the offside straight to mid-on, where Gibbon does the fielding.
Oh, time for me to go and talk to some other people.
Thank you, Dave. Edward Bevan will be coming on once. Thought Dave was demolishing his half of the commentary box there, but he was just trying to unplug a recalcitrant device. 76 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. Leach to Byram, and he blocks that one. Have a look at events elsewhere. And the one-day international in Cairns, Australia pulled off an improbable 2-wicket victory over New Zealand, having looked down and out. Women's international, Ireland beat Scotland by 16 runs on DLS. That's a rather truncated 2020 match. In Division 2 of the County Championship, after Leach's next delivery. Here comes balls to Byram, who plays that one to backward point. There's no run. Nottinghamshire, the leaders, have moved into an impregnable position, I think it's fair to say, against bottom side Leicestershire. Notts in their second innings have rattled up 363 for 6. With 3 players reaching 60 in Hamid, Clark and James. So that one looks very much like a Notts victory, unless it rains a lot in the East Midlands. Leach bowls. Byram is forward defensively, so having reached his half century, he's blocked out the rest of the over. At Derby, Derbyshire made 306 all out. And in reply to Derbyshire's 306 all out, Durham 173 for 4. Michael Jones made 87 there. Derbyshire Sandwiched at the start of the round in between Glamorgan in 3rd place and Worcestershire in 5th. Glamorgan only have to draw this match to go second ahead of Middlesex, who are not playing. Pennington bowls, Gill edges, but safely along the ground to 3rd man for a single. Fielded by Leach on that short 45-degree boundary, away to our right, by the entrance to the ground. 77 for 1. In just the 15th over here on BBC Sport Online. If you want to tweet us, Nick Webb 2017 and Bradders at BBC. Nice to see an accumulation of new followers in recent weeks. Thank you very much indeed to everyone who has followed us. As edged by Byram and doesn't, I think, quite carry, or did it, to Pollock at slip. Oh, half volley? Half volley, I'm saying that is. Edward, how are you reading that one?
I'm reading it, they didn't quite carry.
Fair enough, at least we agree.
Enterprise in batting here, isn't it?
It is. It's probably the fastest that, I mean, as I've been saying, Byram's got very good stats in the championship, but this is probably the fastest he's scored.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Pennington bowls, Byram drives to mid-on, no run.
The shot that Gill played the last ball of Pennington's over.
Down the ground.
Oh, just pushed it. It went like a rocket. He must either have a good bat, but exceptional talent and timing.
Yeah, perhaps if he'd like to leave his bat behind at the end of the month, then I'll stick in an offer for it.
Come on now, Nick. Timing, you see. Could you time it?
No. Pennington is in to bowl to Byram, who drives, and a good sprawling stop by Cornwall, but he's pushed it around the corner, and they'll dash through for a quick single. Byram to 51, 78 for 1.
It's 50 or 51, wasn't it?
Yeah. 8 fours and a 6.
38.
Aggressive stuff.
Going at 5.3, which is exactly what Glamorgan. They play positive cricket. They hope, and their intention must be, well, let's try and get as many batting points as we can without being too reckless, perhaps is the wrong word, but you know what I mean.
Pennington to Gill, who blocks it to mid-off. It's difficult, isn't it, for the weather forecast not to get into your brain, because we spend half our time talking about it, and said to Timm Van der Gugten last night, how do you approach this when you know there's a forecast about weather? Well, he said, well, you just have to rock up and assume that you're going to play, and prepare yourself for a full day, and then it's not in your control whether you get it, but you have to be prepared to get on with it when you can. 78 for 1. Pennington bowls and Gill defends.
Defends well there. Kept low.
End of the 15th over. Glamorgan going at 5s. Pennington has conceded 25 in his 5. Leach is also going at 5 runs and over, and a decent start for Glamorgan despite losing the skipper early on. David Lloyd edging Ben Gibbon to Jack Haynes at slip for 4. Batting to come, northeast, Carlson, Root, Cook, C, Harris, Van der Gugten, Patel and Hogan.
Excuse me, Joe Leach got there in the end. Joe Leach to continue. Being rather harshly dealt with in this innings, not for 30 of his 6, and he's coming in now and bowls to the left-handed Byram, who drives up to mid-off. There's no run. I met 2 captains over the years who never believed in weather patterns. One was Matthew Maynard. He said you can't be dictated by the weather, and you're absolutely right. And the second was David Byas, you remember, was captain of Yorkshire. And we went up to Scarborough, and if they were to win the game, they would win the championship. And there was strong rumours that it was going to rain just after lunch. The next ball is driven backward of square. There's a man tumbling and stops it. And he wanted to get a good score to dismiss Glamorgan. And we thought, declaration must be imminent. He's heard the weather forecast. And he batted on. And then he did declare. This is no word of a lie. At about 3:20, the last Glamorgan wicket fell. And as they were walking off the field, the rain started, to which we asked him, amid great celebrations, well, you judged the weather forecast. And he more or less echoed what Matthew Maynard had said earlier, not in the day, but before. And that's short, and he tries to cuck it away, a bit close to the body, that, no run. And he said, look, I'm a farmer, and he lived up in the north of the county, up in Scarborough. And he said, I know the weather up here, and he was quite serious about it, and I was going to judge my declaration when I thought it was right, not by other people. Oof. And he said, I just play to my instinct, and I play cricket, which is not a bad philosophy, is it? Not like the two stories I said about the Buccaneers yesterday. As in comes Leach and bowls, and that's played straight, and there is no run. Better over this from Leach.
Yeah, give you a couple of First Division scores in between deliveries. Hampshire chasing Surrey at the top. Hampshire declared immediately after getting to maximum points on 400 for 9 in 90 overs. And Irene Donald, 94 off 84 balls, 15 fours and 2 sixes. And Northampton reply 68 without loss. That's at Southampton, where they had a few rain delays this morning.
As Joe Leach comes in and bowls again to Byron, who defends in the line of middle stump there and pushes it up to mid-off.
At Canterbury, Essex firmly on top, having amassed 573. Ferro's Cushy, a young local lad, at 164 there. Kent in reply in trouble at 70 for 3, and they don't have Darren Stevens in their side.
They don't?
No.
I wonder, the rumour is that he's going back to Leicestershire. I bet a few counties wouldn't mind signing him. As Leach turns, comes in past umpire Baldwin, and this is played out towards mid-on. They scamper through for an easy single. That's the end of the over. Better over from Leach there. And the score is now 79 for 1. Byram is on 52. Gill is on 21. And the rain has returned, and off go the fielders again.
Yeah, it's going to be another heavy shower. I wonder if this one might be the end of today. The ground staff are not on the heavy cover, on the hover cover. They weren't expecting that, and it's a race across the ground for 5-6 ground staff members. Who, to be fair, have got their PDQ. 79 for 1. Just give you the other scores in the Roses match. Lancashire 276 all out. Yorkshire in reply 121 for 4. And in the West Country Derby, Gloucestershire on top, having made 343 despite something of a collapse. In reply, Somerset 159 for 6, and that despite 90 from Imam ul Haq on the Somerset debut, the Pakistan batter, but the rest of them have fallen away. 4 wickets for Tom Price. Somerset 159 for 6. So yet another rain interruption, and if they get all the sheets and so on out, 20 minutes to half an hour to get it off again, this could possibly be the conclusion of today's entertainment, and I suspect some of the spectators will turn tail and make for home. They're dashing for cover underneath the stands at the moment. Let's pause and see what action the ground staff take. Looks as though the pipes are coming out. Oh, it's a
nasty one. This
it's a pain in the butts at those working those pipes. I have every admiration, because whenever I try and do it, I manage to get a load of water somewhere else on the square. It's not the easiest of jobs, but
I think it all depends on how heavy this shower is going to be, because you can't go on like this. And that's why I think we knew there was rain. There's bound to be rain sometime. Why Worcestershire didn't make a more positive approach? I'm not really criticising them, because it's their business to do, but to go along and just wait for Roderick to get his career best and then walking off, thought, well, what is the point of that when you know that the rain would interfere? Far better perhaps if he'd just pull in at 400 or had a slog at another 40. Be interested to hear what Brothers has to say. And we were talking about scoreboard pressure, but we can see now that this pitch is absolutely perfect. And Glamorgan, have gone along 6-5 and over. So I didn't quite see the logic in that, especially as Worcestershire do have a sniff at second place. And at the moment it looks just all set for a drawn match, if the weather forecast is to be believed for the next 2 days.
We've now got sunshine to go with the rain and a rainbow somewhere over Cardiff city centre. Where's the crock of gold? So we're going to have a delay of some sort, presumably at least 10-15 minutes or so. So we'll leave you here on BBC Sport Online for the time being, with Glamorgan replying to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared there, 79 for 1 off 16 overs. We've got rain, we've got sunshine, we've got the covers coming out. Gill is on 21, Byram is on 52. The wicket so far to Ben Gibbon. We'll be back when there's any further action here at Sapphire Gardens.
No.
No, but apparently I'm not hearing that they're going to keep Cersei's in charge of the screen next year. So I'm going to have to go to someone and go, because Cersei's literally said me all these, he wants to, because it's what the people do, like Badger and Coons or it's just like a show. He wants to connect Zoom to be mixed, to have people calling in during the game. And I'm like, so I was meant to go and see him last week, but I had car problems, so I'm going to have to go and see him one day next week. And I'm just going to say to St. John, I've been working this week. You're not getting involved, you're not in charge, I'm running it. I don't want you anyone to do it, because you don't understand it, because if you did, you'd be where you are now. But back off. People want to talk on the politics. Politics is in charge. But then the Sky Club, probably accepted, so we'll have the Sky guys. It's just all pain in the ass. It really is.
from the middle, provided there is no further rain. Play will be resuming at 10 to 6. And as you can see on the scoreboard, that means that 10 overs have been lost. We've got 10 overs remaining to go. So later we start 17:50 with further 10 overs.
Well, very good evening. Yet again here at Sapphire Gardens for the 533rd time today. We're resuming after a rain break with Glamorgan on 79 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 454 all out. Edward Bevan has got one hand out and is counting the spectators left in the ground. No, it's slightly more than that, and maybe a few dozen. Good luck to them because they've hung on during a large number of rain breaks today. Glamorgan 79 for 1. Worcestershire looking for late wickets. Theoretically, we've got 10 overs left, but having dried up the ground, we've now got the issue of light to contend with shortly. So it's not great. Pennington is in to bowl to Eddie Byram, who has 2 slips lurking behind him, and Pennington bowls now, and Byram flicks that one rather eerily towards mid-wicket. It doesn't carry, but it wasn't in control. And, well, I'm surprised they're out there in this light, to be honest. It's got rather murky since the teams came back on, Edward.
Yeah, well, the windows again, I go back, because you will not clean them. And it always looks worse than it is. I don't mean only here, but any ground you go to. Oh, yes, it's much better outside, they say. And it probably is. And let's hope we do get 10 overs, really.
Pennington to Byram, who drives and does not beat the tumble of Tolavera at mid-off for the left-hander, who throws it theatrically back.
Now, I do hope we get the 10 overs, but I know it's dreary and cold and what have you, but the game needs it, and the position of these two sides need it. You want to play as much as you can. We've all been listening throughout the day and a half we've been here about the respective positions, and both sides have to be positive, but unfortunately we didn't have that positivity from Worcestershire this morning or afternoon.
As Pennington is in to bowl, and Byram leaves this one to go through to Cox outside off stump. Well, Leach batted with reasonable speed, didn't he? A strike rate of 60, 87 off 143.
But I'm afraid his partner, Nick, and when they got to the 109th over, they needed about 9. They patted every ball back.
That was the bit where I agree with you. They could have shown more haste towards the potential.
I promise you, I'm not being parochial here, Nick, but Glamorgan have started off and gone at 6 and over. I'll finish what I'm trying to say in a moment.
Pennington bowls, Byram defends. It doesn't look great conditions out there. Is there a sign of? I think there's a little bit more drizzle in the air as well. So it would be awkward for either of these batters to get out now, and maybe the ground staff will return to the fray. There's one of them monitoring the situation. We saw half a dozen sprinting across the ground earlier on when we did have a short, sharp shower. Pennington to Byram, who leaves that one outside off stump. And I don't think you're going to see these two men going hell for leather after the bowling in the same way as we saw in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, that takes me back to, because Glamorgan, no, they've got to get as many points as they can. They'll have been disappointed not to pick up the third bowling point. But the way that Byron especially, and also Gill, play some positive shots, are playing, or have played, suggests that they want to try and get some bonus points, because it's very doubtful that 21 wickets are going to fall here. 19 wickets in 2 days.
Next delivery from Pennington is ignored by Byram, shouldering arms outside off stump. 79 for 1, maiden over, 9 theoretically remaining.
You go back to the light, Nick. You have a look at how light it is on the monitor.
Yeah, but they've got technical means to adjust it for visibility.
We've got a change of bowling, and we've seen Leach, Gibbon and Pennington bowl, but now it's going to be Barnard, who played well for his 75 yesterday, And he's a very useful cricketer, such an useful cricketer that he's been picked up by Warwickshire, just up the road, which has disappointed so many of the Worcestershire supporters. And he's going to have his first ball. He's going to be bowling to Gill, who has played attractively for his 21. Here he is now then. Bowls the first ball to Gill, and Gill has pulled, but no way timed a ball that came slowly off the pitch, and there's no run. It's 78 for 1. And Glamorgan's aim now to get 305 to avoid the follow-on. And if they do manage to get 305, then you would expect them to just motor then if we get cricket tomorrow at any time.
Who knows with the vagaries of the weather.
Small mercies as Barnard comes in, and it's a good delivery, just back of a length, pushed away on the offside. There's no run.
Slightly surprised to see Gill's aggressive start, given that although he has played in the UK for India on a fairly limited basis this summer, he's not au fait with British conditions from any previous county visits, and admirable positivity to take the game to Worcestershire.
He's a good player, isn't he? And the wicket is conducive to the batsman. It hasn't done a heck of a lot in the first 2 days. Barnard bowls, guided away into the covers this time on the back foot, and there's no run.
Yeah, it looks as though Glamorgan are a little bit more on the defensive in this little session, possibly believing that it's not going to be too long a session anyway, since we're already 26 minutes.
You don't want to give it away,
after the alleged close of play. Half an hour added because of earlier delays, and they want to hang around and be there to push on as and when play is possible tomorrow.
Barnard over the wicket, runs away from us and bowls to Gill. Gill cuts it way into the gully where it's fielded and returned. 2 slips, a third man, and then 3 from cover extra, mid-off, saving 1. Man short, how do you call him? Not short leg, but sort of stopping the one on the onside, a mid-on, and a man down on the long leg boundary. That's the field, pretty conventional field, as Ed Barnard walks back to his mark. Hasn't conceded a run yet as he bowls to Gill, and Gill gets right behind that. For some reason, Dolliver is leaping up in the air at mid-off as he gets the full face of the bat to it and plays it in front of him.
Decent enough start from Ed Barnard, pretty much on target. As umpire Baldwin has got a very optimistic pair of sunnies on the back of his hat. Certainly don't need to be on the front of his face.
Last ball of the over from Barnard. It's been a good one so far. From this Cathedral Road end, he's in and bowls, played defensively up to cover. And as you say, a good start from Ed Barnard. The score is 79 for 2. Byram is on 52, and Shubman Gill played his first, he's on debut for Glamorgan for the next 4 games. He's on 21. And there are 8 overs left this evening, hopefully.
Shubman Gill has obviously switched from Gujarat Titans IPL mode back to Punjab 4-day cricket mode for his remaining.
He looks unflappable, doesn't he?
It's quite a mature start for a 22-year-old, but he's played in 11 tests, so he's used to international pressure, so a nearly empty Sapphire Gardens shouldn't faze him too much. But there are unique demands of playing county cricket, as umpire Taylor is having a little word with him about something. Maybe is he suggesting he's scratching too much at the pitch where he's standing, or standing too far outside his ground. Pennington bowls. Byram will get at least a single. He'll get 4 as Leach can't cut it off on the fine leg boundary, running round towards square leg, and Byram timing it nicely off the hip to move on to 56, and Glamorgan on to 83 for 1. The first runs since the latest post-rain resumption.
I spoke to a lot of people today, well, a few people, not a lot, who intend going up to Lord's next week. It is an attractive proposition.
Be nice to hear some Welsh voices in the crowd. as Byram is squared up slightly by that one. Pennington played out onto the offside defensively. Worcestershire doing their best to gee up their bowlers with a lot of chat around the infield, as we so often hear in all levels of cricket these days.
And rugby and soccer.
Well, in rugby they don't usually have enough breath left to have too much extraneous shouting. In comes Pennington again. Balls. Byram drives nicely, but D'Oliveira dives, took some of the weight off the ball and has probably saved a boundary, but has to chase back to retrieve it. And Byram is comfortably back for a second run, but D'Oliveira at least saving a couple by his efforts, even if he couldn't block it cleanly.
They certainly timed the ball, these two, especially Byram's, timed it very, very sweetly.
Pennington bowls and Byram noodles that one away past point down to third man, where it's fielded by Gibbon, and they're comfortably through for a single. 86 for one Glamorgan, 305 their immediate target to avoid the follow-on. Be update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in 2 or 3 minutes time. Gill 21 on strike in the gloom of Sapphire Gardens.
Gathering gloom. Does gloom gather? Or is it just
Yeah, I think it does, yeah. Pennington to Gill, who pushes forward defensively. Out on the offside, no run.
He certainly is a player, a batsman that plays every ball on its merit. He doesn't sort of drive willy-nilly or slash or anything. He just plays it, and when he does get a loose ball, it's invariably 4 runs. Healthy run rate 4.57 for Glamorgan, and nearing their first 100 of the 300 they need initially.
Just David Lloyd back in the shed. Caught it slip off Ben Gibbon for 4. Pennington bowls and Gill pushes forward. Was struck high on the thigh, I think there. There is no run. That's the end of Pennington's over. 86 for 1, Gill 21. Byram has 59 as Gill wanders down for a bit of gardening and a chat with Byram.
I'm looking at the back, his back legs. First you think he's got black socks on, surely not. But then I think it's, as you do these days, I think it's an advert on the back of his pads, and he's about to turn around, so if you have a good look there, no, camera is off it. But he's got, I think it's got to be on the pads. Anyway, new over now from Barnard, his second. He didn't concede a run in the first. He didn't bowl at Byron, and he has got a thickly populated offside field here. And Barnard in to the left-handed Byron, and yes, he did pull his bat away as that seamed away.
I think that's a black flash on the back of Gill's boots.
Do
that you're picking up, unless it's a black strap to the pad, but no reason why white pad should have a black strap. Might have black socks on.
In comes Barnard, bowls again. Oh, and that's one that's gone right over the top of Byram's left shoulder, and he takes his head away. Well, Barnard's only bowling over in a bit, but he's already got more movement of the other seamers.
Yeah, it was an excellent delivery, similar to those that Van der Gugten bowled
all of a sudden, wasn't it?
Early on. Yeah, update for BBC Radio Wales coming shortly.
In comes the next ball and bowls, and that's gone down to the third man boundary. It will be stopped by the man fielding there, but again that jagged away. One wasn't really played confidently by Byram.
Edged with soft hands though, I think, by Byram, and that's the second time today that he's seen the bowler find the edge of his bat, but it hasn't quite carried the slip cordon, so he's obviously doing something correctly in defence. 87 for 1. Barnard looking threatening at the moment. Gill facing up to Barnard. Glamorgan 87 for 1 in the evening gloom in reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. Gareth Roderick, with a patient 172 not out, steered the visitors to an impressive score. Timm Van der Gugten with 4 wickets was the best Glamorgan bowler. Glamorgan replying in sprightly fashion. Eddie Byram 60 not out. Shubman Gill, the Indian debutant, is on 21 not out. And earlier Glamorgan announced the retention of Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian star, on a further 2-year contract. Glamorgan 87 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 454. And we have 6 overs to come after this next delivery.
It's just as well that I switched my mic off while you were giving that report, because I had a slight coughing fit now.
It's probably the worst possible time to have a coughing fit when I'm doing the 30-second radio update, but Barnard bowls and Gill dispatches it over mid-wicket. How far has that one gone? All the way. It's his first maximum for Glamorgan. Shubman Gill swivelling onto that one and hitting it very hard indeed. Over mid-wicket, a low skimming shot towards the photographer lurking on that mid-wicket boundary. 93 for 1 then. Gill has 27, Byram has 60. They are off in search of the ball.
We got it.
Edward Bevan will be accompanied by Dave Bradley for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yes, thanks, Nick. That was hit fiercely there by the batsman, who was waiting for the bad ball and then dispatched. And he looks quite at home. His umpire Baldwin wants to inspect that ball. We have 6 overs left this evening, and we are talking about a 6:30 finish. Could be worse. Brothers, what's your plans for tonight? Hearty dinner?
No, Ovaltine and bed. Now I've got to get some more steps in today. I'm a bit short on my steps. Steps. I have to get my steps in on my Fitbit, so I'll go and do it. Yes, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, I'll go and do a bit of walking around and see.
Be careful, I tell you.
Well, I do have 1 or 2 people I know in Cardiff. Here's Pennington in and bowls, good ball. And Byram, who has this habit of dropping his wrists late, does drop his wrists inside the line of that one. But I have been invited for cocktails, you know. I do have people, you know.
Well,
or Diet Coke.
I got a different route. I'll have to go home tonight because that ladies' match is taking place.
Oh, is that on your way home?
It is on my way home, and that's the reason I said, you know, I know the ladies, they're not going to cause any trouble, but you never know with these football games.
Well,
they might just...
traffic will be.
The traffic, I shall be going...
Is Pennington in bowls, Byram drives down the ground. Oliveira this time stops it. He made a bit of a hash of one earlier. It was a difficult stop, but he should have stopped it. No run, 93 for 1.
Yes, I'll be turning right down the road instead of left. Oh, I don't turn left, I go straight on down through Canton, and Canton will be very, very busy at about 6:30.
Okay.
Kick-off, hang on, kick-off is 7:45, I believe.
Might not be too bad.
We give it a go, perhaps, yeah.
Yeah. Pennington turns, he's bowling from the river end to Byram, who's moved on to 60. Byram forward defensively pushes the ball out. He's calmed down a bit since the last rain break. He was going to run a ball. He's now 81 balls for his 60, but final innings, Ed Barnard would be really annoyed with the last ball of the last over because he sort of cramped Shubman Gill up a little bit, but then he dropped one. Yeah, he dropped one short, and Gill
half track, I should say,
very quickly inside the line and whacked it over the shorter boundary into the stand. Pennington leaps into his delivery stride. Byram gets solidly in behind. Pennington takes the ball and then thinks about throwing it at the... Well, I don't think he even thought about throwing it at the stumps, but he indicated that he might, but he didn't. Would have been a bit daft too, because the batsman was back, and all you're going to do is going to give away some overthrows.
I don't know how much time and overs we've lost today, but we've been very fortunate, as to have had the cricket we have in 2 days.
Well, yeah, if you'd have, a very good friend of mine messaged me from as Pennington comes in and bowls, and Byron flicks this one away off his hips. That's going to go for 4.
4 more.
Timed that one perfectly. There's no deep square leg out for Worcestershire, so Byron moves on to 64, and Glamorgan a 97 for 1, replying to 454 for 9 declared. Yeah, a good friend of mine was going to come down today. Thought, oh, go down for the day, and with the good lady wife, she can go off shopping, catch up with me later. And he looked at the weather forecast last night and thought, oh, I'm not having any of that. And he was not very happy when he saw how much cricket we'd got in. That was before about 4 o'clock, so we've lost a bit since. But there we are. You've got to turn up on rainy, murky days. You've got to take the rough with the smooth.
Imagine if you'd come off for the day. Now then, darling, come shopping, you promise.
Yeah. Here's the next ball. Well, that's a good ball, that is. Once again, Byron plays just inside the line of it through to wicketkeeper Cox. Takes it head high. End of the over. I must admit, I have... on at least 2 occasions said to my good lady wife, you like Cardiff for shopping? Yes, lovely, yeah, shall we go Sunday afternoon? Yeah, there just happened to be
a football or a
rugby on at the Arms.
Mind if I slip off?
Yeah, I'll just you carry on. Well, only be a couple of hours. You go off.
You can imagine your friend doing a John Cleese. If he came down, he had heavens open. Now, shall we go shopping? Why did I do this?
Why did I do this?
Right, Barnard is to start any over, bowling to Gill, and bowls him now, and Gill leaves outside the off stump and goes through to wicket-keeper Cox. Very good start this for Glamorgan, going at 4.5 and over, 97 for 1. We're in the 22nd over, Byram on 64. Shubman Gill showed a lot of promise, he's on 27. Nick was mentioning it can't be easy when you sort of land, go down the nets the day before, and get out in the middle. Yeah. He looks very calm, doesn't he?
He does, very organised batsman.
In comes Barnard, bowls to him, and this time he on-drives, but it's a single. Now, that's a good judge of a run, because I didn't think they would bother to take it, but they did, and was safely home. As they approach the 100 mark, it's 90... I thought it was 97, that's it, 97 for 1. And I don't think that's gone up. I may be wrong. It's 98.
99.
Yeah, what's going on?
Then he took
what's going on?
98. There we go.
I got it.
There we got it.
Well, that was my initial thought. Byram waits. In comes Barnard and bowls to him, and he lets that go. Very deceiving when you think that he's leaving or he's beaten or whatever. I've said this before, but Mark Benson, do you remember?
I do.
The best lever in the country.
Yeah. Clayton Lambert, the West Indian.
Yes.
He would drive you
He's
mad.
A left-hander again.
Yeah, he would drive people mad with them.
Oh, he's played on this. No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. The light has not got any worse.
I think we'll bowl these 4.5 overs now, and then it could be worse. It's only 6:15. Barnard from this end runs away from us and bowls again, and that's gun barrel straight.
No ball.
A no ball signalled by umpire Baldwin, who hails now from Lampeter, which is rather a long way away from Cardiff. 2-hour drive.
Yeah, got to be in it, mid-Wales.
He'll be speaking Welsh next year, I told him the other day.
Oh dear, you want to go down that road.
All Welsh that way.
Yeah, it is.
100 is up, and Barnard comes in and bowls, and this time is defended up to cover point. 100 for 1, and this partnership now is worth 79. After Lloyd went for 4, the score 21.
Very good friend of mine's daughter's has just got an O-level or an A-level, I'm not sure what it was, in Welsh, and she's not Welsh.
That's a good effort.
Well, it's
a difficult language. I speak Welsh fluently, but
it's a difficult language
to learn.
Yeah.
Barnard again in bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-off, and There's no run.
I struggle with English. We didn't do English at our school. We didn't bother. We did yokel.
It is very, very difficult to learn. I couldn't speak, well, English. Well, a lot of people say can't speak English now, but I couldn't speak English till I was about 5.
Oh, right.
I brought up in a Welsh household,
Yes,
you know.
yes.
It's
Yeah.
as we watch Barnard again, comes in and bowls, and that's clipped away nicely again, beautifully timed, and it's a chase up towards the mid-wicket boundary, and I think the fielder is going to get there. Yes, he is, but doesn't stop them running for 3 runs.
Taylor Cornell chasing that one down.
And that's-
Running across the square initially, which is very bare at the moment.
So,
He's a bit upset with himself.
Barnard there, yeah, he's conceded a few runs in that over. Not too many, 0 for 13. He'd been hit for 60, he went for 7 in that over, the score is 103 for 1. And Gill has... Byram has moved on to 67. Are we going to have a change of bowling?
Gibbon.
Off spin?
Gibbon.
Oh, Gibbon.
No, I haven't got an off spinner. Well,
Libby, didn't he?
Jake Libby.
Anybody's? No. Well, it's a far away. That's my excuse. It's a long way away, and I can't pick out his number. He is a little bit shorter than Libby, and he's also left arm quick.
Yeah. Apart from that, they're very similar.
They're very similar, yeah.
I think Gibbon's actually got a beard, but you can't see that from here. I think he's an interesting character, Gibbon. He's been given the opportunity. One of these who didn't come through the county academies, and
good for him. Club. He's come from a club, has he?
Yeah, good player, minor counties. He bowls.
Bowled.
That's a good ball.
That's
draws,
not a leave.
No, that draws Byram forward and then just skips away from him. Just rather holds its line, and it's coming in from the left arm. You expect it to keep coming in, and it didn't. It
very much like the perfect delivery.
It was a good delivery. That Byram goes for a walk round, has a little conversation with himself. He'd be annoyed if he gets out this time. Who's the night watchman if he goes?
Vander.
No, he generally gets the job, does he?
He doesn't mind it.
No, some that are. Next ball is pushed away on the offside. Good stop by Taylor Cornell, an extra cover, no run. Yeah, Charlie Morris, I'm told, volunteers to do it.
I think he got... let's have a look first. We get there eventually when they played Notts very early in this season. I think he went in and batted at number 10 and got 62. Vander.
Just looking where Byram's standing, he's way outside his off stump.
Yes.
As the next ball beats him. It doesn't beat him, it takes the edge and he's gone.
Yeah.
And Gibbon strikes. And Byram, who was beaten earlier in the over, disappears for a very good 67, but he'll be doubly annoyed to get out this time of night.
Yes, he played extremely well and probably a little bit disappointed with, of course, the light not too good. Anywhere else you'd have the lights on. But having said that, it was a very good delivery.
Was caught by Ben Cox off the bowling of Ben Gibbon.
Because he bowled a very good ball, the first one. But it was an excellent innings, full of attractive shots. But he goes now caught by wicketkeeper Cox off the bowling of Gibbon. And he's made 67, so fine innings and a good partnership. And will it be Van der Gugten, I wonder? He generally likes to stride in and
can't see from our angle.
Let's have a look. We'll know by his walk.
It's a long walk out there anyway.
Let's catch a bus down there.
Yeah, I think the umpires will have added a few minutes on to the day's timings because of the distance that the batsmen do have to.
Looks like his gate.
Probably wouldn't want to be coming in at this time of night. As you say, apart from New Road and here, the floodlights might be on. Not at New Road because they ain't got any.
Yeah. But, only side? Only county haven't got floodlights?
Yep. Yeah.
Perhaps you'd like to contribute.
You've got 3 million. Got to bail out the rugby club first, right? Well, the last time I heard it was 3 million, and probably New Road, of course, as it floods in the winter. So, how much that would affect
Is that
electricity.
nice gentleman who gave so much money, Cecil Duckworth, is he still alive?
No, he passed away. He passed away.
Met him once. He's a lovely man.
Oh, really good bloke, Cecil.
Yeah,
good bloke. But he passed away. Was it last year? It was during one of the COVID periods, because he had a very private funeral, whereas he probably, if it had been non-COVID, would have...
because I think he did something for the cricket club as well.
Oh, yes, he was very good. Helped out the cricket club on many occasions.
I did meet him. I don't know why, but...
oh, yeah.
Big
good
man, and, you know, and was very kind, wasn't he, to the rugby club?
Always spoke to everybody. Didn't matter who you were.
Even you?
Even me. Yeah. Yeah, good chap, Cecil. Except at the end of season awards when he got hold of the microphone. An hour later.
Yeah.
But a lovely, lovely man.
Yeah.
And
a good age, wasn't it? Was he when he left us?
Yeah. He left a real legacy as well, which...
He'd be sad to see this.
Yeah, what other people haven't looked after. Let's just say that and not be...
Exactly.
Don't end up in court for libel.
It's a bit brighter. Bit.
So Gibbon, with 2 wickets under his belt, comes in and bowls to Van der Gugten, who's forward and plays the ball back up the pitch. Gibbon on his follow-through does the fielding. 2 for 23, Gibbon.
He has bowled as well, better than anybody, because he's rushed in, got some movement, got a couple of wickets under his belt, and it's a name that I hadn't heard of before. As he probably hasn't played a lot of first team.
No, I think this is his 4th game. He did play for the English Counties 11 against South Africa. He got selected for that, so a bit of a feather in his cap. Races in again, and this time wide of the off stump, through low to wicket-keeper Cox. Played quite a bit of the Royal London Cup as well, but I don't know what he's like in training or anything, but I'm told he has a very good attitude, and he's a lad that listens and learns. So
he gives you the impression by his attitude out there, you know, a real fighter, do everything.
It's funny because in one game he bowled 12 overs on the bounce. I said to him after, you know, that's a lot.
Strong lad.
He said, I played minor counties, you bowled 16, 17 overs on the bounce in that. Yeah. It's all that carrying hods full of bricks up ladders.
Yeah.
Bowls again. Van der Gugten sees it nice and early, plays it on length through to the wicket-keeper. 103 for 2 here, Glamorgan, as we come towards the close of the day. 3 overs remain of this second day.
If they can nick, well, it doesn't really matter so much. If they can nick one Gill out here, it would have been a good last session for Worcestershire. If Van der Gugten is out, well, you know, it's not all that disappointing. It's disappointing to a point, of course, but his job is to marshal the bowling.
Oh, he is. His job is
you often see them.
Oh, yeah, take a single off.
Take a quick single off the first ball, and the other batsman was the senior batsman. What on earth are you doing?
Yeah.
Anyway, Barnard has pushed his mid-wicket right back on the fence, and he might just test Gill with some short stuff, and Gill might take the bait. We shall see. He's starting his 4th over as he comes in and bowls to Gill, and Gill nearly sort of falls over there. The ball must have swung into him and plays it up towards the little man D'Oliveira, who for some reason hurls it back at Cox, far end of the ground.
I think he thought that Gill was still wandering back, but he didn't throw at the stumps anyway, so just doing a little...
So there we are.
It's the thing, and it don't matter where the ball goes, it goes back to the keeper and then around the circle.
For some reason.
For some reason. Keep everybody happy, keep them interested.
Barnard's into his run, passes the umpire on his way and bowls, and good ball. Forces a defensive response from the batsman, who pushes it out to cover. 2 slips and a 3rd man on the boundary, then a cover, an extra cover in the mid-off, and on the onside you've got a squarish fine leg. There seems to be a new ploy. You used to have them very fine, but now they seem to wander to the left a lot for the right hander. Mid-wicket on the boundary, and a mid-on is the onside field. So that's Barnard. comes in and bowls, and what on earth was that shot? He's charged him, would you believe? And then he must have seen him coming. Because he charged him as the ball was going, and then didn't time it. And he went out to mid-wicket for a single. Shot, with a couple of overs to go.
So I just came up on our screen that this screen will go off in 5 minutes if you don't press a button. But hopefully...
Nick will do it. I have no idea.
No. It comes up on our one at home very often. And the batteries...
Oh, yes, I've had that.
Yeah, my batteries have been low for about 2 years.
You haven't paid the rent. Oh,
I can't afford batteries.
In comes the next ball, and that's quick. That... makes Van der Gugten duck a little bit more than he wanted to. He went right. He played it well, actually.
Yeah.
He goes for a little walk, and he said, "Yes, you probably had a few of those from me. I remember you," says Barnard yesterday, bouncing me like that. Anyhow,
good bouncer.
Well, that's extraordinary shot, wasn't it, from Gill?
Oh, Gill. Yeah, I'm not sure what he was trying to do there.
Somebody please tell him there's only a couple of overs to go as in comes Barnard, working up some speed here, balls, and outside the off stump and left to Mr. Cox. 1 ball left of this over, and then there will be 2.
I am mightily surprised that we're going to be playing cricket till 6:30 tonight. I've been mightily surprised all day, whether an all day yesterday as well.
Life surprises us.
Well, I give up on
life.
I give up on life, yeah. I give up on forecasting
I have
things.
Often. I've followed it 40 years.
Waste of time.
Let's see this last ball of the over then, and it's bowled, and Van der Gugten gets right behind it, probably looking for a run to take the pressure off Gill, but Gill looks so relaxed that he seems to be, okay, I'll stay here. 104 for 2, Van der Gugten yet to score. Gill is 29. We have 2 overs remaining. David Lloyd was out, caught at slip by Haynes off Gibbon for 4, and the same named bowler then had Byram, an absolute beauty, caught going away from the edge of the bat and had to play it of Cox, the wicketkeeper, for 67. That partnership was worth 82 between Byron and Gill, and now it'll be Gill to face in the light that is just gone a bit dark. It goes dark, then a little bit of sunny back. That's the sort of day it's been.
Last 2 minutes it's gone a bit.
Then penultimate over of the day.
And it's Ben Gibbon bowling from the River Taff end, bowls a short delivery, which Gill plays away on the leg side. He's going to take a comfortable single in the end, mainly because Gareth Roderick coming in from mid-wicket didn't pick the ball up cleanly, would have hurried them, but they probably would have got there. In fact, I think they would have got there anyway.
Well judged, wasn't it, really?
It was.
Yeah, if I was Gill, I'd just take my gloves off, sit to my bat.
Yeah.
To tell Van der Gugten, it's all up to you, my boy.
Yeah. Well done to the crowd that have stayed with us, or the gathering that have stayed with us. Is Gibbon in bowls wide of the off stump. Cox takes moving away towards first slip. Yeah, there's not many left at the end of the day, but these are the diehards. These are the people who's paid their money and they're going to watch their cricket.
My thoughts turn towards a bit of supper.
Really?
You like Nick, you are?
Me?
No, yeah, in as much as you don't eat the night, so try not to eat.
Well, I had a very good lunch. There's Gibbon in bowls. Van der Gugten plays away on the offside when we had some honey roast ham.
Yeah, I had to rush it because I had this meeting, but...
Wow. See, that's come on again. 1 minute. Oh, is that one there that we have to press, or it goes off in 1 minute? Not that it matters.
Yes.
It's all very complicated, this thing.
I shall press something.
Any button. Or is that on a different button?
I don't know. I'd press.
It's all too complicated.
You think they'd come in and help us, wouldn't you?
There's the next ball, which is pushed out on the onside, and there will be no run. Nick Webb has rejigged the television, so he's probably going to charge us a call-out fee, which will be more after 6 o'clock. VAT.
It's gone off now.
VAT. Now this is this one. VAT as well. Anyway, back to lunch, which was very good. 105 for 2. So I had enough of that.
Oh, you had.
And I had a cake Felt very guilty.
You
about
tend
that.
to ask Nick when you're on away trips, what are you having tonight? I'll just have a bit of cheese and biscuits.
It's all right. He's an athlete, mate. Us athletes
Wales International.
got to look after ourselves. Gibbon in over the wicket to the right-handed Van der Gugten, plays the ball away on the onside. Gibbon himself does the fielding. Gill has 30. Van der Gugten yet to get off the mark. Gibbon 2 for 24, and he's got 1 ball left in the day, and that will conclude his 6th over.
And now it's a nice evening.
Well, it might well be for my evening stroll around the
No, then 6:30
city centre.
Do I go via Canton or do I go down the other way?
Decisions to be made could change your life, mate. Next ball, or last ball of the day, is eased away. I could race away for 4. It's going down towards the shorter boundary, but no, Ed Barnard's after it. Actually, the ball trickles to a halt, and they have taken 2. You'd think they would take 1 so that the night watchman faces the last over, but there you go. That's taken 1 you can, maybe. Van der Gugten has 2. Gill 30, 107 for 2. As we come to the final over of what has seemed, and indeed has been, a long day.
Yes, but
although we didn't quite start on time this morning, did we? 10:45 we started.
We had some stoppages. Do we know how many overs we've lost today?
We could work it out, but
you can't be bothered.
No.
How many?
I think it's
26.
26. It's not bad for 2 days. And the last over of the day will be bowled by Ed Barnard, and he will be bowling to Shubman Gill, who's on 30. And we don't want him to lose his wicket in these last 6 balls. And I wonder if we'll see the last ball of the day, like we did last night when there was a 3-minute delay where they tried to unnerve the batsman. But we won't, because if a wicket does fall now, they troop off the field. Here we are then, as Barnard comes in and bowls the first ball, and it's outside the off stump, and it's left to the wicketkeeper. 107 for 2. And
it's a bit gloomy, but trust me, it's a darn sight better than it was here 24 hours ago. I'm sorry, I've been on about it all day. I've not seen rain like that for a long time.
Biblical proportions, you're telling me.
Oh, mate, it was just... they had to close part of the restaurant in our hotel because the rain had got in.
I saw it on the Welsh News last night, up in the haze of those people who are listening and know Cardiff at the back there. There was a poor lady there. She didn't have any coat or anything. She just stood there and laughed. It was drenched.
Oh.
Because everybody else had taken cover. The shops were closed. It was dark. There is an adjustment in the field. Third man has been moved over to fine leg. Let's see what this little battle is all about. As in comes Barnard, bowls, and that's pushed away up to mid-off. 4 balls to go, 107 for 2.
He had a little dance down again there, Gil. But he is batting, I noticed, quite a way outside his crease, and I think Billy Taylor did have a... Umpires are very keen on this these days.
They get Labuschagne on that.
Yeah, batting too far outside your
crease. He will argue with the ref.
He can stand wherever he wants to, he will say. Yeah. There's nothing in the laws of cricket that say you can't.
Barnard accelerates, comes in and bowls, and Gill is forward. Thou shalt not be beaten, he says to his bat. Goes for a little walk to square leg halfway through this final over. And it's been a good day for both teams.
It's been a good game of cricket so far, this.
Yeah. Worcestershire went on to score 454 for 9. And Glamorgan, we thought, might be a little bit tired, but indeed they've responded positively, scoring it over 4 and over as we watch the last part of this over. And in it comes, and he tempted him with a short delivery. There's a man just waiting for something at the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he thought, it's 2 balls to go after this. I'm not going to take this bait.
Yeah, I think Joe Leach was actually pretending to catch that one on the boundary.
Exactly.
But that's why the fine legs come round as well, for the top-edged hook. There's a shortish mid-wicket in as well. In
comes the next ball, and he puts a little bit into that. And is just nudged back to the bowler. We come to the last ball of the day, gentlemen.
We do.
And
we've had more cricket than I thought we'd get in today, so...
Yeah, let's hope we get 2 good days, relatively good.
Yeah, well, I'm not even going to look at the weather forecast anymore. We had 10% this afternoon and it poured down. We had 40%, it didn't rain. There you go.
No adjustment in the field for this last ball. Up to you, says the captain. Get us one of the last ball of the day as he comes in and bowls to Gill. Gill drives through the covers. You don't really expect off the last ball of the day. That might just well run away for 4, and it does. So conceding 4 off that last delivery, and that takes Glamorgan on to Nelson. They've moved on to 111, and they trail by 299, but it's a good rear guard action this morning from Worcestershire. They made 454 for 9, career best. Gareth Roderick undefeated on 172. Glamorgan lost Lloyd rather early for 4, then a good partnership of 82 between Gill and Byron, before Byron in the last session received a good delivery from Gibbon. He's taken the 2 wickets, and Byron was out for 67, and Gill in his first outing for Glamorgan looks in good form. He's 34. The night watchman Van der Gugten is on 2. Just echo Dave Bradley's words, and let's hope we have 2 goodish days for the last 2 games of this game. It's 111-2, and we look forward to joining Nick Webb, Dave Bradley, myself, Edward Bevan. But for now, good night.